Yo, what's up, Record? How you doing? Good morning, everybody. Hello. Hello. What's happening? Are you doing a goth cosplay anytime soon? Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely going to be doing a goth cosplay. That's for sure. Of all the things I'm definitely going to do, that's one of those things that I'm definitely going to do for sure, 100%. Sometimes, it's good to lie to people to get their hopes up. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm excited to play some DDO, excited to talk about some video games. I don't know if you guys know this, but this is actually the kind of the craziest thing. It's been like 2 weeks since we had that big lag patch, and the game still works. Is that not crazy? I know, I'm really excited about this. So I've had some fun playing some DDO. I've actually been playing some DDO in my off time and theory crafting some new builds. So this is it's kind of weird. Like over the past several months, I haven't really played any DDO off stream because, well, I stream during the day and then in the evening you can't really play the game and you can't really play the game on weekends. But now it's like, oh yeah, do you want to play the game on Saturday or Sunday? Do you want to play the game after 9 o'clock? Like, shit, man. I think it was on Sunday. I think it was like Sunday night, like late Sunday night. I like joined a raid group and did like 4 raids and there was like no lag whatsoever. So for me, I'm enjoying that. It's going pretty good. But yeah, hello everybody. Hope you're all doing good. What's up? How you guys doing? It's me, Stream Tom. And yeah, I'm excited to talk about some games, play some stuff, do some things. You're moving to LA in 9 months. That's exciting. Hopefully you have something fun to do in Los Angeles. It's just one of those like places where every time I hear about LA, the only thing I know about LA is that there's a lot of traffic and that driving is a waste of time unless you like drive a motorcycle so you can like lane split like a madman. And that it's expensive. So that's my advice to you. Get a motorcycle license so you can start lane splitting so you don't have to deal with gridlock. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I had a nice weekend. When I say I had a nice weekend, I was actually really sick all weekend, which is unfortunate. I was supposed to go to a Halloween party, which was going to be cool. And unfortunately, I was like terribly ill. So I ended up having to miss out on the Halloween party. So I ended up staying home, which was very unfortunate. But on the plus side, I stayed in bed all day, which was kind of cool. So I had to deal with that. I got out some new videos, so I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was both the Beginner Basics Warlock as well as Artificer. The Warlock video was good, and goes into a lot of details. So does the Artificer video. I did make an error in my Artificer video. I've clarified it in the video description, but I did make an error, which is that I said that you can turn on the pet, allowing you to break boxes and stuff for you. Apparently that was changed, but that's good. So that way I've got lots of people that have corrected me on that, so it's fine. Again, it's in the difference, or it's in the description, so hopefully people will be able to see that. But it's okay if they don't see it there. They can go to the comments and see over 10 people that told me that you can't do that anymore, which is good. If that's the biggest mistake in my video, I'm okay with that, because realistically that change doesn't really matter. Change East Coast. I mean, I like the East Coast. It's nice. It's very slow pace. From home, it's nice that the stream is still there. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah. See, the nice thing is that I've been doing this since like 2015. So it's been like the past 10 years. And there are individual members of the chat that have been watching for like the past 10 years that have been watching the stream. So their life has changed a lot. They've gone different places. And then I'm still here doing the same thing, which is like, yeah. But, you know, it's cool to see people going through their lives and changing and having cool stuff happen, man. It's cool. People that were brokenhearted when they changed it. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. For me, that was mostly a throwaway line about the breaking boxes with the AI. It was mostly like, I remembered that it was something you could do with the dog because I had to say something. Because I'm like, I can't just go in the video and say that the dog is in fact dog shit, because it is. It's totally useless. You can't do anything with it. So I'm like, so what do I do? What do I tell people? And I was like, well, it can break boxes, and that was wrong. So I can't, honestly, if you're playing an Artificer, you shouldn't summon the dog. And when I do my solo guided Artificer playthrough, I am not going to summon the dog because it doesn't do anything. Yeah, you summon it to pull levers if you need to pull levers, but other than that, it's just a total waste of time to even have it active. If anything, it probably makes your game harder. Gonna go to DDO. Oh, glad to hear that, Grofen. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, my goal is just to make it so that the guides are as easy as possible to follow and to get started with. One of the comments I've gotten on several of my guides is people asking more advanced questions, asking questions about things like, oh, you didn't go into as much detail about like making gear sets for this character. Or you didn't go into as much detail into like how some of the endgame interactions are with this type of character. And that's with intention. I don't want people to kind of get overloaded with information. You have to understand, if I try to make a Warlock video and I try to condense it as much as I can to give you only what you need to know, and the video is 40 minutes long, I really don't want to make the videos longer. I'm trying to make them as dense as I physically can, but there's just so much information that you need to know to play some of these characters. So there's that. It's just like, I just don't want the videos to get too long. So a lot of those things will get individual topic videos. So for example, you're going to get a video about reincarnation soon. I'm going to also have some more like general tips and tricks videos about different stuff of like, here's some cool tricks that you might not know about, or things you can do in DDO that you might not know about. So I'm going to have a whole bunch of those. But yeah, there's just there's a lot of things that, again, I find that it's difficult to all put into one place when it's already like so much information, especially considering I'm just focusing on just telling you, being like, hey, this is literally what this does, and this is literally what this does, and this is literally what this does. And then I look over and it's been like 8 minutes after I'm going through the script and I'm like, oh shit. I gotta speed it up. Man. So yeah. I don't think I've ever done strength only Elden Ring. Seems fun though. You get a big weapon and you club people. Well, the problem with the Iron Defender is like, you're playing an Artificer, you don't really need a tank, you can heal yourself. And also, like, it's okay, so the argument is like, well, if you have the Iron Defender, you can heal the Iron Defender, so then therefore it can like tank for you, but you're going to have more physical and magical resistance rating than the Iron Defender, because the Renegade Master Maker tree gives you physical and magical resistance rating, and it's difficult to get that for your pet unless you're an Arcano Technician, so you'd have to invest into the pet to make it tankier, because all you've got is like a docent slot. Whereas your character, you can get sheltering, insightful sheltering, quality sheltering, mythic bonuses, Renegade Master Maker, armor bonuses, all this stuff. So you are going to be tankier than the dog most of the time. And then the secondary problem is the dog has basically no way to get healing amplification, and you can get a lot of it. Like my character, just chilling, just standing here, is at -10 positive amplification because I've got a whole bunch from the feet, but I basically have like 100 just standing around, right? So I'm going to get double healing, so it's easier for me to heal myself than it is the Iron Defender, like in almost every single case. So like, even if the argument is like, well, it's going to tank some stuff for you, it's like, yeah, but you're going to be spending more resources healing it than it's going to be doing for you. It's like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just not good. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? But yeah, anyway, I'm not saying that you can never make any good use out of the dog. It's mostly that like it is funny to me that you can get it to break boxes is like the best thing I could think of as to what you could do with the pet, and it doesn't do that anymore, which is unfortunate. So I'll remember that for future, so I don't tell people. Especially like the DDB build I did. Maybe. I mean, you were in stream when we talked about it, when I reincarnated into this character. So you were there when I reincarnated it. Because I'm going to do 19 Warlock, 1 favorite soul, so you get the greater thing. Like, you were in the chat. You were here. I remember, because we were talking about it. What's up, Officer Skeleton? How you doing? Guess what you have for Artificer still solid? Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't have linked it if it wasn't. I mean this. Oh, I haven't read this, for the record. I don't really scan the forums for builds, generally. Although yours is 2-weapon fighting and mine is single weapon, so already we're off to like a flying stomp, because I don't use 2-weapon fighting. Also, you go slashing weapons? Oh, you're going kukri? Are you still using the thing? Are you still using the thing? Vistani? Fade Arc, Soul Leader. Yeah, you're still using Vistani. But yeah, your build is very different than my build. You go macro tech. Interesting. I don't think I'm going to go macro tech. I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I have some ideas. I'm kind of just like figuring it out as we go along. Heroic Heart. Finish all my Halloween grinding. Yeah, I got to do the Halloween stuff. When is Night Revels over? Hold on. DDO Night Revels 2025. Night Revels 2025 runs through November 4th. Okay. So Wednesday of next week. So probably like Monday, Tuesday, I'm going to be doing a lot of my farming, maybe over the weekend or something. But yeah, I'll have to get all that stuff done. I've done some farming, but I haven't done nearly as much. One of the things that's helped out is my last few past lives. I've done the Night Revel stuff at like level 27-ish, which means you actually get like materials when you hand stuff in, which is good. Anyways, let's go do Sharn. And I can't join these groups, so I gotta make my own group. R1 Sharn. And then we go with Lost at Sea. But yeah, other than that, in other news, this Friday is Halloween, which is exciting for those of you that like Halloween. I personally have never been a big Halloween guy, but I have many of my friends who are big Halloween people. They love the Halloween. But again, I'm kind of indifferent. I am going to be... Oh, did I not have my imbue toggle turned on this entire time? Embarrassing. Anyway, I'm going to be not dressing up, but I will be something that might be scary to many people, because I want to make sure we get the Halloween horrors and the Halloween excitement here on the stream. And so this Halloween, I'm going to play Path of Exile, because the new Path of Exile League comes out. And I want to play it, so I'm going to do it, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. That's right. Ooh, spooky. It's just that it comes out on Friday, which is really funny. I wasn't originally going to play, but then I couldn't stop myself from thinking about characters and wanted to play, so I'm going to do it. Path of Exile 1. Yep, I know. I'm just going to pop up the skill tree to just scare people away every once in a while. I spent like 4 hours yesterday trying to make a build using Prismatic Burst and Trigger Bots, and it went nowhere. Basically, I was like huffing a lot of copium, and I was just breathing it in at like max capacity, just trying to make anything work. It was not good. So it is what it is. Is that, do you get less Halloween mats doing the quest under level? No, you get less Halloween mats if you're getting power leveled. So if you're level 20 and you have a level 34 player in your group and you do level 39, you're not going to get any materials because the higher level player is going to cut your materials to 0. Yeah, Night Revels is a free-to-play event. The only thing you need are keys to enter, which you get from playing the game, and I've been doing regular key giveaways to viewers. Or we want to stop you? I don't know, a lot of people don't like Path of Exile. What was that flash?
You've made enemies of the Daggermore, he crooks. More forces rushing.
That's all. Which is fair. It is not the game for everybody. Because it's bad. That's right. The video game is just bad, you guys. That's why. Video games are bad.
Fortunately for you,
can't argue with that.
left a trail of debris leading away from the ship.
Because I like melee builds in RPGs. Hey man, I play melee builds. I was really tempted to play a melee build. I was like, well, it was technically cast on crit. It was going to be like a cast on crit sort of build. But I ended up not going with that. because I found a better way to scale my damage. Seeing assassin glow up, true. So I went through like multiple stages where I was like, you know, it would be kind of like cool doing this trigger bot setup. Then that didn't come out, and then I was like, oh, I could do this, and that didn't come out. I planned about a bunch of different things, and then somebody mentioned to me Hex Blast, and I was like, oh, Hex Blast is kind of cool because its crit is really low, so you can use Hex Blast with like a wand, and then the new assassin lets you scale crit based on your main hand weapon. So even though the Hex Blast is a 4% crit, I can get like a 12% crit weapon and then put that on the skill, and that'd be really cool. The problem is Hex Blast, I tried to mess around with it. I actually ran around with it in game, and it basically is like one of the worst skills I've ever pressed because of how slow it is to cast, and it's only good if you are able to cast it like for free. So that's why people play Hex Blast mines, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll just use it as a mine. But the problem is a bunch of the assassin stuff doesn't work with mines, so I couldn't do an assassin. And I know you're like, just play a saboteur, but I was like, no, but the assassin, it's cool, man, it's really cool. Anyway, it's just sad. Wait, how do they nerf Hex Blast mines? I didn't read anything about that. Please elaborate. I'm curious. No, you can make survivable melee characters. You can.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
I've done it.
I was just thinking of the deepest and most confounding question of our time. You know how we have fridges, and the full name is a refrigerator?
Yeah.
Why did the Depop disappear? I moved to call them frigs, or fridges.
I actually agree. I also find that you get a refrigerator, which refrigerates your food, but you don't get a frigerator. You can't frigerate something. You can only refridge. So I think friggers is not a bad option, or frigs. The problem with frig is that frig is already a word that people use. Like sometimes people, they don't want to say a curse word that also starts with F. So instead they will say like, ah, frig. So that word is already taken in our lexicon, so you got to be careful about that.
Find out more about current events in the city.
It's difficult. You gotta kind of keep a tight ship on the cultural lexicon. But yeah, I'm not sure about what the frigate is also taken. Frigate's also taken. Yeah, that's like a boat. Yo, what's up, Unger Max? How you doing? But yeah, a buddy of mine, he plays pretty much exclusively melee builds. One of the melee builds he's going to be running is, he really likes, what was it? I think it's Champion? Or Gladiator that gets the block. So he runs character or melee builds that have 99% block and 99% spell block. And then in doing that, especially with the retaliate skills, Sword Storm, and other skills, you get some crazy numbers. But again, to do that, you need to get the block. You can actually do that without playing a Gladiator. The downside is you have to use the 100 Divine unique shield, but yeah, it's an option. Question on your stream, but you didn't see it, so I'll ask here. Quick question about Artificer. When you pick Poison Imbue, do I need to stop using Electrical Imbue? Yes, they don't, you can't use both of them. You don't stop using the Electrical Imbue, though, because it's still good. The reason why you take the Poison Imbue is because it's a prerequisite to get access to the point above it that increases damage with all imbues. So it's just a stepping stone on the way to pick up 3 imbue dice. You can if you want. Now, I'm not saying you can't just go ahead and start using the Poison Imbue if you think it's cooler or you think it's going to be better for what it is you want to do. But the goal is not to use the Poison Imbue. The goal is to, you're just using it as a stepping stone to get the ability that's above it. It needs charges per mine. Oh, okay, good. All right, so maybe I do play self-cast Hex Blast. We'll see. I wasn't going to do it because of how much better it was, but, you know, we'll see. Oh, no! Oh, no! Chris the Miss is no longer able to join my party. Oh, no.
Rip Arcane Warrior. Strim heck into a robo-cry.
Yep. Also, rip Tyrbior. RIP. Fortunately, if you're planning on playing Druid and you're going to reincarnate at 30, well, you get Arcane Warrior at 28, so it's really not too bad. It's a bit of a loss, but it's not too bad. Also, thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you returning. Glad to have you here. You just took my level 2 now. My level cast is messed up. I apologize. Literally, a guy applied this like 2 seconds before you did. It like happened in real time. I apologize for that. That sucks. Well, on the plus side, yep. Okay. Knowing that you can't use an internal cooldown is interesting. So maybe it's back on the table. I'll have to play around with it a little bit. If I don't come up with anything solid that sounds interesting or is compelling, my current plan is just to play one of the new wand skills with the Elementalist and do the Herald stacking nonsense. That looks really good. Because I like doing Sanctum, so killing Lycia is not a big deal for me to unlock the extra Ascendancy thing. For some people, that might be a problem, but I don't think it's going to be an issue for me. Ooh, Reaper Point!
Belongs to me now.
Ooh! Oh, Detours.
I paid the
Smart.
Boromar clan good money to get it, after all. Don't
So yeah,
think
so we'll
for a
see.
moment
It's either
that
that
you can
or the
challenge
Assassin,
me.
which also looks interesting.
You're just setting yourself up for a fall.
That, and also, I'm going to be playing, but I'm also going to be playing
Inquisitive calls out to you.
on hardcore, because now they made a change to Path of Exile, where usually if you died on hardcore, your character would go to standard. But now, if you die on hardcore, you actually just go into the league, which is new. You go into the standard version of the league. So as a result, there's no consequence for playing on hardcore, as you can just see how far you get. So I'm going to see how far I can do before I end up dying on hardcore. The one downside to this is if there's any really good uniques I want, they might not be as available, but we'll see. A hardcore pack? No, I'm talking about Path of Exile. Path of Exile, the video game. Again, I don't think we'll ever get hardcore that people remember it back. I think we'll probably get like a remember the lantern event that we got where there was like the hardcore lantern? Like we'll probably get more of those because I think SSG likes the fact that they don't have to make a new server and people can still play with their friends, which is a bigger deal. But yeah.
Your stomach clenches in anticipation as you near the crime
When does
scene.
hardcore start? Again, I was talking about Path of Exile, and Path of Exile new league starts Friday. If we're talking about Dungeons & Dragons Online, there's no announcements. Thought you were skipping PoE? Yeah, but then I can't skip it because it's too good, and I have no self-control.
He was killed by a poisoned crossbow bolt. His last gambling ticket lies just
Look, man, I got no self-control. It is what it is.
in an underground fighting room down at the Cogs. Despite clear attempts to make this look like a break,
Talking about hardcore?
all
Yes.
of Felon's valuables are still in their
Again,
proper
I like
places.
hardcore. I would like to see some
As you
hardcore
roll
style
this over,
events come back
you hear voices from
in
the
DDO.
direction of the front door.
So that would be cool. I would like to see them do more stuff. But again, I don't think we're going to get the... I've mentioned this before. I think the time where we had a hardcore server where you could log in and play on the hardcore server and do hardcore will never, ever happen again in the history of DDO.
Revealing a small lane
The
that
Lantern
goes
event was
deeper
very
into the heart of
successful.
the Cogs Gate.
People spoke very glowingly of the Lantern event, and the Lantern event gave people the opportunity to play hardcore with the Lanterns anyway. So I really just don't see them ever doing hardcore ever again. Now, granted, if we get a hardcore server and I am totally wrong, I will
The door to
accept
the
that I was
pawn
totally
shop is
wrong.
unlocked, just as with
Okay,
the other crime
I will eat it.
Inside,
I will say yes,
the
I was
shopkeeper's
terribly
body
wong,
lies forgotten alongside
and we
all
actually
the
did get
others.
hardcore, and it's amazing. But I don't think I am.
But the same song. A crossbow bolt dipped in
Sprint?
poison and a palm covered in
Yeah.
slashes. Yet
Wait, it
this
applies
time a
to
new
sprinting?
detail catches
Oh, because
your
there's no
eye.
Quicksilver Flask. That makes
Shattered
sense.
pin bearing
Huh.
Gaunt Arcanotechnic symbol. A
The Puss in
closer
Boots
look at
Rapier
head
Bard for his
reveals
first life and didn't
hidden
realize it doesn't take Whirlwind Attack.
filled with smuggled
Yeah,
goods.
I don't take Whirlwind Attack
Some small
because
packages
you
lying
grab,
folded. No doubt they were hidden
I just
there so they
used,
could be fetched
what
on
do you
the
call
black
it?
market later.
On
The
point
murderer could have
for
emptied
everything.
the pawn shop. And
for my
yet,
AoE.
only Mord's life was taken. Armed with your findings, you wonder, what connects all these gruesome crimes? The last of the heavily armed
yeah.
halfling thugs falls.
I think overall players just called this skill dead as a whole, but PvP players have been known to be a bit dramatic. Well, the thing is that if something works really well and now it works slightly less well, then yes, people are going to call the thing dead. But also remember that when it comes, especially when it comes to Path of Exile, like you have maybe 2% of the total player base are like, sorry, 2% of the total visible player base. So these are the ones that are like, you know, you'll find in the top 10% on PoE or top 10,000 on PoE Ninja. 2% of those people are actually making the builds and the unique things and trying to look for interactions, and the other 98% are just copying what has already been established or what people are finding. And again, this is not me saying 98% of all of the players are copying stuff. I'm saying of you, if you look at like the top, you know, you'll have like maybe 2 or 3 people that are trailblazing what the new you know, Deadeye is going to be, and then everyone's copying that archetype. So it's which is fairly common.
When the murderer got to him, the secret door slides open, revealing a Medusa.
Like for example, last league, I killed all my Ubers with a Void Sphere of Rending build that literally I didn't see anyone playing. I did copy it from some dude who I saw was doing some really wacky stuff with like Elementalist, Void Sphere of Rending, where it was like a Chaos Ignite using Black Flame and Poison at the stacking at the same time, and then also turning enemies 100% of enemy physical damage to elemental, so it was super tanky. Like it was just this really weird skill, and did a whole bunch of stuff, and it was sick. But, and it was great. It slammed Ubers. I did everything I wanted to do. But, like, nobody was playing it. Does that mean Void Sphere of Rending is, like, a bad skill? No, they had, like, insane clear, full screen button. So sometimes you just gotta find stuff. It's not always gonna be me, but sometimes you just gotta be able to find stuff. But I do agree with you that, like, you know, if people were playing one thing one way and now it's no longer as fast. The other thing, too, is also when it comes to clear speed, people are always gonna look for the thing that has the highest clear speed. And when something slows down, it's like if you have a skill that like the Hex Blast Mines that was able to clear entire screens in one button press, and now it takes more than one button press, people are going to look for the next thing that's only one button press.
Didn't you understand? Leaving your signature behind was beyond stupid.
What's your opinion on Dungeon Helper? Have you ever used utilities? I don't use Dungeon Helper because I don't know exactly what it does to my computer and my information, so I don't trust it.
Zulkus quickly cast a dimension.
But that's my personal opinion. So I don't use any of the utilities. I don't have any like strong opinion about like actually what it does. I just know that the Dungeon Helper utility has an option for you to like be able to auto log in, and you can give it your password and user information. And even if all that information is just stored exclusively on or stored on your computer, I didn't write the software, and there's nothing to say that it can't go to somebody else or be taken by whoever owns the software. I'm not saying that these people are unscrupulous or you can't trust them. I just don't.
Follow me. When it's time for us to part ways. What you do after that? None of my business. So, Victor Cox nods at a flimsy-looking grate.
Like the Lantern event, how did you, especially when the Baylor whipped my Dark Wolf? Yeah.
That must be your way.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm excited to see if we get like more types of events like that. But and I would like to see like another just general hardcore. I think that would be kind of fun. But I don't see us getting another hardcore event other than like a Lantern style event. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but yeah.
You hear a scream of pain from up above. A scream cut short with steel. You hear a gruff voice howling. The roof! The roof! A more measured voice responds.
Dungeon Helpers overlay only?
Someone is burning the midnight oil behind this door, but the sturdy door is fitted with an even.
You're talking about the thing that lets you like have the auto follow and have some of the other features, like where the auto follow, where like you can organize all your stuff, where you can like search all your inventories and your character banks and stuff.
Who appears to be their leader.
I recall that being in that. I remember that being one piece of software. Is it not one piece of software anymore?
Why not just take the stairs?
Again, I could be wrong about this. I haven't done any research in a long time.
Otto, now! Snaps the being in a commanding tone.
It's also because like one of the ways that a lot of add-ons in video games work is that they use like native scripting in the actual game itself to function. So like what I mean by that is there's Lotro add-ons that do some of the things like that, but Lotro actually allows you to like use plugins with the video game, so they can draw data that's placed there for developers to be able to make these plugins to be able to pull that information out. And DDO doesn't have that.
familiar voice calls out.
And so I don't know how they get the information.
Your golems will have to finish this. Time to move, people.
But my short answer to that is I haven't done any of the research or looked into it as thoroughly as I probably could to be more knowledgeable about this subject. I just am like, when I remember hearing about it back in the day, when this program was still in its infancy, in like late 2019, early 2020, I remember talking to somebody who knew something about how some of the development on these plugins was working and how they had to collect data, and the way that they collect data from the game made me uncomfortable. And so I just, if maybe they've changed their methodology or changed something about it, at the time I did not like it, and I haven't taken the time to do a thorough look into it ever since.
Victor's treachery continues.
Oh, is that a fire? Nobody goes in or out until we find them. Don't just stare there, gawkhead. Move!
You hear the ominous hum of a dimensional anchor.
This is going quite well. To be fair, I'm currently being carried. My ass is getting carried by like the sorcerer and the artificer in my party that are blowing everything up before I can even get there.
From somewhere below.
Vant! Vant! Vant!
As this chant continues, forge wraiths coalesce in
But
the
yeah,
air
also for the
around
record, I am not like out here like one of these like very heavy data protection people. I probably should be and be more vigilant about how my data is stored and shared, because it's going to be a very important part of the future. Well, not the future, it's part of what's happening right now, where like, you know, whenever you find out that a company has been collecting data or distributing data on a user or sold data or had a major data breach, you find out about that because that happened 3 or 6 months ago and it's too late. And so for me, I am I'm aware that that's a thing that's already happened, and so vigilance on these fields is very, very important. It's actually just so much less about that. I really don't want my DDO account to be compromised, and we don't have multi-factor authentication, so I don't trust anything that touches my game until we get multi-factor authentication, no matter what it is. I just will not trust it at all. Like, there's just no chance, no shot. 0%. I can't trust it.
Thugs were loitering near Club Clawfoot, but this is Boromar clan territory. Something's brewing.
Yeah,
and you're
especially in modern times.
A group of would-be patrons lingers in the courtyard.
Wait, not to say what device. Can I repair this? I can. Nice.
The bouncer opens the front door,
So that'd be nice to have.
allowing you to enter Club Clawfoot.
It's not even like I think that there's like a malicious actor or malicious behaviors going on. It's more so like if there's even like a 1% chance, not even, if it's like a 0.1% chance, I just don't want to take the chance.
Notice a sign on the door. Rat.
But yeah, we definitely do need multi-factor authentication in DDO.
Have already been contacted.
Are you sure you've killed more than 10 rats? What if you just think it was more than 10 rats?
All is quiet in the nightclub.
Malicious actors exist? Yep.
Club is safe and secure.
Again, not saying there's malicious actors specifically in the plugin space. I just don't want to.
Regina turns to you and cries, "The alarm!
I just don't want to have that
breaching our magical wards!
be something that I have
Must be
to
an
deal with.
attack. Quick, adventurers! Do what you do best! More dimension doors have opened nearby. A piercing but pitch-perfect scream rings throughout the nightclub. It's encore. The main stage.
Again, it's
must
also
be
the fact
under
that like
attack. The defeated
it's just
gargoyle
weird, like the fact that there's so many.
I have failed, but the others will crush you.
I will also say this: I do not know exactly how. I'm trying to think of the best way to put this.
On the way. But for now, you have a moment to rest. The magical
I'm trying to
alarm
find the best way to put
triggers
this.
once again. Gossip's attack on the nightclub has resumed. More dimension doors have opened nearby.
I am aware of
Once again,
circumstances
harsh sounds issue from the direction
of
the
people
stage. You hear
using
panicked shouts, screams, and
third-party tools
snakes.
to
The attack is
cause
finally over. A peaceful
negative
quiet
effects
descends over the nightclub
to
once
players.
more. Now you can find
Which is another reason why I don't trust
For your
third-party
help
tools.
in keeping her and Encore alive. Regina has promised to do everything she can to cut ties between the Boromar clan.
I can't go into more details than that. but that is, yeah. There's that. We've really cleaned out massive DDO points to bot as well as all your save points. Yeah, which really sucks, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yeah.
You arrive in Dava Gate, one of Sharn's many business districts.
Stage verifications meant to keep or part of that. We're meant to keep or part of that huge data breach. Yeah, isn't that good? Don't you love hearing stuff like that?
About time you got here. They've already started. Get on board quick, like, and I'll
anyway, like I said, I'm this is not meant to be any situation where I'm like shitting on people who are like coming up with cool plugins or cool tools to help out players, or that these things are necessarily bad. Again, a lot of video games have good add-ons that are extremely helpful. As I said before, I play Lord of the Rings Online, and I play with like 20 plugins because there's so many cool plugins you can get. Like there's one that literally just shows you every item on every character, and you can instantly search for stuff. So if I don't know where something is, I can just type the name of the item and it search every character's inventory and bank, and then tells me exactly where it is. Or that like does a whole bunch of extra calculations about like my progression per hour, or collating all sorts of stuff. But those are all functions in the game, because the game has an in-game plugin manager and is meant to have all of those things functioning. And so it's just because the game has the architecture for this stuff set up, you know you're going into a tunnel where if there is a problem with some type of plugin, again, it's part of the actual game itself. So it's, I don't know, there's just, it's the fact that the way that the DDO plugins have to work is you have to take something, you basically have to take the lasagna and peel apart the layers, then put the layers back together, because there's no way for you to like feasibly do that. There's just something about that that makes me uncomfortable.
Calibration issue, perhaps. No matter. Urk, Gish, take Isabet outside. We will adjourn to the yacht. It's time for the next.
Yes, all the time. Yeah, the end of quest lag being gone is so baffling, especially when people split up during quests.
Erupts with a choir of menacing responses.
An ambush! Damn us for fools!
Shouts Casper. The old man produces a bow from somewhere as giggling shapes descend from above. You've dispatched Vaughn's first.
Anyway, we'll see how things go in the future.
Surely not the last. Vaughn doesn't go in for half.
It's also the fact that, like, also as far as I know, SSG hasn't like publicly said anything about these plugins. So I don't know what they feel about it. Not that I need like Sandstorm Games' opinion to like form my own opinion, but you know, that can matter quite a bit.
Help rescue Isabet. To do that, you'll need to clear the way so Casper can follow safely.
Question regarding Epic Destinies. No, you aren't tech support, but I was wondering if I could get your insight. Okay, sure. What's your question? I am not tech support, but I do play the game a lot, and I do try to make guides information for new players. So for another example is like, because none of this stuff is officially sanctioned, because again, the developers, at least as far as I know, haven't made any public comment of like, yes, plugins are great and you should use X, Y, or Z. Then I can't like recommend it. So for example, you'd never get like, if I was playing like World of Warcraft or Lord of the Rings or Elder Scrolls, I'd be like, here's my recommended add-ons I think you should download that are great. And in DDO, I just can't do it.
The shrill cries of goblins. A strange-looking goblin glides up above the bridge. The limp form of Isabet lies on the coast. The goblin shouts abuse at his noble escort.
Those nobodies made mincemeat out of your fleabag gnolls. I told you the direct approach wasn't gonna work. I'm gonna go bait the hook on my plan.
News after 9% add-ons being broken at midnight. Yeah, and then a lot of the add-on creators are also like, yeah, we're gonna be discontinuing add-ons and things like that.
As he runs after his retreating comrade. In the distance, you hear the gnoll snarl.
We cannot look weak. No. Those who look weak die first.
Have you ever played Warframe? I've never played Warframe.
A mob of gnolls and goblins have taken up position.
So I never played Warframe because when I would talk about or play Destiny, people would be like, oh, well, if you like Destiny, you'd probably like Warframe because they're very similar video games. Now, before somebody who plays Warframe informs me that that is not the case, and they are not very similar video games, because they're very different, which is totally fair, I'm just telling you what was told specifically to me. And so then what happens is, because those things were, that information was told to me, I was like, well, if they're really similar, why would I play a game that's already basically the same as the game I already like? So I just never played Warframe, because why would I? It's basically the same game.
The door of a nearby bookshop opens, and another cloud.
So I just never ended up playing it. It's one of the things where, like, I got a recommendation that made me not want to play the game.
To release one last clutch of bats from their cages.
Exploding bats? Gods, what a circus! Who's going to
Like, circumstantially I can understand it, but like MMOs or MMO style games have so much investment in them. It's like, I can understand why somebody doesn't want to swap from World of Warcraft to Final Fantasy XIV, because Final Fantasy XIV might be a good game. Well, it actually is a very good game, but they might be very similar. Sorry, like Final Fantasy XIV might even be a better game, but Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft are extremely similar video games. No customization, huge focus on just like mechanical sort of combat and mechanical complexity in terms of like how fights work and stuff, and very, very easy leveling content. So like in general, I think that it's a really hard sell to be like, hey, if you like World of Warcraft, you should play Final Fantasy. If it's like, yeah, but these games are so similar, I could learn Final Fantasy and I could play Final Fantasy, but why wouldn't I just play WoW since they're so similar? Like, why would I? It's, you know, you, especially if you're talking about MMORPGs. MMORPGs take like hundreds of hours to be fun because you need to have all of that time into it. So it's just one of those things where if it's like a short-term game, so let's say you play like Vampire Survivor, right? And you thought Vampire Survivor was fun, and then you hear about that game Megabonk that people are talking about, and it's like, yeah, Megabonk is like Vampire Survivor, but it's 3D. It's like, oh shit, I like Vampire Survivor and I put 20 hours into it. You can like play it and then have fun right away. You just immediately have fun. There's no waiting. You don't have to like think about, oh, like, is this game going to be fun? Like, yeah, right, like, boom, you're having fun. Whereas again, MMORPGs, they take time. So I find saying like, oh, you would like this game because you like this MMORPG is really weird, because I feel like it doesn't really work. You need to do something like very different to kind of pull somebody in. Anyway, I'm in the Cult Slayer Barbarian, and I kind of like the idea of going the Paladin Destiny, so you also the Amp and getting, but I'm wondering if I'm wasting any time. I'm just playing for fun if that changes anything. No, that's fine. Well, the thing about the Paladin and the amplification is you only need 11 points in Divine Crusader to get that. Right? So you can have 3 different trees, Zypra. And so because you can have 3 trees, you can use Divine Crusader, but the healing amplification, that's like the 3rd core this point here, which is 11 points in the tree. So you don't have to use the Divine Crusader the whole way. You can just use 11 points here, get the healing amplification, and then use another tree if you like. You could use the Fury of the Wild tree to get yourself the free passive healing from the mantle, although I don't recommend that. You could use, well, yeah, you can just do, there's a whole bunch of different options. You could also just use Consecrate if you really like it for the healing, which is what several people will do, although not necessarily for the healing, mostly because it's a stun and has some debuffs or buffs. But yeah, when it comes to, oh, he's over here. Oh, when it comes to doing that, yeah, Divine Crusader is really good and useful on every character. The nice thing about Epic Destinies is that changing them is really simple. You can like turn on Divine Crusader and get some of the healing effects, and then if you realize, oh, I actually don't need this because I've got a lot of healing already, then you can just turn it off and like respec the points and spend your points somewhere else. It's not like Barbarian where you had to pick your class, and then, you know, your class is kind of stuck with you. You can change your Epic Destinies whenever you want. It just costs a little bit of gold.
In a barrel. Catch! Get him, lads!
Screams Urk as he tosses down a smoke bomb. The shrill voices of more goblins.
Anyway, so yeah.
The goblin crumples in a heap. Now that you have time to catch,
I said there was, you can wiki and bring up the user ran official wiki. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do like that element of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 expansion came out yesterday, right?
You've reached Isabet, but all is not well.
A very complex build system at the end game is not great once you do anything. Fully free to play, no stress. Yeah, I've heard about Warframe being like totally free to play. Cogs 15s starting with Smash and Burn. That's because I started disliking the direction WoW was going in. Oh yeah, and that's totally fair. I'm just saying, like, if you're having, like, you started playing Final Fantasy XIV because you disliked something with WoW. What I'm saying is, imagine you're playing WoW and you're having fun. You're still enjoying yourself. And then a friend comes up to you and goes, hey, you really like WoW. Maybe you'll like Final Fantasy XIV. And then they're like, you're like, okay, well, what's cool about it? And they go, well, it's got dungeons and it's got raids and it's the same as WoW in terms of the character design. Like, not the visuals, but like the fact that you just kind of like pick a character class and then it just builds it for you. Like, you don't choose what skills you have. And it's like, oh, okay. And you just kind of go. Are you gonna swap? So like, oh, it's kind of the same.
In the distance,
and it gets even worse when people make direct comparisons.
Since you like DDO, you should try Minecraft. It's completely different.
True. It's like completely different. Another example would be
prying it open could create
Star Wars The Old Republic is a really cool game. But Star Wars The Old Republic is like so World of Warcraft. It's basically World of Warcraft, right? And so what I mean by that is several of the classes can be compared one-to-one with World of Warcraft classes, and they have the same physics engine. No, getting chain knocked down sucks here, man. I think I'm gonna die? Huh. Okay, I made it. We're good. Okay. I can't believe I didn't die there. I really thought I was going to, but fortunately the sorcerer came and saved my life.
Fight for damage.
Holy shit, dude. That was crazy.
It's blocked by a wall.
I did not expect to get chain knocked down by the raptors. They literally like timed it, so I was getting knocked down into knockdown into knockdown. That's wild.
Silver padlock. The key may be hidden somewhere among the shipments, or perhaps you can find them.
There's a way to scale the smite to get it. If I get it from level 20 barb, the smite scales off of. If you get it from the tree, it says in the description it uses your character level instead of your barbarian level. So if you get it from Divine Crusader, it is going to scale because it's going to be scaling off of your character level. So yes. So yes, it scales off of Barbarian because yes, that's how it works. Maybe take Adrenaline for the strike. You can still use Adrenaline. That's good. Again, the benefit of these things is you can try out a bunch of different stuff. I personally don't like Adrenaline. I find Adrenaline to be clunky, especially when Quick Cutter exists. Quick Cutter is the other option. Instead of Adrenaline, thought it was only level 5. No, you're good. When it comes to Quick Cutter versus Adrenaline, those are the two options out of the tree. Quick Cutter is currently very, 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 very good for everybody. So that's another thing that's big and different. Hardest part of getting MMO is, do people care? Like, getting level 9 is cool, and people care. Is the most coming out and there's no investment? I think it depends. I can't speak to old school RuneScape because I have not played old school RuneScape. Unfortunately, I don't really like RuneScape. I don't find it that fun. And I think that's because I've just had a lot of bad experiences of playing RuneScape as a kid. And some people will have a bad experience and it makes them want to go back into it even harder and try to do something. I am not like that. If I have a bad experience, I'm like, damn, that was a bad experience, and I walk away from it forever. Not forever, but for a long time. And so playing RuneScape as a kid, again, I'm talking like 2003, 2004. So like literally as a kid, and having the experience of spending a bunch of time, like I didn't have a lot of computer time, so spending a lot of time like doing a bunch of rune crafting, and then having the realization that when you die, you drop everything on the ground. And so I spent a bunch of time doing the rune crafting so I could try to do magic, and then I lost all my materials, and then I had to go spend the precious small amount of time I had on the computer, again, going and farming out a bunch of crap so I could try again. And I was like, well, I'm done with this game forever. Sounds good. I remember from playing Asheron's Call 1, where when you would die, you would drop your most expensive items would drop on your character corpse, and you'd have to go like collect your corpse to get your items back. And that was a pretty punishing mechanic. So RuneScape turning it up to 11, saying, no, every item you own drops on the ground. I was like, ooh, that's too punishing for me. I don't like it. And I actually personally still don't like games that do that. So that's a really hard sell for me, of like when you die, you lose literally everything you have farmed out for X number of hours of gameplay. I just personally don't really like that. So yeah, I can't, I don't see myself playing like RuneScape at any point in the future. It was the same thing that happened to me actually with Pokemon Legends Arceus. So you might be like, oh, so you don't like the Dark Souls games? Well, the Dark Souls games are different. You don't lose your swords, you don't lose your spells, you don't lose like other things, you lose like your money, and that is annoying. But you can get it back, and most of the time you can. It's not like something is like gone forever. So you can usually get that stuff back like pretty easily because you still have all your stuff. So as long as you're not like really bad at the game, you can go and like find your items again and like pick them up and put them back on. So like that's not or like not find your items, but find your souls and get them. So it's not that big of a deal. But if it's like, oh, well, your items are gone, well, you don't have any gear, you don't have any equipment. So if you die in a crazy dungeon with crazy high powerful monsters, well, you either need to have a friend who can come and help you, or you just have to resign yourself to the fact that you're not getting this stuff ever again. And to me, I find that's like way too punishing. And so it came to a head for me. I mean, the most recent time I experienced this was with, again, Pokemon Legends Arceus, where for reasons I can't explain to you, and I do not know why it was designed this way, in Pokemon Legends Arceus, when you all your Pokemon run out of health or whatever, in a regular Pokemon game, you drop some of your money and you go to the Poke Center. In Legends Arceus, you drop 80% of your inventory and you can't pick it up. Instead, the inventory drops on the ground for another player who is also playing the game. So they have to go to that part of the world, they have to find your inventory, and then they have to pick it up and give it to you. But you can only collect it if they have Nintendo Online. So that way, when they, which is a paid service, so they have to pay for Nintendo Online, then they have to pick it up, and you have to pay for Nintendo Online, which means you have to pick it up. So spending 3 hours farming for Pokeballs, because I was like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with this, and I hadn't died yet, and then I die in the game and I lose 80% of that, I was like, I'm done with the game forever. Nope. I just wasted 3 hours because I died. Stupid. Bad game. Nah, and I'm never going to play that game ever again. Just, like, what a fucking stupid decision. So yeah. Stuff like that just really gets on my nerves. To cater more to people that hate these sturdy buttons and good DPS and raids. Yeah, the problem I always had with Guild Wars 2, Wraith Callers. The only problem I had with Guild Wars 2 is visibility. They don't have any color blindness settings, and there's like millions of rings on the ground, and you can't tell what's dangerous or safe to stand in. The last time I rage quit playing Guild Wars 2 was because I went to do a dungeon, and it was like this big, there was like this big tower that you had to do. It was for like the main story quest. It was basically this like big tower that you had to climb up, and it like reset every hour, and you had to find other people to do the tower with because you couldn't really do it solo. If you play Guild Wars 2, you'll know what I'm talking about, but I don't. It was like some big tower in a swamp that was like a dungeon with like these bosses that would respawn. It wasn't like, and it was like these people, these like machine monsters going up. Anyway, my main quest said I had to beat it, so I was trying to do it. But like, I would just die to stuff that I could not physically see because Guild Wars 2 has this really horrible quality of using translucent red and orange rings to indicate damaging effects, which to me is just invisible. So I would just be like sitting there, like trying to dodge out of things I can't see. It's like I'm playing with both my eyes tied behind my back, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no color blindness settings in the game. So I really struggle with like going to and the other thing too is they don't delineate between player skills and enemy skills. So like I've watched people do like some of the cool looking raids in the game, but the problem with the raids is that like if somebody uses like let's say an ally puts a circle on the ground, it heals, and an enemy puts a circle on the ground that damages, you cannot see the difference between those two things. If you're me, I just see two circles, and I just have to assume all of them are dangerous, so I don't stand in any of them, and then which means like you're not getting healing, you're not getting buffs, you're not getting extra secondary effects because there's no way to see it from my perspective. So yeah, I don't know why it's designed like that, but it is designed like that. Which, like, as I said, I'm not saying game is bad. If people can enjoy it and have a good time, like, that's good. But until video game companies figure this stuff out, I unfortunately can't get the chance to experience them. That's why I appreciate games like DDO, where they use like secondary effects as visuals, like Ice Storm. Not only has like the box around it, so you know that there's an ice storm, but also ruinous schemes. Not only does it have like the circle around it, but also there's ice falling from the sky. Even if I have no color blindness, I can see what's happening. But like a translucent circle that is almost impossible to identify what it's supposed to be, with like 8 of them stacked on top of each other, I just can't do it.
This was not the only forge wraith. More still lurk in the cogs, driven by their never-ending.
They changed how that works in RuneScape? How did they change it? See, I don't mind extraction shooters, which is really weird because that's the whole point, is the risk-reward mechanic. Like the game up front is saying risk-reward mechanic. So it's like the idea is you're supposed to get in and get resources. You're scarce on resources. There's like a story element as to why you don't have this stuff, and you want to make sure you're managing it. So from a story perspective, it makes sense that you can get these things back. Same thing with like survival games. If you die and lose all your stuff in a survival game, that's like the intent of the game. It's like right on the front of the box. It tells you this is what's going to happen. So you have to be mentally prepared for that. Other video games that, like, why is it that the penalties for dying are the same in like Ark or Rust or whatever, where you start on the beach again and you have nothing? Why is that penalty the same as Pokemon Arceus? One is a survival game where you're trying to beat the elements and survive against all odds using and starting from nothing, and the other one is Pokemon. It doesn't make sense, but for some reason, that's the way it's designed. Stuff like previously, it's either in a gravestone for 15 minutes or transfers to location you can play a small fee to get back. Well, at least it's better than the way it used to be. Have you tried not being colorblind? I have tried. Yeah.
Are gathered inside this spacious chamber, rigging explosives to a large heap of boulders.
And a lot of survival games do have that as an option. Yeah. It's impossible to retrieve your items. Yeah. As I said, for me, it's mostly like, at the very least, that is an issue, but you know the issue
Now you have a chance to find out more about the
going into it. Like, you know that you are aware of the risk before something happens, and it's really important for you to like be hyper vigilant about this thing. To be hyper vigilant. And like or they give you the opportunity where like the game is really hard at the beginning, so you die pretty early into the experience, and it's on your second try or your third try that you actually get somewhere and you make some positive progress, and then you go, okay, cool, now I'm learning, now I know this is what I need to do, now I know this is what I need to do. Again, to me, I don't have too much of a problem with that. It's when it's other games where it's not inherently obvious that like the consequences are that dire for making a mistake or a slip up.
Opens and fiends flood into the ruin.
Now this portal to Kyber is mine. Demons!
Anyway, all of this is to say, yes, I am a big baby, and I don't like when I lose all of my stuff when I die. Maybe this is a me problem, but I just don't like that. So which is why I avoid certain video games that just have this obsession with taking everything away from you when you die. Like, you already died. Isn't that not a big problem? You have to start again?
And the remaining demons are thrown back into the depths.
And for reference, taking 16 or 18 and doing Sharn 16s. I like roguelikes, actually, because again, it's on the cover of the box. Like, you buy the video game at the video game store or whatever, and you read the box and it says you die, you lose everything. So there's no mystery. It's not obfuscated information that there's a big consequence for death. Oh, I don't need this skill. I don't need tumble anymore. Cool. Did I take greater single weapon fighting, which is good, and dust to dust. Ooh, dust to dust. New Warlock spell added to my Warlock spell book. And I'll take hold person mass, I guess.
Everyone at Morgrave University is talking about Vecna and the Codex of the Infinite Planes. Board the Morgrave University air shuttle in Sharn.
Yeah.
And speak to Sephelsis.
Oh yeah, sorry. I
outside
apologies.
Larry
I
Hall
in
to
the,
learn
all
more.
the time. So I apologize to YouTube chat. I was looking at something on my other monitor because I was looking at Night Rebels and I didn't see YouTube chat. So apologies. So what's up, Rachel, Nathan, Daruti? How you guys doing? And the two people that came over to Twitch because I was not watching the chat. So apologies for that. I try to keep a better hand on it, but I did not today. I was too busy yelling about my problems with losing all your stuff when you die in video games that it's not clear. If you're in a death loop, you can opt out to call for help and people will help you get your stuff back. Yeah, so like I said, community engagement, like that's because everybody knows that that is like an issue. So there is like a rallying cry where you can, yeah, you can call for help and people will assist you in those circumstances. Unless they can't assist you in those circumstances, then you kind of run into a bigger problem there, but hopefully they can. Or just business? No. Items, but lose everything and never see it again? Kind of lame. Yeah. Like I said, I just don't like that style of mechanic.
They'll capture that fractious wizard any moment now. We'll be departing shortly.
But again, this is not me saying that that type of mechanic is bad in certain circumstances. Like I said, when it's like upfront and it makes sense in terms of context of what you're doing with the game. And again, great example is all your survival games. So again, not saying survival games are bad or that people that play survival games are bad or anything like that. I think those are cool game types, and they give you the ability to kind of do something that you don't normally do in games. For me, it's mostly just about the I'm good. I'm being shot by everybody. It's just when it's not inherently clear that this is going to be a circumstance that you're going to have to deal with as a player. Again, if a regular video game is not outwardly telling you this is more punishing than Dark Souls, I think the developers might have missed the mark on what they were doing something with. I actually don't know what happens if you die in Legends ZA, the new Pokemon game, if you lose everything as well. If that's the case, I probably won't play that game either. Because I've seen some gameplay footage, and it looks fun. Yeah, just... It's like that sort of style of play just kind of tilts me off a cliff. It's one of the reasons why like I appreciate modern games that are pretty liberal with their auto-saving features, because I am forgetful, so I don't save as often as I should when I play video games. Even when I play video games where I should save constantly, for example, like when I play Pathfinder and stuff, I try to save every like 8 seconds when I play that game, because sometimes you just touch a thing and it instantly deletes your entire computer, and you know, it's like, hey, all your characters died or permanently deleted all their items or some nonsense. So you're like, okay, I gotta save constantly. And even then, sometimes you start spacing out, you don't save, and then you go, okay, well, I'll just reload something, and you don't have an auto save for like 30 minutes. And it's really hard to be like, replay the last 30 minutes. So it's tough. It's tough to have, for me, for my brain, I don't like having to like replay stuff. It's just not something I personally like very much. So I like when games have like relatively liberal autosaves and features of that. Not a fan of the one save difficulty mode. Personally, no, I don't really want to play it that much. Mostly, I think the main reason why I don't like playing honor mode in a game like Baldur's Gate is because there's kind of like... I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. I kind of like to play video games where I get to experience the content. So where you get to like see what is happening and then kind of react to it. I like when there's reactive elements to gameplay, and Baldur's Gate 3 is not a reactive game, so like you can't beat honor mode on your first playthrough of the game, if that makes sense. You can do it on your multiple playthroughs where you've like played through the game, you've played through on Tactician, you know what's going to be in each room, what the bosses are all going to do, what things you need to do. But there are a lot of circumstances where, like in Baldur's Gate, where you walk into a room and then you kind of instantly lose, reload your save, and then now you know what's going to kill you, and then you have that experience. And so, but the reason why it's designed like that, and I'm not saying this is even bad, it's D&D. You want to have some level of prep before what you're going into or what you're going to be doing. But yeah, when it comes to stuff like honor mode, where it's like, well, you know, oh, if you didn't know you could do this specific thing, or there's this specific trick, this boss fight becomes like, if you do a trick, you can make the boss fight easier. If you don't, it's borderline impossible and you're gonna lose all your characters. Stuff like that is personally not something I enjoy as much.
Give them a lesson in civilized behavior. The Sky Coach flies off, and the lone remaining Vaunt security officer springs to the attack. With the battle won, you search the Sky
As I said,
Coach
I like hardcore game modes and things where you know, only have like one life to live. So like playing all the ARPGs with a hardcore difficulty, doing roguelikes is also fun. Like an easy example is the first time that you play like Slay the Spire. I'm sure many of you have played Slay the Spire before. If you play the Slay the Spire, you can have a pretty good time playing the game. You have the little fights, you're collecting cards, you're kind of building your deck, you're going through, you're having some fun. And then as you get later on in the game and you get all the way to the end of it, you end up running across the final boss, which is the heart. If you kind of, not on your first playthrough, you can't fight the boss, the heart on your first playthrough, but on your future playthroughs, you can fight the heart. And the heart fight is just some bullshit. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's definitely, it's very doable. Lots of different decks can do it, and combinations. There's a lot of ways to do it. But like,
this must be the place where Evan went for a drink.
It does require specific strategies, or strategies that are catered to a specific thing. Like, it's like, oh, if you play too many cards, your turn is over. Also, if you play too many cards, you die. Also, if you like, so if you have like an infinite strategy, it immediately falls apart against the heart because you can't just cycle through your deck, which again is totally fair to have as a final boss. But the first time you go against it, you're not going to be prepared and it's going to obliterate you. But something like that is okay because you got to have fun the entire time while playing, and that experience was an optional boss. So you get to be like, oh, I'm now experiencing this optional thing, and it was really, really hard, and okay, my build couldn't beat it, but now it's on your mind. You're like, okay, how am I going to do that? Now you're planning for it. Now you want to figure it out. But like, imagine doing that, but versus something like Baldur's Gate 3, where it feels like it's like a lot of the boss fights end up in this scenario where you're trying to figure out how you're going to overcome a boss fight that has some bullshit mechanic, and it's pretty much every boss fight. Also, you've already been playing the game for like 60 hours. Like, the time differential is a big one in my opinion. Like, if I'm playing Slay the Spire, a Slay the Spire run lasts like maybe 2 hours. If I go into, if I'm playing Baldur's Gate and I don't have a way to deal with, I'm going to be honest, I haven't played enough Baldur's Gate. I only beat it one time. If you go and play Baldur's Gate and you get against, who are some of the final bosses? I don't know. Like, you do like the Orin the Red boss fight, but you're not prepared for like the transformation section, and then you just kind of get like giga obliterated instantaneously. And then you're like, well, run's over. It's pretty wild. So that being said, I personally don't like the honor modes, and I have no intention of ever playing it. That, and also, it's a D&D game, so RNG does play a factor in these things as well.
Like that, doing in a place like this, you find yourself in a small corner of the
before the fight even starts. Yeah, you can also do stuff like that.
If your suspicions are correct,
again, but like, do you see what I mean? It's like, yeah, just take the NPC and throw them into the bottomless pit near the fight. That does work, absolutely. That will solve all of your problems. But like,
how's the weather topside?
You have to like think and know to do something like that to solve this problem.
Ash de Therashk, bounty hunter.
I'm sure you could pickpocket it or something. People have probably figured out these things.
Maybe you could help.
You know, if you kill Scrappy and just misses standing where the shrine spawn, you get trapped inside the shrine and can't move. Oh, I didn't know that, but I'm glad to know it.
At first, Lady Thora gapes at you
Yes, I
like
did
a
win DDO.
startled deer. Then she sighs with exasperation.
Cursed contractors. If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself.
But yeah, then you can throw the stone down there and get a game over. Ah, perfect. Anyway, it's not my cup of tea, but I'm glad that other people can enjoy it. I have played Baldur's Gate 1 on normal, and then, or Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 3 on normal, and then I'm like most of the way through the game on a technician run. And so I don't mind hard modes, because hard modes just means you have to deal with like a few extra mechanics. Like a great example is, I'm playing Pathfinder right now, and I played it initially on the normal, not on normal, on the daring mode, which is a step above normal. But now I'm playing on core difficulty, and core difficulty is like so much harder. It's so much harder, and I didn't realize how much harder it was going to be before I started playing it. But so there are situations where like I have to reset when I get into a room because I did not realize what was going to be there. But it's also not so hard that there's only one strategy that works, which is nice. It feels like I can actually like choose to do individual things, because that's, you know, that being said, there's like, I don't want to say there's only one strategy that works. Obviously, I'm sure there are videos of people beating honor mode with different types of strategies and stuff. But it's all about the level of like build craft that you need to do to kind of come up with some of these ideas and some of these builds. There's like the obvious stuff of play Paladin because Paladin is good, and multi-class these 8 classes for this specific combo with this item, this weapon, this upgrade, this thing. And then if you combine all of these things together, you make Exodia. Which is also cool, and I'm not saying it shouldn't exist in games. I think it's very, very cool. But there's like a big difference between like those two skill levels, and I like it when games lean more towards the left side of the spectrum for the harder modes as opposed to the right side of the spectrum.
One of Sharn's most powerful men has turned against Lucien Vaunt and has selected you.
Again, when it comes to it's the same thing with like Pathfinder, where the last has Lanty mode, where you can't you can only save, but you can't like load, and if you die, it's over. Again, I don't think that there's anything wrong with those game modes. I just personally don't enjoy them that much. Plus, also like another issue is the level of attention to detail you have to have. Like, bro, imagine for a moment. Because like Baldur's Gate 3 is like still a buggy fucking mess. Like there's so many skills that don't work, or like not don't work, but like weird bugs you can encounter in which like your characters move somewhere they're not supposed to, or like kind of get knocked out of bounds, or you cast a spell on an enemy, but then the character like doesn't cast the spell because of like a weird movement interaction. A lot of movement stuff is really buggy, or like enemies shoot you through walls. Enemies can still shoot you through walls in Baldur's Gate 3 because a lot of the seams in the game are not put together. So for example, if you have like this wall seam right here where it's like the 2 walls coming like this, enemies can see through the wall seams all over the place in Baldur's Gate 3, and they will shoot you through walls. And imagine like that happens to you on your honor mode run. Like that would just like blow my mind, where you click a thing and then you lose because of like a weird game bug.
Gives way beneath your feet. The rumble and clank of machinery grows louder as you move further down the passage.
Again, I think it also has to do with like the length of the game. That also makes it more difficult.
The room begin to rupture and steam hisses from cracks. Another pipe breaks, and the machinery itself begins to shudder.
Also, like hard parts versus hard game. So like as an example,
pulling the final lever,
and one of the reasons why I think Slay the Spire, which I'm gonna glaze here, does a really good job of this, which is that if you play Slay the Spire, in that video game,
arcane lightning crackles through the grating as the
it's not like the bosses are the only hard part. The bosses are hard for sure, but like when you're going through, sometimes you can fight enemies that might give your specific card type a lot of trouble. Like if you don't have a way to deal with like, once you hit Act 2, you don't have to wait to deal with like the bird bosses, or like the bird monsters, for example, where you have to hit them multiple times to knock them down. If you don't have a way to deal with that, they do so much damage and they can instantly wreck you and be just as hard as one of the bosses if you just don't have the specific cards for it. And so the whole game is challenging. So there are some times where you are playing and it feels like you have these hard points which are boss fights, but a lot of the time it's a struggle the whole way through. Whereas I find the issue with a game, again using an example like Baldur's Gate 3, is that most regular fights against regular enemies are going to be completely trivial. A bunch of goblins or some normal guys or some shadows or some regular undead are not going to cause you any trouble. What might cause you trouble is when you go up against a boss that dominates one of your player or one of your party members, or instantly does some like layer action that controls everything, and then all of a sudden you like lose on the first turn because of just one thing that happens. And so it's very spiky difficulty, which makes some elements like that where, you know, you can play for 60 hours not really running into any trouble whatsoever, and then you hit that one moment that like rips your team apart. Yeah, poison build with artifact mobs. Yep. Maverick Hunter, you said that Dwarf Axe was superior to the Bastard Sword, but you're using the Bastard Sword for the look. Why is Dwarf Axe a better weapon? So at the time, it's just because of the amount of damage that it does. Crit multiplier is more important in most cases than critical threat range. And right now, that's even still true, because one of the best melee attacks in the game is Quick Cutter, which is a melee attack that gives you a whole bunch of critical threat range. So Dwarven War Axes getting more critical multiplier ends up making them just stronger than Bastard Swords in general. That's pretty much it. Critical multi is just more impactful. The reason why critical multi is more impactful is, in theory, they do the same amount of damage, like over time. If you take like the damage curve of like how much damage your character's going to do over a minute, they're the same. But the big difference is that if you get a crit with the Dwarven War Axe, it does more damage, which might one-shot a monster, whereas the crit on the Bastard Sword might not one-shot a monster. And so if you can kill something right away, that's going to be more impactful than if it takes you two crits to be able to kill something. So yeah, DDO, like burst damage, is just also more impactful than DDO, so crit multi usually comes out on top. There are exceptions to this, but between Dwarven War Axe and Bastard Sword, I prefer Dwarven War Axe. But I like the look of Bastard Swords because the idea of having a big sword is very cool. Now that being said, once you get to endgame, there are, depending on what weapons are available, Bastard Swords or Dwarven War Axes might be better. So for example, on my Paladin, I'm using a Bastard Sword that is extremely powerful for the endgame, but it's more of a utility weapon that has like paralyzing and slow and other stuff, and there just is no Dwarven War Axe equivalent, so that's what I wanted. So even though I could use a Dwarven War Axe and do more damage, I went with the Bastard Sword because there's a specific sword that has a specific effect that does specifically what I want. And so that can also be the circumstance when it comes to like the ultra end game, where you're like, okay, I'm gonna raid, I want to do the high end content. What weapon am I going to use? And then that you can kind of build your character around that. I don't think right now there's any major Dwarven War Axes, but I could be wrong. 2 for difficulty. It's so far dying, and then probably uninstall the game. Yep. Proudest gaming achievement. Oh yeah, but the problem with that is that the easier way to do it is to just like play the game on hard mode, learn all the fights, and then do it on the tactician mode.
Simple enough that a brute with absolutely
That's the hard part.
no arcane training can use it. My charming assistant.
That true, yeah. On Paladin, for Paladin, yeah, it was a non-option because I don't have 12 racial points to spend. But if I did have 12 racial points to spend, I still wouldn't do it because I want to have high charisma on a Paladin.
But you'll notice it still casts the spell, even when misused in such a wasteful manner. Cool, unbelievable. The troll says, crestfallen.
Freedom!
What's going on?
Cosmetic passes is hilarious. I agree, yeah.
Lucian Vaughn crumples with a cry of anguish on his lips. He died as he
Single one fighting hand and half weapons.
Spectacular.
You get double strike, and you get strike through, and you get the attack speed. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to be redoing the Maverick Hunter build because it is not up to date with the modern, just the modern stats that we have and some of the changes. Like Macro Tech is not in there. So I will be doing a playthrough. I'm actually doing the solo guided playthrough for this year. We'll be done with the Artificer, and it should be a good time. Unfortunately, I'll do a Warforged build, which means I'll actually have 2 solo guided playthroughs that I'll have played, both as Warforged. It is what it is. Yep, exactly as Cheerior said. So weapon fighting feats, perfect two-handed fighting, and two-handed fighting specialty gives you like 200 and or like 180 strike through, as well as all single weapon fighting, which is good. Cogs 16s starting with scavenger hunt. Oh good, I'm glad I didn't climb over that. I wanted to loot the final chest. I was worried I would have climbed over that. Anyway, my point is, I think it's really cool that people do those types of accomplishments, but I don't love the, like, banging your head against the wall style that in my youth I used to like. I like my games challenging, but not impossible. That is the level that I personally choose to play at in my old age. I'm getting old, man. My reflexes, they ain't what they used to be. Ignore the fact that I'm talking about a turn-based game. So yeah. Well, the reason why... Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. So I don't mind banging my head against the wall when it comes to FromSoft games. And the main reason is because most of the time, those fights, you just have to get better at the game and then they get easier. I think about FromSoft games like I think about Donkey Kong Country. So like, when I was a kid, we had Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo. Now, some of you guys might not be aware of what Donkey Kong Country was. Donkey Kong Country was hard as fuck, okay? You might be like, it wasn't, this from Tom. Donkey Kong Country was not that hard. Yeah, okay, go do the fucking snow barrel levels, all right? Or some of the minecart crap. And then go to Donkey Kong Country 2 or Donkey Kong Country 3 and start to run through some of these levels that are just... Like, again, it's not impossible, but my god, they were challenging. And people today, you can pick up one of these games and you'll get stuck on some levels for like over an hour as you're just like constantly dying over and over trying to get through certain sections. The entire, all the B levels can go straight to hell in Donkey Kong Country 2. So like, again, really, really good game. Amazing music. Like visual clarity that had never been seen before on the Super Nintendo, and left a mark on gaming history. But some of those levels are hard. They were hard. As a big grown-up who's played a lot of video games, I don't struggle with those games anymore. As a kid, I had a lot of trouble, but after playing so many games and learning just the platforming feels, I've just gotten enough better at it that it's not really that big to go back to. Similarly, if I play Dark Souls 1, I don't die to like any of the bosses anymore, except for some of the ones that get kind of annoying with some of the visuals. So for example, like Centipede Demon, because it's just jumping all over the place and it's covering your screen so you can't even see what you're actually looking at. So some stuff like that where like the boss arena kind of is what kills you. Or Demon Fire Sage, where it just does a lot of damage, so if you get hit you kind of just die in one hit. But pretty much everything else in Dark Souls 1, I beat without any trouble, and I know this because my girlfriend has Dark Souls 1 on her Nintendo Switch, and she had never beaten the game before, but she wanted to see all the bosses. So I like took her save and continued playing the game. The magma must flow. And even with like, I didn't customize the character or do anything, I just went through and beat all the rest of the bosses, which again, only having a few deaths on some of the bosses I just previously mentioned. Like, I remember the first time I played Dark Souls, Seath the Scaleless was like so hard. Oh my god, it took me so many tries. Why did I think Seath the Scaleless was hard? You just wait for him to breathe. You just like go and hit him, then get out. He breathes at his feet, and then you go back in and get him. It's not that bad. So like, yeah, it was just one of those things where like going back to it, it's just really not as big of a deal. Similarly, during the summertime, I played a bunch of Archipelago runs. Archipelago is a method of connecting video games together. So I would play with my friends where everybody's playing like a randomized version of their game, and the items that you need are in other people's games. So if I am playing Dark Souls, I might need a key to get into a zone. So let's say I can't get through a door until I find a key. Well, my friend is playing Super Metroid, and they got to beat Ridley to get that key. But to beat Ridley, they need the Varia Suit. And another friend is playing Pokemon Emerald, and Varia Suit is locked behind the third gym. And so you can like kind of play different video games with other people. And the number of times where it would be like, cool, who's the first boss? Oh my god, who like Osiris being the first boss was a real pain in the ass. Having Gale Phase 2 or Phase 3 as the first boss, replacing Gundyr, sick, awesome, love that. But like, after a while, you just kind of get used to it. It's just, you get used to it, and now it's not as challenging anymore. So like, I like the FromSoft games because there is like, when people say like skill issue, like, yeah, true. You do eventually just get better at these games, and as you get better at these games, they just get easier over time. Security detail. And tried the new raid on R1 on Lammy last night. 6-man it. Updated mechanics are very nice. Oh wait, Lamania is up right now. Is it? I didn't know. I thought Lamania was last week. I didn't know Lamania was up. It was up last night. Yeah, it was D&D last night for me. Oh, hold on. DDO Lamania. Hold on. I literally didn't notice. I wasn't home last night, so this makes sense. Preview 2. New loot and new raid. Ludendorff Hall. Blah, blah, blah. There are no changes in the notes for this preview. Preview 1, bug fixes and adjustments to raid and raid loot. See relevant threads for details. Okay. So I didn't read this. Useless strategy raid relentless. The named items that drop in the chest can be found in the loot guide. New Victranium crafting, blah, blah. Changes to preview 1. Fixed number of item type and augment slots and new raid items. If any is still wrong, let us know. Fix the damage and delivery of the new revel effects found in the raid loot. Yeah, because a bunch of them didn't work. The orb one didn't function at all. The damage proc for revel and blood magic has been listed as on spell crit, is now smaller number and on spell damage. We hope the crit working for this preview, but it isn't in, so we're changing it to something that does already work. Okay. Probably still bad, so we'll see. And then the raid. Adjust the hit points on the artist, brain, and jar to the correct values. Again, I'm 99% certain they just accidentally left a 0 in there. Adjust the artist and brush boss fight mechanics. Yeah, the boss fight is just tank and spank, so hopefully it is no longer just tank and spank. I didn't get the chance to play, so again, I don't know. Reduce the spell point drain from failing mechanic in the Mudman room to a more reasonable number. We're still open to feedback. The mechanics from the last phase of Juggernaut that were not present in 1 has been completely introduced in this preview. Adjusted monster statting. Raise damage for statues. Scythe is no longer damageable in the last phase of the raid. It is intended to be a hazard. Oh, 10 to 15 million? Okay. Well, the final boss ignores fortification, right? Wait, the boss has different health values? Maybe it's because of mechanics?
You've defeated all the forge wraiths in the room, though more can be seen lurking outside in the distance.
So what you're saying is barbarian tank meta is back? Just have 20,000 hit points, way easier. Yep, barb tank meta. Playing Warforged? Man, the things people do for fortification. To be fair, you get a lot of fortification. As I mentioned before, I actually don't mind stuff like that. Like the boss just is able to crit you is just a mechanic that you have to deal with. I kind of like that. It's like, okay, this is what this boss does. This is the scary part about this boss.
You expected to find Forge personnel hard at work in this wing. Instead, you see an old woman pacing back and forth while muttering to herself. Hostile security drones
Does not ignore dodge values? Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I did not know that. Yeah, hopefully the raid has some exciting elements to it. I didn't realize the menu was up right now. Relentless. So wait, when does that mean the raid is coming out? November 4th? When Night Revels ends?
The hapless student back to the entrance.
Yeah. And once learns patterns is pretty easy. Yeah, I could see that. Next week, barring issues, a week or two ago. Okay, so it's probably the Night Revels patch then, or like the patch that turns off Night Revels. Interesting. Alright, that's cool. When the raid comes out, I'll definitely be running it a few times on stream here. Going over and doing a bunch of the raids. Because, again, it's cool. Generally, like, cool things. I will say, personal opinion, the issue that I had with the raid, and I don't know if this gets solved, you guys who ran it yesterday, the issue that I have with the raid is that there isn't something for all 12 players to do. When you compare it to a raid like Den of Vipers, where all 12 players have to be doing stuff, because there's like monsters coming from all sides, ads you have to deal with, you have to DPS the boss, you gotta move the heads, healers gotta be doing stuff like crazy. Is that still something?
You teleport the hapless student
that did they work on that or no? Before man to R1? Well,
radiates from the sealed room at the end of the hall. You fall down a chute and tumble.
Yeah, you can't really 4-man R1 Den of Vipers. Maybe you could. No, probably not. Well, you need a lot of damage. No, you probably can't.
The student waves at you from behind the magic barrier. Thank the host, he cries.
2 ranged.
Send somebody. It's not what
you run out of lantern charges. Because there's like the time limit on lantern charges. Because even if you can go get them, you're just gonna run out of charges.
System compromised. Unauthorized crystal removal. Eliminate threat. You smash the shield guardian into a pile of debris.
Hello? 1, 3.
The barrier vanished.
Looks like there's no hard
Quickly,
DPS checks.
it says.
I
Unlock the
don't
security
mind
doors and get
that.
outta here. Careful though. Pulling the wrong lever will summon the authorities.
I don't mind that there's
Final
like
clink.
I don't think every
Locks
raid needs to have a hard
holding chance in
DPS
his cell
check.
spring open.
I think
Now
raids just need to
arrested
have like
advanced
either
student
enough
must
mechanics to
before
keep
he
people
gets into
entertained.
any
So again, an
trouble.
example would be like Hunter be Hunted.
Teleport
Hunter be
that
Hunted
helpless
doesn't have a
student
hard
back to the
DPS check.
entrance.
It has a hard mechanics check of the souls, and if you don't deal with them properly, you explode. Thank you. So yeah, I don't know. Not to Crucible? I always do Crucible. I'm a big fan of Crucible. Crucible good. For like me, I love from stuff games in reality. So my skill set is not up to the task. Elden Ring comes to mind too. Can't play. I play until I can't. Yeah, the nice thing about games like Elden Ring, I will say, is that you can kind of selectively choose the difficulty by choosing different character builds. As somebody who likes playing Magic in video games, playing Magic characters in Elden Ring is so much easier than playing like pure melees. Because if you're a Magic character, there's so many spells that you basically don't even need to point at the target to do damage, and they're quite good. That being said, there are some bosses that just screw you anyway. I'm thinking about like Consort Radon, where the boss is just kind of too fast. They're always in your face. But outside of like the Elden Ring DLC bosses, for the most part, the base game bosses, spells or like magic kind of lets you do whatever you want. Okay, where am I going? I need to go to Giant Hold, and I need to go to Mithranor. Builds in Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Oh yeah, I also like playing melee builds. The thing is, I am a spell sword. That's my favorite archetype to play in games. I like to swing sword and cast spell. That's what I like to do. It's one of the reasons why I'm playing melee Warlock. I like Eldritch Knight. I like all of those different character archetypes. I think they're really cool and really fun. So that's like my favorite way to play those types of games. But the benefit of that is that, you know, you get access to spells. And as I mentioned, spells are really good in those games. Mimi shields, yep. Quasi Strahd grip mechanic. Okay. Like I said, the first time that we played through it, obviously we were playing on normal difficulty, because there were only like 4 people that joined the group. And so it was just generally, there was just not a whole lot going on. Again, normal difficulty, totally fair. That maybe, you know, there could have been more if we had a higher difficulty or were doing more things. Although I was told that there were no differences between normal and elite or reaper, mechanics wise. So yeah. So I don't think we missed anything. There like literally wasn't anything going on. So Haiti Man with little magic is always fun. Yeah. Like I said, I like playing that type of character. So if whenever a new Souls game comes out, I'm always going to play the spell sword type character. I just think it's cool. That's just always the game type of character I like to play. It's the reason why, like, when I played Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous for the first time, I went through all of the character classes, and then I was like, oh, Magus, cast spells and attack in the same turn? Sick. Then I had the stupid decision to make my character a Dampier, and then I couldn't heal, and it was really frustrating the entire time I played the game. That's beside the point. I actually don't know anything about Rune Knight in Fighter. Think it'll... I know about Eldritch Knight. I am not familiar with the 5e Rune Knight. Rune Knight 5e. They get runes. Magic runes to enhance your gear. Oh, do you like enchant your gear? Oh, enchantment. I see. You have proficiency with smith tools. Learn to speak, write, and read giant. Finish long rest. You can do runes. Oh, you enchant runes under your gear that changes up the equipment. Okay. That's kind of cool. It's kind of neat. Die, everybody. Die. I'm passively AoEing you and there's nothing you can do about it. Eat passive AoE, buddies. Unrelated. I am working on a Warlock build. I'm cooking in the back. Because people have asked me on multiple occasions, hey Shrim, is Warlock good? There's now power and pact items for +3 imbue dice, which sounds pretty good. There's profane and artifact, Warlock base damage, and imbue dice. Is it good? A question I've been asked many times by many people. I don't know the answer, but I'm going to find out. So Stream is the character that I have as my racial completionist. I am going to be getting that character back to racial completionist. So off stream, I've actually been playing some DDO and I've just been leveling with it. I need 2 more Dampier lives and then I'll be back to completionist, or racial completionist. And then I will be turning that character into a Warlock. But this time, unlike the last time I played Warlock, I'm going to be focusing almost exclusively on the Eldritch Blast. The last time I played Warlock, I wanted to do it as the best Warlock you can be, which is, yeah, you Eldritch Blast, but mostly you get a bunch of spell crit multi and you cast Dragon Breath and some other bullshit. But they nerfed Holy Fireball and they nerfed Dragon Breath since then. So I'm like, all right, what can we do here? So I'm gonna give it a shot. I'll let you know. Acolyte of the Skin? No. It will be a Dampier, because the Dark Bargainer not only picks up more damage than other Warlocks, but having the evil damage scaling is way too good. Blaster lock again or melee lock, but then I struggle to understand what gear to use for leveling as melee lock. And it shows endgame gear. Oh, well, it's pretty easy to do melee Warlock. You just put on the melee gear and then also have whatever relevant spell powers you need. So, like, again, in this character, right, I've got, like, Bloodstone, which gives me Seeker, Deception, Accuracy, Deadly. So it's all the melee stats. Sick. Then, like, Charisma gear. Sick. And then I need Light spell power. Sick. So I put on, like, spell power items.
You hear a voice inside your
so
head.
this goes here.
You can rotate every piece of this mechanism, including both sources.
I've gotten the same puzzle the last like 4 times I've ran this dungeon, which is really funny.
Ah, well done. Now, at last,
now look up.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, there we go. Give me the chest. Working as well as one could hope. Yes. Non-resisted damage, as it turns out, is really good. What mantle with evil damage? Exalted Angel? I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna have to do the science on that one. That's probably going to be fine. It's probably fine, yeah. I don't see it as being really good, but I do see it as being fine at the very least, so we'll see how that goes. Full debuff for Warlock? No. Oh, I should have get away. I didn't have to. It was too short of a range. Amazing. Yeah, quick cutter good.
Falls to the ground, and the haze of
I need 15,000 XP. I guess I could just run Sand Asylum again. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, right, D-Door. D-Door. The Quest Bricker. Something like your old Death Knight build, but with changes. And then any general tips you have? One, I did a newer one using Sorcerer and Dampier. So you could do that. You could copy the Epic Destinies from that build if you want. But if you're looking at the old, like, Wizard version, yeah, the build is fine. I would just update the Epic Destinies to the more modern one that I used on the Sorcerer. The Epic abilities scale off the same stats, so it's not going to be any different. What do? Hey, Julian, how you doing? You know what? I'm gonna do good intentions on elite difficulty. Primal Avatar Mantle? Yeah, it's because you're supposed to do alignment type damage with the Heart Mantle, but it does not do alignment type damage at all. It doesn't work.
I have something to show you. With that,
So if you're a melee, you can proc all the damage, but you can't do it as a blaster.
Orban uses magically animated
Putzing around level 45. Holy shit, this guy levels. My god, man, that's crazy.
Animatic.
Cries the gnome.
My enchanted golem will change life in Stormreach forever.
Yeah, Bewitching Blast is very, very powerful. One of the main reasons why Bewitching Blast is so good is because not only is it powerful, so it does the 10% confuse, but it's 10% per individual target. So if I blast into a crowd of 8 guys, I'm going to confuse one every other blast, which is pretty good as it turns out.
Where's it going?
I didn't need to come over here, but I did anyway.
Oh, what's wrong with the crates?
The wizard describes the
Die, everybody. I'm a Warlock. From two-handed portion of power attack? No. That is specifically while using a two-handed weapon. Fun fact, hand wraps I don't know if they still do, but hand wraps used to apply because technically they are a two-handed weapon. It's like, I can't. Why didn't I check if this thing was here by scanning through the door? You know, we're doing it anyway. We're here. Solo, they are lying. Depends on where you go. So, although I'm curious, which quest couldn't you solo? If you don't mind me asking. You don't need to know the name. You can just like type in the general gist of it. Be like, it's the Angmar quest where you go to the big city and there's all the big elite troll guys and I couldn't beat them up. Is that not a solo quest? I feel like that's a solo quest. Yeah. Some of them, I will admit, are like quite difficult. But yeah, it should be. Yeah. Because there's some of them during the main quest that what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to use, they give you like an item that gives you like super stats so you can do it as a solo player. You don't need a group. So that is a thing that exists. But yeah. Yeah, some of the ones, especially once you get to Angmar, there's quite a lot of Angmar quests. That you can't, not you can't, you can solo them, but they are very annoying. For example, there's the Angmarim city of Dun Kovad, and you can do all of the quests that are in Dun Kovad and walk all the way through it, but then you get to the back, and you find there's the Iron Crown guys, and all of the Iron Crown guys are elite, and there's like a Giga Troll. Fortunately, it does demarcate the quest for you and say, hey, this is a group quest. You need like 6 guys to do it. Do you? I mean, I've soloed it, but it is designed for like 6 players. There's also a section where you have to go and kill several dragons in Angmar as well, in Eastern Angmar.
The barrels spring
and that area also is designed for multiple people. And then as you get to northeastern Angmar, there's like a million quests that are like, hey, by the way, if you're gonna do all of this, there's like a raid boss spider. There's the entire section around what is that dungeon's name? It's gonna come to me eventually. Oh, right. I have to click the third thing. This one, this one, this one. Yo.
You've obtained a beholder's
yeah, I gotta find Nibbles. Where's Nibbles?
Ingredients Orban needs to make the wand.
I haven't done this quest in such a long time. Oh no. Sometimes it's good to do quests you don't normally do. I remember doing Good Intentions every single past life because this was just one of the quests you needed to do, but I currently don't have as much recollection. Also, if you're wondering why I'm not killing everything, it's because it's just really annoying to kill all these things separately, and so being able to kind of group them up and then kill them all in one place is really nice. Sometimes, not all the time, I will use alerts to do this, because alerts increase the movement speed of monsters. So when there is like a red alert or a yellow alert, the monsters move faster, so they clump better for killing. Which is good for getting rid of large packs. It's kind of funny. But yeah, there's also the quest in Wrath Duath where you have to fight all the Merivale, where you have to like go in the cave, and there's all the like high level Merivale in there, and then the boss is like an elite with two guys next to it. That one's also tough. Oh yeah, corner pulling is like a staple of like tank. Is a staple tank skill in MMORPGs. If you like to play tanks and you're not familiar with corner pulling, a corner pull is where you grab aggro on monsters and then you move around a corner. By doing so, all of the ranged monsters can't see you anymore, so they must get into melee range to be able to, because let's say the ranged character is here. If I move here, they can't see me, so their AI puts them here to be able to see me, at which point now everything is clumped into one spot. Corner pulling is an essential skill that if you are somebody who likes to play tanks in MMORPGs, I highly, highly, highly recommend you learn how to corner pull. I didn't go talk to Dirk. That's right. Everybody knows that me, StreamTom, I am the classic red alert guy all the time. It's basically the only way that I play. I never ever fight any of the monsters. I just ignore all of them. Before attacking, he doesn't do his bat form immediately. Oh, interesting.
Dirk gives you a unicorn.
I find nowadays we have so much damage around level 11 that he usually instantly explodes because he only has like 1,000 health. Is this build of this Warlock available? No, not yet. I play the builds first and then I post them online, Kralik, so that way, if I make a terrible mistake in the build process, I run into it on stream as opposed to posting the build, and then you run into it, and then you go, oh man, stream, this is horrible. This build doesn't work, or there's a major malfunction. How do I fix it? And I'm like, I don't know, I didn't play it yet. So I always play it first, and then I post the builds afterwards. Yeah, Shirati Champion probably is the correct answer, but you don't get any imbue dice, which is how you scale Shirati, so it's hard to say.
I can't keep the animatic contained much
Yeah,
longer.
Tempest hand wraps, dude. And I found a class that clicks with you yet? Yeah, I will say also a lot of the classes, like, you'll know how a class feels by the time you get to like level 20, which isn't terribly long, but that's usually where you know, like, okay, this is everything that this character class does, this is what this character is going to be doing in the future, and you can kind of get a good feel for it, like I said, around level 20. This is not me saying that you have to level up everything to 20, but like if you play Minstrel and you only do the tutorial section on Minstrel, you might not realize that Minstrel is a like arcane god of destruction that rains death and hellfire upon their foes, and is one of the most powerful overworld characters and also one of the highest DPS characters in the entire game. Because at the beginning, you don't get any of those skills yet, but you do get them around like level like 14, 15.
There's no other way.
So that's usually where it's like basically complete. Once by the time you finish volume, like the first book, book 1 of the story, that will give you a good sense of like how the character is going to play. Man, not having an adamantine weapon sucks. Yeah, for those of you that have not heard, New World is in fact shuttering its doors. Not only is New World shuttering its doors, it is going to be available, according to Amazon, through 2026. So if you didn't get a chance to play New World and you wanted to, you have through the rest of 2026 to play it. You will not be able to play it after that. If you would like a refund, nope. And if you recently bought any of the in-game currency to use in their in-game store, no, you also don't get that back. They are not issuing refunds. I believe you cannot buy the game on Steam anymore, but you can still buy it on consoles if you want, although they do have a message directly on the front of it that says, hey, this game is turning off forever. You will no longer be able to play it. Oh, you can still buy it? Interesting. Interesting. Here, we can just check. I have Steam open. So we can just check here. New World. Eternum. Can you buy this? Notice is no longer releasing content updates, so they do have a notice here. You cannot buy it right now. So you can't purchase it, but it is still on the Steam store. So there you go. Also, the most recent update for New World is people are saying is very, very good. So if you already own it, you can have your last chance to enjoy Season 10 and then never play again. So yeah. I don't know anything about the New World story. I am not a New World gamer. I am a content creator on Twitch, so I was given a beta key to play New World on stream, and I did. Where's Mass Hold Monster? Oh, do you not get Mass Hold Monster on this character? Huh. I thought you would get Mass Hold. I don't get Mass Hold. Interesting. Alright, well.
Through all your accomplishments, you have transcended the title of hero. There are
oh wait, I already have Mass Hold. That was the first spell I took. I just didn't put it on my action bar because I'm stupid and dumb. Answer to my own question. Perfect. The journal pages, never read them? Yeah. And then yes, for those of you that are unaware, the Amazon was also working on a Lord of the Rings style MMO. And people ask my opinion on it because I'm a Lord of the Rings Online player about like, oh, do I think is it gonna affect Lord of the Rings Online? Are they gonna shutter the doors of the game because like Amazon's gonna shut them down and blah, 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 and like kind of take over the space? And my opinion on all of that throughout the entire time when people are asking me was basically, I don't think that it's going to have that big of an impact on Lord of the Rings Online because they're just different games for different people. If Amazon makes a video game, so like the Amazon Studios makes a game, that game is going to be playing like a much more modern game, and people that want to log into Lord of the Rings are looking for that kind of older, kind of traditional MMO experience. So it's very, very different thing. Additionally, the other part too is Amazon being a publicly traded company. They don't want to have video games that are making money. They want video games that are printing money. So it's much better for them to invest in a new project and like create something that's going to be printing money. Like the best thing you could hope for is that New World and the IP behind it gets sold off to a different game company and they continue managing it. Because from what I understand, New World didn't lose money. It was not like a loss leader where they had to charge like cheap prices. That shit was $60 on release. They sold like 5 million copies, and then they continued to sell more stuff with like paid DLCs and things like that, or like there's like the paid in-game shop and what have you. So like they made lots of money on the game. The problem is it just wasn't going to continue making lots of money, and so they are like, it's not worth it to even keep going, which is unfortunate because that's kind of the whole point of having an MMORPG, an online experience. It is funny that New World is the newest big MMORPG that has already shuttered its doors, which is already interesting to think about. And again, also makes the comparison between a game like Dungeons & Dragons Online versus one of those modern games. The benefit of a game like DDO, this might be hard to hear for some people, but as it turns out, the reason why DDO is still going is because even if like DDO is not the most profitable product, the people that make DDO really like it and really want to see it going. There's a reason why Stone Games bought their way out and basically took the games with them, so that they could keep making DDO and Lord of the Rings, because Warner Brothers Studios, who were the ones who, before the acquisition with Stone Games and everything, the formation of the company, instead, they had already shuttered Asheron's Call 1 and 2, even though those games were not losing money. They just shut them down because they didn't want to have those games. That was it. So that's kind of where a lot of these things go. Any publicly traded, profit-driven company can't have things that aren't making lots of money. They're not losing money. They're just sustaining their money. But they can't have things that aren't making lots of money, so they just have to shut them down and start on new projects. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It is unfortunate. It is not something you like to see, but it kind of is what it is. Yeah, anyway, thought I'd share that. I'm going to put a point into Divine Might because I'm lazy. Actually, I know I probably shouldn't, so I can give the Visani thing. What do I want to put a point into? I'll take negative amp and sneak attack die. That seems good. Yep. Yeah. Because the game is still something that people want to play and want to engage with, shut it down. Vendetta is a damage button. Vistani Fortune is right here. So I can actually go like, so I can go like, the Divine Might, Fortune coins. I have my double strike, double shot. I have my Divine Might. And I do stuff. So yeah, Blessed Blade still not work with Rapid Slash. Remember, we used to override one with the other. I don't know. Let's find out. Being shut down before the stop killing game stuff takes effect. Yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't know how much that's going to work. I understand why some people don't like the idea of like, I remember hearing discourse about like the whole premise behind stop killing games is you should be able to play a video game if you want to. So like if a video game has a server, then there should be like an obligation to maintain the servers for that video game, in a nutshell. But like, and if you don't want to do it, the reins should be handed over to somebody who does want to be able to do that, which like in a perfect world would basically mean, oh, if Amazon no longer wishes to support New World because they paid the people who were able to buy the product, which has active servers, they have to give the information out so people can have their own servers and be able to use them. And like, yeah, sounds good to me. It looks like I have both Blessed Blades and Rapid Slash. And the double strike bonus is applying. Yeah, the double strike bonus was applying. So 70 as with Blessed Blades, 76, so it goes down to 60. So it looks good. So yeah. Okay, I will say this. The way the link got truncated in the chat is it said Amaz on gaming layoffs and AAA first party games. And I was like, Amaz on gaming layoffs? What the hell is he talking about? Why is he back in the news? But it's just because it truncated Amazon because of the text wrapping. I got confused for a second. It's very funny to me. Anyway. But yeah. Again, this is not a big surprise to me that these things are changing. Again, the main issue is that when it comes to these big publicly traded companies, they have to be always pushing new projects and making new things, because if they're not, like, again, a game like New World, which as of a few days ago, before this announcement, had like 40,000 players. Let me just check. Just check how many people are playing New World. New World. 12,000. Rip, dude. Oh no! Look at the curvature of this line. Anyway, before the announcement, you had like 40,000 people logging in almost every day. Player counts actually rising. Rising player counts. Okay? Look at this. So they had their patch, big patch, rising player counts. There's a tiny dip from like this peak to this one. But that's still like really good. Data for the weekend? Yeah, but like new patch. And then this shit's just cooked. Look at this. Oh no. It's going down. So again, it's not like this game hasn't made money and can't still make money, but the problem is it's just not going to make enough money for them to see it being commercially viable, so they're just not going to keep producing it. Again, it's just sad. It sucks, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay, so now what do we do? Okay, so we're going to save some time here. So we need Draconic Incarnation, right? So we got Draconic. It's already here. And we need Quick Cutter. And then we do what? You need Draconic Incarnation because Daunting Roar causes the AoE to paralyze, which is really nice. Also gives Imbue dice, which is good. So my main tree, I kind of like Fatesinger. Because Fatesinger gives me access to Extend, which is nice. And then also Cut the Strings, which is good. And also the AoE aura nonsense. Aura is a breath effect. The aura is tagged as all spell effects, so it works with stuff. What if I randomize my destinies? No. Good idea, though. Yeah, the Primal Avatar Mantle is the best mantle option for sure. Because proprietary engine, they also need to keep developing along with the game, raising the cost. I mean, they don't need to keep developing the game. They can just keep the servers running. Again, this is one of the reasons why I am kind of like more for the like the basic premise behind the Stop Killing Games initiative, which I really like, is that these games have to keep their servers open if they decide to have servers, or make it available for people can run their own servers. Because somebody might make a like New World private server and actually people might start playing it. But the main reason I think that's a good thing is that it should be part of your investment and your risk assessment when you look at making a product. For example, there's a video game that I actually quite like, and it's right here. It is this video game, 30XX. 30XX is a Mega Man style game. It is an indie game, so it's small. You can play with your friends online, but it's like peer-to-peer connections. You're not like playing on a server or anything. They're connecting directly to you. They don't up this game too regularly, but they do have like rotating levels that you can play, as well as like a leaderboard for each day based on the level. So this is not like a constantly updating game. They've added a few patches over the years as it's been out, but other than that, there's no like major things. So one of the things for me is that this game is not an always online game. If they decide they don't want to support the game anymore, the game is still going to have the rotating levels inside the server. Maybe the leaderboard doesn't work anymore, but other than that, you're still going to have your rotating levels that are already in the game. You're still going to have the ability to make your own levels and play and do things like that. So like some of the community sharing services might not work, but you can still play your own and access a lot of those features. And you still get levels from other players if you want to actually just share them, like hard share them. So that's an option. Versus a game where if you say, okay, well, like New World, well, the game has to have an online server, an always online server. That has to be part of the investment of like, you can't just go, okay, we're going to sell this thing and then literally just like take it away from people, in the sense of without having any consequences. The consequence should be then, you know, other people should be allowed to maintain and run their own systems so they can access the thing that they paid for, which just makes total sense. Like, I'd be pretty upset if 30XX said, by the way, we're taking off the online features, so even though this is an offline game, you can play without an internet connection, we're not gonna let you play anyway. Yeah, or just allow offline play. And again, the argument is like, well, but they need online play because you need the server connectivity for all of the stuff, because all the stuff spawns server side. Okay, great. So adapt that in a way so that people can like run their own servers or do their own things. I don't think it's a big ask, and I think it would be a good thing. Like, that's not true. I do think it's a big ask because obviously you have to design things from the ground up like that, but I do think it's more consumer focused and consumer centric, which I think is good. So there's that. Anyway, I like Fatesinger here. Hey, Screen, how you doing? I like Fatesinger here. But do I like Fatesinger that much? Quick Cutter's happening for sure. There's no other option. It's just Quick Cutter. Quick Cutter's too good. So we grab Quick Cutter. We grab Draconic. Do I go Fatesinger? I'm just thinking. I just don't know what main tree I would use. I don't really want to use Fury as main tree because it kind of sucks and doesn't do anything. That's why Fatesinger is cool. It has a bunch of cool stuff. It's got some good passives, some good damage, the extra Vorpal effects. Just kind of neat. Yeah, there's no evil dragon either, and I don't need any of these spell powers, which is kind of funny. Dreadnought. I could do Dreadnought. Is working? Oh, rip. Unlucky. Use the Fate Strike? No, I'm going to use Quick Cutter. I appreciate your excitement, but I'm going to use Quick Cutter. This Quick Cutter is really good. I know. I kind of want to use Fatesinger because Fatesinger, the Fatesinger mantle is kind of neat. It's got the extra AoE burst, which is nice. Oh, right, Shadow Dragon for spell power. I completely didn't even think about that. Yeah, true. Shadow Dragon for spell power. I forgot that that was an option. Sorry, my brain went really melty. Shadow Dragon. Yes. Spell power. Spell power. I think we're going to do this. This makes the most sense. So I like Harmonic Resonance. Spell power is good. I'm going to take the Mantle of Sound and Fury. Yeah, Shadow Dragon's negative, but I'm a Pale Master. Like, I heal myself with negative energy. So it's negative spell power, which is good for my Death Aura. And my big-o Death Aura. Big Death Aura. So whenever I enter a quest, I go 1, 2, 3, and then I start killing people. So the 2 Death Auras are nice. It's more healing. That's all it is. It's just more healing. I mean, yeah, seems good. Grab Epic Destiny abilities, Mantle of Sun and Fury. The nice thing is it's also a lot of passives, so this character is like really, like, I don't have to do anything, which is nice. I kind of just like attack stuff and then monsters die, which is just good. Energy Vortex on Dragon Disciple, yeah. But like I said, when it comes to something like a nerf for Quick Cutter, what I want SSG to do is do something cool, which is I would like them to nerf Quick Cutter gently. Don't murder it. Don't take it out behind the shed. You know, just gently reduce the damage a bit. And maybe, in a perfect world, just make it so there's investment. So putting points in the tree is good for your abilities. That's it. I don't have, it's not a big ask. I don't think it's a big ask. I think it's a very fair ask. Don't murder my boy. Nullified Gloves of Insightful Nullification Resistance. That sounds kind of good. I like this. I lose like the Hammer Fist, but who cares? And then better charisma item. Sounds good. And then that can go in here. Oh, I have Epic Midnight's Greetings, which is a 15 to 20 times 2. Oh, because it has Keen. But it's also got Improved Deception, Paralyzing, Finesse +9, Clever Strike. I don't know. Just use Midnight Greetings. That's cool. Use a real negative healing option at 15. Yes, it is weird that the new Dark Pact is better. So we'll see. You can snapshot onto your Death Aura, snapshot Fatesinger onto your Greater Death Aura. That's amazing. And then use a third mantle. So I can have 3 mantles going at the same time. It's too much work. I like where your head's at, but that's way too much work for me. Epic Bloodstone. Oh shit, that's like regular Bloodstone, but even better. Healing Garbage. What are my goggles? Oh yeah, the Master's Gift. Yeah, that makes sense. Midnight Greetings is the bomb. Yo, what's up, Benderl? How you doing? Oh, wait. Oh, Clever Strike. The enhancement bonus will be equal to your intelligence modifier while the item is equipped. Minimum 6, maximum 10. Well, my intelligence is 9, so I get an extra +3. Oh shit, it's +9 because of my intelligence. Holy moly. It's kind of cool, man. I don't know why I took the tactics here. I don't need to. It's unimportant. But now I can take this up here. And then we go this, and then PRR. Reflex save, and call it a day. It's good enough. Haven't played DDO in years? Well, I'll tell you one thing. You definitely came to the game at a good time. Dungeons & Dragons Online has been, like, numerically, mechanically, in terms of, like, the cool class options and all the things you can do in the game, has been in some of the best places it's ever been. Which is awesome. It's, like, super duper sick. The problem is that even though DDO has been in, like, the best place the game has ever been in terms of like all the cool class options and all the neat things you can do, the downside is that there's been a lot of performance issues, a lot of lag that's been getting in the way. So it's hard to enjoy all the cool character classes like the Dragon Disciple, the Dragon Lord, the new Dampier, the Iconic, a lot of the new features, some of the new changed and like updated things we've gotten, and all the cool toys we have to play with. It's been hard to be excited about that when the game doesn't really work and you can't do anything, which is unfortunate. Also, there's a promo code going on where they're giving away all the content. But as of 2 weeks ago, they put a patch through that has basically eliminated all of the performance problems. That being said, I have seen some amounts of lag on airships specifically. So I've seen airships cause issues, but yeah, man. Yep. So basically, this game has been lag free. I've had no lag all day today. I've had no lag all these other times. Yes, Wolf Scorer, that actually is a huge reason. The main reason is that favorite soul here, I want 1 level, but I need 19 Warlock because I need Greater Death Aura, and you get Greater Death Aura from having 19 Warlock. So I would lose out on a Death Aura. Oh, any important DLCs? Yes, there are important DLCs. The title of the live stream today is Gather Your Party 2025. I'm going to post this in the chat. If you put this code into the in-game DDO store, Gather Your Party 2025. Again, this is free. I just hit redeem. DDO store is doing DDO store stuff, but eventually it's going to redeem it. There we go. And look, which DLCs are relevant? These ones. All of these ones for free. $0, zero cost. It gives you all the quest packs except for one. Yeah, the DDO store is still a laggy mess, but it's fine. Anyway, I have to use the bathroom. I will be right back. But yeah, keep it up. No more lag in DDO. I'm still waiting till late November to make a video about it. I'm back. Christmas to give tons of new stuff to free players. Yeah, the freebie is good until Christmas this year. December 31st. So you have until December 31st. Crafter's Hall's been a little laggy. Yeah, I've also noticed that there's been some weird lag like in town. So sometimes the marketplace gets a little like gummy. But also, here's the thing. It is true that I sometimes get some weird hitches in town where like my character jots it to the side a little bit when I'm walking. But it never happens in quest, so I kind of don't care. Like, I hope that they continue to investigate and chase down some of these issues. But, like, if I lag in town, okay. Sure. Legendary hard threats, eh? I do like threats. Do I want to do it? Oh, so this one just says raid. No, I don't want to do that. Do the quests stay permanently? They stay permanently, Gary. Permanently. You put that quest code onto your account, and no one can take that away from you. Not even me. Oh, good. The old caps lock Borderlands. Servant. Yep, exactly. No, once you use the code, it's free forever. The goal is basically as a way to drive in some new players. I think the reason why they did the code initially, so I'll give you the history as to why this happens. Basically, there was like a big server merge where they condensed a bunch of the servers together, and they did that because they have new 64-bit technology, which basically allows the computer to process more computing than before. Cool stuff. The thing is, as it turns out, putting all the players onto 4 servers caused big problems for the entire video game, causing the entire video game to stop functioning and to become a laggy shithouse. So, as a result, the game basically didn't work at all. So, I think what their original goal was to basically put out the code as a big celebration to the players of like, our server merge is done, thank you all for sticking with us, and here is a reward for all of you for continuing to play DDO into the future. But the game was like giga laggy and didn't function. So instead of giving out the code right after the server merge in like August, they had to chase down bug after bug after bug and then put out the code like a month ago instead. So it took a little while to actually like incorporate everything. Overall, it is meant to be like this big thing to draw in people that haven't played before to play on the new servers, which were supposed to be way better. And now that the code is, or like they figured out whatever the performance problems are, the servers are in fact way better. I have never played a smoother, cleaner Dungeons & Dragons Online in my entire life. And I have been playing since 2005. Because I'm old. I'm really fucking old, man. And I've been playing this game for too long. And it is now my identity, and I can no longer detach myself from it. It is what it is.
Small, squalid cave entrances dot the ravine walls.
He's hooked?
Must
True.
be the caves of chaos, where the cultists and their monster allies.
Surgeon Players looks great for investors. Yep, true. Yeah. And we were talking about how, like, New World is, like, gone now. It's dead. It's dead.
Shut as you enter.
But DDO somehow is still here.
Forward. That's fine with you, as this cave is said to contain much treasure. A burly minotaur stands behind a magical barrier.
Once I get all my buffs active, my character does some good stuff. Look at the damage! Look at the damage! Anyway. Speaking of which, thoughts on the new Path of Exile League? Path of Exile? New Path of Exile League. I was not going to play the new Path of Exile League. Do you know why I wasn't going to play the new Path of Exile League? I wasn't going to play the new Path of Exile League because, like, man, I got myself a wrist injury from the last Path of Exile League. I find that the repetitive clicks, they really make it so it's difficult for me to play for long periods of time, unfortunately because of my arthritis, so I just can't really play the same way that I used to. So I skipped this Path of Exile, or I'm skipping this Path of Exile League, is what I said last week. And then I spent the entire weekend theory crafting of Path of Exile builds, so I am either doing self-cast Hex Blast Assassin, or I am doing the new kinetic rain on an elementalist. We'll see. But my thoughts on this new league: Breach was one of my favorite leagues of all time because it's just a good league mechanic. So I am happy that we're getting Breach 2. The only thing I am curious about is the story updating. There were many elements of the story that I actually liked about the original Breach, such as the fact that the Breach Lords, unlike the Beyond Demons, the Breach Lords had, like, I don't want to say human qualities, but human-esque qualities. As in, like, they were understandable. They had understandable goals and motivations as to why they did things. And so, yeah, they were like scary monsters, but they were like scary monsters that each had their different ways in which they invaded, and you could tell their personalities based on the unique items that were associated with each of the characters, which is kind of cool. And so I really like that element. Now it looks like the focus is going to be moving more onto Zesht, which is kind of like an overlord of all of the regular Breach Lords, which is kind of one of the focuses in Path of Exile 2. But I really like that the individual Breach Lords had characters, and that is exemplified by the Breach monster It That Fled that you can encounter in the Betrayal League mechanic, which is not only very interesting, but also adds more context and character to that element of the world, which I really like. Question: do I need a new DDO client? Try to land an old Galanda server, and it's just an internal black screen. I don't think you need a new DDO client. It should be the same one. Black screen, eh? Anyone in chat ran into this problem? I don't have any feedback or guidance I can give to you. This person's in the Gatekeeper's Grove. I am going to the next quest.
With all 3 quests neatly fitted into their sockets,
I am usually a patient person. That's too much for me.
The infuriated Minotaur gives a roar of rage and attacks. The Minotaur's bellow is cut short as it collapses.
Alright, Rain, seeing how I like it, maybe switch into Eviscerate Ignite. Yeah, I originally was not planning on playing, the Elementalist stuff, but I spent 4 hours straight trying to make Elemental Burst skitter or trigger bots work, and I couldn't come up with anything. What's this one? This is Bugbear Bandits? Alright, Bugbear Bandits. Video settings in the launcher? Oh, reset video settings in the launcher? Oh, that could do it, yeah. The people in chat have some good ideas with the resetting video settings in the launcher. Hexblast Assassin willing to share? Sure. So, Hexblast is a skill that does a disgusting amount of damage if you cast it on a cursed target. Basically, the way the Hexblast works is if a target has a hex on them, you explode the hex, dealing damage in an AoE, and a very high amount of damage. Like, extremely, extremely high damage. However, one of the things about Hexblast is that it has a long cast time. It actually has a cooldown, so you have to manage the actual cooldowns of the ability. And then lastly, you have the fact that you have to have a hex on a target, which can be kind of annoying. So one of the things that people used to do with Hexblast, also has a really low crit chance. It's a 4% crit chance because it is such a high amount of damage, they don't want you playing crit with it. So what you used to do is you would use Hexblast with Mines. Hexblast can only be cast 3 times, it has 3 charges, but Mines ignore that, which means you would just throw as many Mines as you wanted and you would be Hexblasting everything. Very cool. Another thing that you could do with it is, or with the Hexblast, is you could use a helmet called the Sandstorm Visage. And what Sandstorm Visage does is it makes it so that the damage or the crit chance of your spell is equal to the crit chance of your main hand weapon. So you can get a weapon with like an 11% crit and then overwrite the 4% crit chance of the spell, making it way more powerful. Really cool. The problem is they have nerfed that build because now Mines actually do consume the cooldown, which is how it should have been in the first place, so it's not nearly as powerful. But I'm like, Assassin gets the crit weapon thing without requiring Sandstorm Visage, so I could use a different helmet, and it also gets some really cool high damage stuff so I can explode some people. So I think I might have some cool things I can cook up there. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know where this person is. but I'll give them a minute to get into the quest. Hex Blast cooldown. I'm going to get some increased cooldown recovery effects to get faster cooldown, but also you don't really need to spam it, is the other thing. So you cast it like a few times, but you don't really terribly need to spam it. Assuming my goal is the damage is just going to be so high that I just go boom, boom, boom and explode something. So the goal will be everything should die in 3 Hex Blasts. That's the goal. Fingers crossed. But increased cooldown recovery can also work. Did you enjoy Relentless? I didn't play Relentless on the new patch. Where is this person? Are you close? I don't mind waiting for people, but like, what is happening? Yeah, I didn't play Relentless on the new Lemania patch, and so as a result, I just didn't get a chance to try some of the new changes. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Some people have said that there's some new mechanics and it's been more fun. The first time I played through, my totally honest opinion is that there was not a lot going on. Every single room was just a tank and spank. This person's dying? What's happening? They're back to full. What?
Who are we spanking now exactly?
Lots of people. Use separate points. They kind of suck from what I've seen. I actually disagree. There's some really crazy stuff you can do with them.
The door to the treasury opens.
A lot of really crazy stuff you can do with some of the bloodline ascendancies. So I think it's cool that they have a way of like basically giving you alternative scaling methods without increasing the power. Again, the obvious example is the synergy of Elementalists with the Heralds and the Herald scaling. So there's that. But yeah. All right. Orcs next. So we'll see. Also, Horse, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we'll see. Again, I can't confirm that Hex Blast is going to be really, really good. But they did buff Hex Blast by 50%. So it's going to do 200% more damage if it hits a hexed enemy, and it already has a lot of damage built into it. So, I don't know, maybe it's going to be good.
Judging from the decor, each direction leads to a different tribe's home. A tripwire snaps, and a gong.
Again, I don't have any experience with Hex Blast, so this will be a experience and a half. If it ends up sucking, I will just go do something else, but I'm going to try it.
This room is where the frost budget hand creates its magical concoctions.
Like for me personally, I kind of just like monkeying about and trying some new stuff. And I never used Hex Blast. I always found Hex Blast to be like really, really clunky. Maybe I will find Hex Blast to continually be clunky, and it's bad. But we'll find out on Friday. I will be streaming the new Path of Exile League this Friday, so if you're curious. They're deep. They're cool nodes. You know, on regular ascendancies. I think it's very specific and dependent on the build, which I think is a better way to do it. Like, I think it is better that the nodes are not better than the things on the base ascendancy tree. So you have to, like, you know, take a hit from the bong and then be like, okay, but what if I summoned a creature, a feral creature? What if I have a Beast Spectre? Actually, the Beast Spectre thing looks really interesting because they give out a aura. You limit yourself to 1 Spectre. There's a lot of really good Beast Spectres. So there's some really interesting stuff. So for example, you can pick up the Beast Spectre, which are like the gorillas from the early acts, and those gorillas can allow you to get like power charges and frenzy charges on all of your creatures, so you can use that for like your minion build. There's also a lot of the Beast Spectres that you can get as like the corpses, so like the giant turtle, things like that, or the Crusher Claw, I believe, is also a beast, so you can have some cool Beast Spectres there. So that one looks really interesting. Also, the tiger thing where you can summon tigers on critical strikes, which increases your critical strike chance. Might not look like a lot, but from what I understand, that's basically a 400% increase on critical strike chance for an ascendancy node. Plus, you get a bunch of tigers, and it's an AoE, so it applies to you and your minions. So like, there's some neat stuff with a whole bunch of them. Again, I do think that you're probably right. They're not as good for the most part as the regular ascendancies, or like the ward one, where you can generate, you have 5% chance to get your ward back when you hit enemies.
Most of the kobolds scramble to defend their
Which is extremely powerful if you're somebody who's playing any type of ward-based build, because if you have lots of hits, so you're playing like a ward-based cast on damage taken sort of setup, it's like you can have your full ward pretty much all the time. Again, it's a lot of neat stuff. As I said, I agree. I don't think, on average, it is as good as the main ascendancies, but there's some like, there's some stuff, you know? There's like things, there's substance. It's cool. There's also the owl one, which kind of looks bad, but then it's when you have no charges and when you have maximum charges. If you can get -3, like to increase a bunch of auras, if you can be like, oh, -3 endurance charges, and then now 0 is considered your maximum and your minimum, so you can get the bonuses to like anger and determination, or bonuses to wrath and discipline, or hell, get bonuses to all 6 of them. There's some cool stuff you can do. Or, as Mark from Grinding Gear Games eloquently put it, there's nothing to stop you from just playing Deadeye for the 15th season in a row. If you just want to play Deadeye again with no changes, that's also something people can do.
An elderly kobold demands your attention, calling for the cessation of hostilities. The kobolds react to the news of their chief's death with what seems
Okay,
like
where did this
relief.
player die? It's this way? I don't remember how to get into the rat section.
From the tyrannical war chief.
Is it here?
A secret door slides open in the common chamber.
How do you rescue somebody?
Strike down their leader to gain
Is it this way? Is it, oh, do I go, can this lever work? Can I open the door? Yes, okay, perfect. I'm like, there's a way to do this, I just don't remember how. Okay, and heading to Hobgoblin. I resurrected that person. Oh, there they go, perfect. They fell into the trap. Yeah. It's actually Shrim Tom.
Small, squalid cave entrances dot the ravine walls. These must be the caves of chaos.
It looks like one of my players rage quit.
And their monster allies.
R.I.P. It happens. Try new stuff. Yeah, I like to try the new stuff all the time. Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow is really cool. Also, it died, unfortunately. Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow did die.
Determined to eliminate another threat to the residents of the keep.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool build. I agree. I'm also happy I got the chance to play it before it died. That's also something I truly really like about Path of Exile, is that they don't mess around. They're like, oh, this thing is too good. Okay, and they just nerf it. That's fine. And then it's like, okay, well, there's something new to play. Some people always act like the sky is falling, and then you just watch a video of like one person pressing a single button and deleting the entire video game.
The lock on this stout door.
Should off unpacking your character on Moonsea? Are you inside the marketplace bank when you're unpacking?
Rousing the guards on the far side.
Just double checking. Because you can only unpack in the marketplace bank. So are you unpacking in the marketplace bank? Hey, die. Get out of here.
As the door opens, a small goblin cries out.
Me, Chief, now! You go away!
The goblin falls. Looking around,
Can you explain avoiding the SP mechanic? I was told to just learn it. No, I don't know how it works either. Every week. Yep, you are. Are you getting an error message? Like, does it give you anything? I get a character packing has been disabled. Oh, character unpacking has been disabled in this world on Moonsea? Is there a reason? I'm trying to think of why they did that. You just said that. I'd read your message in full. I haven't heard anything about that. I would definitely ask in the main Discord as somebody, same place where I packed it. Yeah, if you're, it's the marketplace bank. So I would definitely investigate in the official Discord, because mostly the devs are there, and also people might have also encountered that issue. I personally have not tried to unpack anything right now because, again, I did it literally months ago, so I haven't. I don't know. But yeah, I would check the official Discord just to be like, hey, it says unpacking is disabled. Does anyone know what's up? I don't know what the issue is there. Oh god, I missed the first one because I was looking at chat. Fuck. I was looking at chat, I didn't notice what it was. Oh man. I'm blaming chat instead of my attention span. Yep. I am blaming you guys, correct? Do it by pitch? Yeah, but I don't know where the pitch is. It's not in order. If it was in order, I would do it by pitch. Mass will do anything. Here we go. Oh, be in it when the square detonates. Ooh, that's not that complicated. That's perfectly fine.
Something about this section of the walls.
Wait, is Blessed Blades also a triple hit frontal cleave?
Open, making barely a sound. The hobgoblin chieftain lurches out of his throne with a roar.
Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, how did I not notice that? It's so broken. Alright, whatever.
To the ground, dead.
A 5-second cooldown. Everybody jump in the mud. Null quest. Interesting. Okay. Fine. Alright, good to know. Good to know. Alt C the day and thought I broke my D, now I can't stop playing in the mode. It's really funny too how taking off the UI adds like an extra layer of immersion. People talk about like being able to disable certain elements of the UI can be really good for that immersive thing. I know in games like Elder Scrolls and Guild Wars, you can make it so the UI is actually only visible when you're in combat, so that way you don't like need to see it all the time. So you can like turn off the minimap and other elements so you just don't notice it all the time. And it really adds to the immersion level for some people. I don't care that much. I don't mind UI elements, but when I do take screenshots, obviously, I'm gonna get rid of all the UI elements. It's Alt Z by default, but you can change the keybind as well.
Daughter of the Knoll chieftain has given you a charm of evil chaos to help you infiltrate the camp.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know more about it. This. Kenahans, I did my transfers months ago, so I have no idea. I was playing the beginner basic Fire Sork. I have Fade Arc. Should I mix in Greater Color Spray? Yes, you should mix in Greater Color Spray.
Quest received.
Greater Color Spray is awesome. Big fan. If I was to change anything, I would make it so that basically you get 6 points in both the fire and the lightning tree. So you have like 6 points here for the first 2 cores, 6 points here for the first 2 cores. And then I would grab Fade Arc Illusionist Greater Color Spray immediately after that, which is what I would do. Oh god, Lag Spike. Holy. Okay, that's my first, that's my first in-quest Lag Spike that I've experienced in 2 weeks. Not good since it's the day of a reset. But we'll see.
Oro's Sandcloak lets you in on a secret.
Enough about Sending Capstone being so strong even without daggers. SSG added kukris and made the active attacks the strongest active nature they have after chain attack. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand SSG's balancing philosophy. It was the same thing where like there was a bunch of whole classes that really needed help and really needed assistance, and for reasons I cannot currently explain to you. Oh, did we not find the tablets? For reasons I cannot explain to you, SSG buffed Kensai. was like, okay, I guess. Of the things that need a buff, I don't think Kensai is one of those things, but you know what? I'll take it.
This tablet belongs to a gnoll named Boomfoot, who claims to know a dark
I got the
secret
tablet, there we go.
stumbled across Kolva Pebbleskin's diary.
Did Bronze and Night Fighter Vanguard last night? They were slapping, or Visander T5 would be better for the build? Visander Night Fighter. Vanguard T5 sucks. It has sucked for years. Years.
Boomfoot reveals that Zark Soot Club, the renowned Outlander fighter, can't stand the sight of blood. Time to let Zark know what you know.
Do with the mechanics just sit in the mud perma and jump up to 1 or 2 big hits every few seconds? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Did you know everything? Well, again, when it comes to like game mechanics, I usually know it, but when it comes to like customer support sort of stuff or like technical support, I pay attention and I try to read what happens to other people. So if there's an error that some people get, I try to make sure I'm paying attention to know like, oh, do this, then do this, then do this. But yeah.
To turn against Chief Bloodgleam and her cultists. You've convinced members
Archmage is really good right now, Rainiero. Have you tried it since the rework?
And found proof that Chief
Archmage is very strong.
Been lying about sending the Outlanders to work with the cultists. This should be more than enough to create an uprising in the Gnoll's ranks.
Hey, are the music makers?
Bellows at the crowd.
They are the dreamers. Do not question.
Trust this outsider over your own chief? Have you
yes.
Everything the cult has done for you idiots?
Isn't strong because it's somewhat plain. Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, you know what's pretty good? 60 melee power.
Something that will convince them. You hold up Grave Moth's
turns out it's good.
Ring and reveal that you found it in the chief's shrine.
Chief said Grave Moth.
Yeah, that is a problem that you can't really escape on Sorcerer. But that's more of a function of Sorcerer gets to, if Sorcerer didn't have spell immunity bypass, Wizard would have a much better place, but because Sorcerer gets spell immunity bypass, yes, you are correct. The answer is just play Sorcerer, but still.
You think you've won against the onslaught of North.
I'm not saying take Sorcerer spell immunity bypass out of it, but like, one of the benefits of playing a Wizard is you can cast multiple different spell types, and you can scale a lot of spell powers pretty easily, which is nice. The problem is, in DDO, you don't have to do that at all, at any point. So what are you gonna do? But like, it's not that Archmage is bad. Like, Archmage is very powerful right now. But again, powerful in compared to like the way that Archmage felt before the Archmage patch, which still means it's not as good as Sorcerer. But like, double cast speed's a pretty wacky thing. Total chaos. Total chaos.
Defeating the rest of the cult.
Woo. Experiment. If classes had shared enhancement trees, counter total class levels, that should be anything open. I've actually wanted that for a long time. So that, let's say you have Vanguard, if you multi-class Fighter and Paladin, it still counts full for the class. I think that'd be great. YouTube, DDO forums, my Discord, Twitch. Thinking a two-handed Pally or Vanguard Pally for next life. Don't have too many pass size. Which one's easier leveler? Two-handed Paladin is easier because you just get more AoE. AoE is good. Yeah, the time I got the Archmage to feel good to play it, I'd already locked in on EK Palemaster instead. Yeah, but that's just a different character. Like, I just want to be fair to Archmage. Like, I'm not saying that you can't enjoy EK Palemaster, but like, that's literally a different character build. Like, you have to start doing that at level 1. Wild Mage, but spamming Prismatic Spray and Wild Mage is genuinely fun. I like Prismatic Spray. I also don't think Wild Mage is... I think the problem with... Okay. Wild Mage is complicated. It's because you have to deal with a lot to get the extra +2 caster levels, and I understand why people don't want to deal with it, because I myself have also run around afoul of that and been like, you know what, I don't want to deal with this, and then I just don't. But you know, it is what it is. Welcome. Do we have the page yet?
Voices call to you. You shouldn't be here.
I don't think so. Caged beast. Remember to sleep, enter stone in the middle of a battle. Yeah. Oh, to turn into stone or to sleep, yeah. Sometimes you just, like, die. That's okay. Dying is good sometimes. Arm in being fire sword, apotheosis while also wearing crown of snow? No. There's no downside to this. Die, bastard.
The fleeing priest's voice turns into a
Did we find the page? Nope. Rip. You see those as cleaves in the chalice or strike throughs enough? You use the cleaves in the early game, and then later on you don't use the cleaves, so you just respec out of them. So during the leveling process, you pick up like the low-level cleave as well as Exalted Smite, which is also a cleave, and then later on you just get rid of all the cleaves. You keep Exalted Smite because that shit's really good, but you get rid of the cleaves at higher levels. But for leveling, the cleaves are like really, really good. Yeah, you always want to do that. Now, that being said, when you say Vanguard, I'm all over, but the idea of like Eldritch Knight mixing so you can be a sorcerer or wizard. So imagine if Eldritch Knight carried the levels, like combine them together for like sorcerer and wizard. And it's like that. I feel like that shouldn't work, but you know, I wouldn't hate it. I think that'd be kind of cool if it just counted any of the relevant class levels for it. The problem is they're just different trees. Like Sorcerer Eldritch Knight and Wizard Eldritch Knight are literally different. Like they have different enhancements in them. So it's a little bit harder of a sell. Don't do it. It's a trap.
You notice an expensive-looking gem embedded in the throne made of human bones.
Heading to Caged Beast. In a second if levels were additive. Well, we're talking about shared trees. Like shared trees. Like clerics and wizards don't share any trees. I'm having a good day. I hope you are too, Farting Jester. I am having a good day. So I'm doing really good. I was really sick all weekend. I just came down with like a flu or whatever, and I am on the tail end of it, so I'm okay. You want to know the secret to feeling good and sitting here and streaming for all you people, even though I'm feeling really sick? Dayquil, motherfuckers. This shit's great. Holy.
Judging from the old bones spotted on the floor, something large and dangerous has lived in this cave for some time. But the flicker of torchlight ahead suggests that there have been some elusive...
Caged beasts. Basties? Caged basties? You know, them caged basties.
The cult of evil chaos has set up camp in this cave, with the goal of capturing...
Yo, what's up, Midnight? It's been a few days. You must be level 30 at this point. There's the thing. Lever. There it is. Oh my god. The speed. Make things helpless? No, but it is cool. If you double strike, you have even higher constitution drain, which is pretty neat.
You spot skittering vermin inside the cavern chamber ahead. You can also see the nest of...
Yeah, you can do some multi-classing with like Sorcerer in Wild Mage. I don't know. There's just some weird stuff. I don't like to multi-class casters. Like some people will take like a, you know, Rogue on their wizards and stuff to give them trapping ability. I just don't like to do that. I just don't. Oh, it's supposed to be Caged Beast. I'm gonna take this down actually. So I'm gonna quickly check where my player is. They're in the Borderlands, so they're close. Caged Beast. I totally agree. I think that, so here's my personal argument. When we didn't have nearly as much in charisma, intelligence, hit, and damage, or other effects, I totally agree with you that like those trees made sense where it was like, oh, you get intelligence or charisma to hit, but then the imbue is supposed to be your damage. You're supposed to have damage scaling in other ways. But they've gone so much in the direction of just giving everything the main stat hit and damage that it's like, well, okay, cleric should get wisdom or charisma to hit and damage and get the wisdom trance, and you know, sorcerers and wizards and should get the whole thing. Like, just it's over. Let's go. Come on. Just give everything like their main stat hit and damage. Also, Quintoxic, welcome back to the stream team for 62 months in a row. Congratulations, you've wasted the past 5 years of your life and then some on this channel. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Nice. Next is Vaughn 1 to 4. Then Vaughn 5 and 6. Infantry passed like 2 years ago. I'm sure they'll do more. It's also the same thing like with Artificer, how Artificer can choose intelligence to hit or intelligence to damage. No, just give me intelligence to hit and damage, please. Just have one spell that does both. Just make the level 3 spell do both. Call it a day. Yeah, it's literally just a staffing issue. You feel awful to spend AP to grab? That's basically it, right? Is like, if there was decision making around it, where it's like, oh, do you want to get your main stat hit and damage, or do you want to do something else? I think that there's an interesting decision making that you can technically do with that, and I don't hate that in a vacuum. But the way it does work sucks, so they should just change that. I have one weird thing that might be an intentional bug. When I activate Reborn in Fire, which is fire skill, my elemental blood goes off, which is set to cold damage through Draconic Bloodline White. So elemental blood, if I recall correctly, oh, when you cast your matching bloodline, if I recall correctly, this is just when you cast spells. I don't think it's when you cast spells of your matching bloodline. I believe that is borked, and it just matches. It's just when you cast spells. I don't think it has anything to do with your bloodline. Vault of N. I mean, yeah, but the broken part is good because the consequence is, oh well, I just get temp HP. Like elemental blood is sick. It's gonna be very good on this character because of the or temporary HP. Yeah, temporary hit points. Yeah. Is there any good falconry builds? Yes. So there are some good falconry builds out there, but they're not always obvious. So, like as an example, one of the good falconry builds that exists is the Falconer Sork, which is a sorcerer that uses falconry to get extra instant kills. So it's not a commonly known about build, and you won't see it that often, but it is very, very, very good. It's a sorcerer that uses mostly instant kills and crowd control effects, and then falconry gives basically an extra instant kill. So again, there's a reason for it. It is quite good, but it's not what you think of. Outside of that, falconry is just good to splash and is good on its own. A character I had a lot of success with in the past was actually an Inquisitive Falconer. So it was 21 points in Inquisitive to get the critical hit, it's 21 points in Falconer to get the critical threat range, or not Falconer, in Inquisitive critical threat range and damage with the crossbow, and then Falconry for the instant kills and the crowd control effects. The thing is, even with small investment, the abilities are quite good, and the capstone is good. The main problem that Falconry runs into is it does not increase the damage you deal. Which means if you're somebody who likes to do raids, there's no real reason to take full Falconer because instant kills just aren't really that relevant. They're not bad. I'm not saying instant kills are bad, but if you want to chunk through the 70 million health point boss, Death from Above just doesn't do anything. Like, who cares? But if you're playing any type of wisdom-based melee or ranged character, falconry is very good. Because it just gives you like free crowd control and a lot of helpless damage, because when you blind or knock anything down, they become helpless, which is good. So that's one of the kind of the things about falconry is like it's hard to just like say they should buff falconry, because falconry is good at what it does. The main issue is it's what it does isn't really relevant depending on the type of character you're playing, or you may not want to actually do the investment. The other issue too is because you have to spend points in the tree to get the abilities, it means you're not spending points in your main tree, so some people may or may not like it as much. So yeah, I would say that if I was to buff falconry to make it feel a little bit more enticing, there's a T5 ability that allows you to heal yourself for a percentage on melee attack or ranged attack. I would double the effectiveness of that ability, literally just double all the numbers on that ability. So instead of healing you for 20%, it heals you for 40% of your health. It still has a cooldown. You still have to hit with it. So I personally don't see that as being much of a problem. And then second is there is the mark target attack, which increases damage by 10% on a 3-minute cooldown. I would reduce the cooldown to like 1 minute so you can use it frequently, or I would increase the effectiveness to like 20%, maybe 25. But 3 minutes for a 10% damage buff is like, I'm not taking that as a T5. It's just not good. So yeah. Oh, get bleeded, get bleeded. Got him. The other thing too as well is, like I said, it's just that if it was only D10 plus stats, it would fail a lot. D10 plus stats? What? The helpless attacks? Yeah, they're reliable. They're super reliable. It uses yeah, the falconry attacks are great. The falconry attacks are, I can't show you the DC because they're all melee ranged, but isn't it 10 plus like there's assassinate, and doesn't character level factor into it? No, it's not character level, it's something else. Anyway, getting the DCs up is not that big of a deal. Yeah, wisdom and assassinate, and so the assassinate makes it a lot easier to skill.
Who could imagine such a disaster?
Oh, was Listen? No, that's Horizon Walker.
Slaughtered in their prime. It's time for an all-out showdown. Fresh fighters from all.
What's up, Wolf Spirit Man? How are you doing? How's your day going?
Their horns are sharpened and their weapons are drawn. Our brave fighters are entering the arena. The battle is on.
Too many pit fights? Though you can never have too many pit fights. Was it 10 plus character level?
Today, but it has not yet sailed to victory.
It's been a while since I played a Falconer, to be honest. Yeah, 10 plus character level. So like at 30, it's 44 plus wisdom plus assassinate. Like the DC is super easy to use. I will say this. The reason why I haven't played a Falconer in a long time is not because I hate Falconry or I think it's bad, or I hate people that play Falconers, or I think Falconry is bad, or I think everything about Falconry is bad, or I think the developers are bad for making Falconry. It's none of those things. The reason why I haven't played Falconry in a while is because I took a year off from playing DDO, and I haven't played Falconry since I came back to playing DDO. That's literally the only reason why I haven't played Falconry in a while. Look, man. Ooh, a tome. There's only so much shit you can play in DDO, and then you know, it takes a while. Like, it takes me a little over a week to do a past life. Hey, get out of here. On to. Not enough pit fiends? True, we need more pit fiends. I will say it is very funny how Pathfinder, in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, you fight like a Baelor, and it's like really terrifying and really scary, and you're like, oh shit, Baelor's dangerous monster. And then as you get towards the end of the game, they're just fucking whipping Baelors at you, and there's Baelors everywhere. It's like, what's in this fight? Oh yeah, 4 Baelors. Whatever, it's fine. Just shoot them.
A beautiful elf maiden sits by the fountain, lost in thought.
I agree. Well, you know, Falconry does have, where is it? An extra space here. If up in the T5 in that extra space, they added an effect that was like, let's say they added an effect to that space that said something along the lines of like, after using a Falconry ability, grant yourself a buff that gives you +1 critical threat range and multiplier with all weapon types. So like Falcon's accuracy. Hawkeyes. So you actually have to use the abilities. Answer has DQ increase. Answer it. I did not answer it because you had ads. But I'm using the Midnight Greetings because I have it. It has no impact on my character. I would just use, if I didn't have the Midnight Greetings in my inventory, I would just use a Borderlands one. Which, oh, the Warlock patron? This is the new patron that's doing the purple color. Or the, not purple, I'm so fucking stupid. Anyway, it's doing the teal color here. And this is the darkness. Or not the darkness, what is this called? Yeah, the dark powers. This is a unique pact that is specific to the Dark Bargainer iconic. So you have to play a Dark Bargainer iconic to get dark powers, and it does this. Have you noticed that Midnight Greetings paralyzing? The problem is I paralyze. Oh yeah, I have noticed it. Like it does paralyze pretty regularly. It's not like it's bad. But soon I'm gonna get the paralyze for my aura, and it's gonna override it by a lot. Not skipping maze, no. Use RPG at the end. My Lich run was basically Vecna. Yeah, it's a pretty good power fantasy. My current problem is I need to become more chaotic to actually do my storyline for the Trickster. And my character's lawful, so I have to try to figure that out. The T4 does not make targets helpless, it's just an AoE blind. That being said, it is a very good ability. Blindness is one of the most powerful status effects in DDO, as blindness is not negated by repromote. So if an enemy is blind, that is a real amount of concealment that they have to fight their way through. Dork powers. The piercing on the new heavy crossbows in the latest expansion, do they always pierce? I don't know what you mean, Stu. Like the damage type? Crossbows should have piercing damage type, yes. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, blindness is very good. So the AoE blind from Falconer doesn't cause helplessness, but it turns out blinding shit is really powerful.
Won't be causing you any more trouble.
Yo, Venom, how you doing? Oh, can't go there. Okay, are you able to be more specific? What do you mean, the new crossbows? Are you talking about the new ones from the new raid? Or are you talking about the generic craftable crossbows? Like, what crossbows are you talking about? I don't know what you're asking. The new expansion craftables. I don't know what to tell you. I'm assuming yes. helps because they physically can't attack Brave because they can't see you, which is also helpful. True. Yeah, spellcasters basically get turned off. Okay, so you're talking about the calamitous ones, which are the new raid craftables. So you want to know about the new raid craftable crossbows. So let me take a look here. Calamitous weapons DDO. I don't know if there's a link for it. The legendary. Okay, I'm just gonna look up the weapon here. I'm gonna take a look because I don't know what you're talking about or what you're asking me for, but I will look it up. Crossbow. So you said heavy crossbow. So heavy crossbow has vampirism. Like I don't know what piercing you're talking about. Legendary weapons. Like I don't know. I don't know what piercing effect you're talking about. Like it doesn't have piercing on it. So am I missing something? Like I don't know. I don't know how to help you. Okay. I'm looking. I don't know what like this. Oh, unusual characteristics piercing. I think this is just a typo because this is a new item being added to the wiki. I think that's it. Like if you're asking what does this mean? If you're saying what does this text mean? I think that's it. I think this is a typo. I think somebody made an error on the wiki when they were updating it. I don't think this has anything special. That is the damage type, but yes. That's already in somewhere. Yeah, I think that's just a wiki error. But yes, that is one of those things where like I didn't understand what you're talking about because I did not look at the crossbow article section for the wiki, and yeah, I don't know. Even though the list they all say pierce. Why do they all say pierce? Every crossbow does piercing damage. They shoot bolts. I don't understand. Stream, what's up? I'm digging the new build. Yeah, man. Look at the colors. Colors are good. Yeah, they're all piercing damage. Yeah. I guess that would be like if every longsword just said slashing in the category. Do they all say that? I don't know. Use your mount here? Yeah. How did I swap the companion classes in Pathfinder? So, warning, GitHub flashbang. Whoop. I used this mod, the respec mod, which lets you respec your companions entirely with using custom point buy values. And then, so I'll link this in the chat so you can download it. This is the one here. And then what I did is I went to the character page and I was like, okay, the character is a 28 point buy. So I would just respec it with a 28 point buy with the respec mod. So I would say put it to 28 and then I'd respec the character so that I'm technically still using the same character just with a different thing. So I'd use the respec mod there. But yeah, I think it's just maybe they're adding the damage type to like specifically call it out, but like the damage type is already in the text and that box is for unusual effects and it's not unusual. So I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know why that's specifically typed out like that. It's not unusual. No, I closed the door. I locked people out. Does anybody have open lock? Probably. I locked somebody out with open lock. Oh, I did. Yes, the open locker is right on the other side of the door.
The inevitable footsteps across the stone bridge ahead.
The door shall open.
Prowl flee ahead of it in terror.
Yeah, that's weird. Like I said, I don't edit the wiki because I'm lazy, but I am very grateful that the
perhaps calculated.
I'm very grateful that people do take the time to edit the wiki to keep the information there up to date. That's awesome. And so if there are errors on the wiki, please remember that all the people that do it are volunteer editors, and they work very hard to add that information to get you good pictures. So for example, there's a lot of wiki editors, so I'm not going to say that anybody's better than another, but I know that one of the community members, Horse, does a lot of wiki editing. Whenever he notices something is wrong or needs to change, he jumps in and quickly fixes it, which is very handy. So something I appreciate is somebody who makes DDO, or who like checks the wiki all the time for stuff. So the community does a really good job of keeping the wiki up to date, which is awesome. Really cool thing to see. There you go, Wolf Spirit Man, small-time wiki editor. I used to edit the wiki much more vigorously in my younger days, but now I'm just lazy. That, and also there's like specific wiki formatting on some pages. So if I just have to change a number or change something, so like if something says bug, it does this, and I test it and the bug doesn't work, I don't need to edit it, or like I don't need to do any work. I just go and like clear off lines of text or change a number. But yeah. But when there's like special formatting, I'm like, oh no, special formatting, it's scary. Do I learn how the formatting works? No.
You see signs of ancient architecture in halls ahead. Vale's tribe must be living in the ruins of an older civilization.
Especially even when nothing actually needs to be changed. Yeah, you just log in and start like rewriting sentences. This could be written a different way. Let's do that. Off topic, could a Khopesh build still be okay? So I just want to make sure this is completely 100% clear. Khopeshes are just as good as longswords and warhammers. Any build that is using a longsword can use a Khopesh. There's nothing wrong with Khopeshes. Because the cost of a Khopesh versus a longsword is that a longsword takes knight's training, and a Khopesh takes exotic weapon proficiency. So it's the same feat cost, it's all the same. The difference is the available weapons. Yeah, favored weapons. So for example, if you want to play a religious character like a paladin, it's much more limited, and you want to stick to longsword, favored soul, cleric, that sort of thing. And then also literally the weapons that are available. A lot of weapons at the end game. Sometimes there's better longswords than there are other things. So we haven't gotten a special raid Khopesh in a while that has special raid Khopesh worthy stats. So therefore some people are like Khopesh dead. But please remember there was a Khopesh that was added to the game that was so good they changed how Keen functions.
The Marut stalks down the hall to your right.
Because it was too good.
Focused on its target.
Which is the Wicked Blade from Dryad and the Demigod.
The locked gate ahead marks the outer boundaries of the Drow encampment.
I see this and people are like, man, I wish they would make Khopeshes good. And Khopeshes are mathematically identical to longswords and warhammers. They are perfectly fine endgame weapons to use. The reason why people don't use them is because there's no special magic Khopeshes at the end game. That being said, the best weapons in almost every category as of right now are the Undying Age weapons, which are craftable weapons which come from Myth Draenor. The Undying Age weapons are extremely good, and you can craft an Undying Age weapon of any weapon type. So just keep that in mind. If you're like, oh, but what if there's, how do I get a good Khopesh if there isn't one? Undying Age is good. The Calamitous weapons, the raid versions, are also quite good from the new raid that just came out, and Dinobone is still good. You can still play a Khopesh build today. Again, there are limitations. Specifically, some characters get nice training for free, like Paladin, and you need a favored weapon. Khopesh is not a favored weapon unless you have the specific singular Khopesh from the deserts of Menecterin. But other than that, yes, you're good.
Blasts water into the air nearby.
Yes, and so then the example here, I just want to follow through with this just to make sure we're following the line of logic. So as Lobin will put it, 99% of builds are fine as long as you don't do higher difficulty raids and high skull questing. I actually disagree with high skull questing just because high skull questing is not terribly difficult regardless. It's more just a speed thing. more than anything else, but definitely the high difficulty rating. But the reason why I say that is because if you look at the top end builds, you are mostly seeing Kukri Dagger, because Vistani is very, very powerful, as it turns out. Hand Wrap, because as it turns out, Razorclaw Shifter is really, really, really good. And then a select few, or not a select few, some other Hand Wrap builds actually using Hand Wraps as a weapon, as opposed to just Razorclaw Shifter, or mostly ranged builds. Which is what you're going to see in that top upper echelon, where people aren't even using longswords anyway. Some people might be using longswords, but the majority of the people in that skill bracket are not using longswords for any reason at all. So. And again, this is not me saying that those weapons are bad, you shouldn't use them, anything like that. It just kind of is what it is. But feel free to use those weapons. For a 2-weapon fighter, Fae, Vistani, Warlock, is it worth going human to get Kukri proficiency, or is Dagger more than good enough? You get weapon proficiency from Enlightened Spirit. So if you're going to be a melee Warlock, Aura of Menace gives you all the weapons. So just use Daggers until you get Kukri at 12. On 4. Yo, what's up, Dorak? How you doing? How's Guild Wars 7? How's the new expansion? Anyone ever farmed that rare and Gwilyn stand Maneater? Is he far into the dungeon? Farmed Maneater? No, I've never farmed Maneater. Maneater is a rare and also spawns, so it's not always going to be there every time you do the dungeon. It also spawns, I wouldn't say really far, but reasonably far. Because you have to go all the way past, like, there's like the trapping section at the back. What does he drop? Maneater has a... I don't even remember what weapon that drops from it. Oh, Swift Demise. Oh yeah, Swift Demise. It's tradable, so always check the auction house to see if anybody's posting that out there. But also, the Ratcatcher is a better crossbow. The benefit of Ratcatcher is it's bound to account, so you can use it on all of your characters. So once you get one, you can kind of like trade it from character to character. The downside is that you have to do 3-0 to get the Ratcatcher. And not everybody wants to do 3-0 to get the Ratcatcher. In fact, I would argue most people don't want to do 3-0 to get the Ratcatcher. But the Ratcatcher is very good. But again, I don't want to give out any bad information, so I'm not telling you that like Khopesh is the #1 weapon in the entire game, but I am telling you that you can just use a Khopesh and you can be like really like you can make a really powerful character with Khopesh.
You hear someone clearing his throat.
If you have a Ratcatcher, yeah, Ratcatcher's better. Well, the thing about Ratcatcher is it's level 8. Whereas the Swift Demise is level 6. So you do get Swift Demise sooner. It's a good way to put it. Exactly, yeah. It's going to feel really good unless you're trying to compete with like if you're trying to beat Hand Wrap's Shifter, like, yeah, okay, Khopesh is a bad pick for that fight. But that's less of a Khopesh problem and more of a, you know, Hand Wraps are good. Shifter good. Shifter's been good for a while too. When is it going to get nerfed? Oh, okay, that person needs to get in. Get you on the way back. I thought everybody was with us. We were all together. And that is bugged? Yeah. Hopefully they patch that, because selfishly that also causes problems with summoning Flameblade, where you also can't summon Flameblade when you get above level 40. Does that happen with the Force Blades? Can you not summon for the Shadow Blades from Great Dark Illusionist? It should. It's the same. Literally the same mechanic.
The north wing is now accessible. Further trials are far from over. Your master awaits.
The fighter version? Yeah, Razor Claw Shifter Fighter. Where you use the really bad Kensai tree. Level 36 say the new caster weapon isn't good enough compared to this one that's coming. Yeah, probably. The fact that it adds it's just going to add flat damage on all your spells is kind of interesting. The only downside is I believe it has an internal cooldown, right? It doesn't. If it applies on every spell, then Magic Missile is back. If it doesn't apply on every spell, then Magic Missile is so not back. Yeah, like I would be amazed if it didn't have an internal cooldown. These things always have internal cooldowns. Yo, what's up, Patine? How you doing? Anyways, we'll see. Oh, somebody started doing the puzzle. I never had to do anything? Sick. I love that. I love not doing stuff. Those fixed skill spell usually end up really good. Yep. Like I said, we'll see. I kind of like the idea of trying to do a Warlock that has triple dripping. So dripping with like, doing the dripping with blood, plus dripping with magma, plus dripping with whatever. We'll see how it goes. Here's it. If it has, I don't know. I didn't play around with that. Saying it work with each color spray, yeah. Because I didn't play around with it. I tried it on the. Huh? What? I tried it on the preview and it didn't work at all because they don't have the tech to make it work with spell crit. Which hopefully they will get that tech and then we can have cooler items in the future. But yeah. Some weapon damage stats. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to, for the most part, we've got a lot of pretty good items. I think that the one of the things I do appreciate is that SSG is like pretty receptive to player feedback when it comes to several different effects and items. And so the raid loot from Threatsold and New and Den of Vipers, there's some really cool stuff in there. And some good changes. Again, I am aware that something is always going to be missed. I am not saying that SSG is perfect, that they always they hit everything every time. But there are many occasions where people have given like reasonably good feedback, and I still remember with like Isle of Dread with the item effects, where we ended up getting like a lot more item effects added as suggestions. And then at least with this one, I really like the fact that there's like all of the dripping with magma style effects, but for all the elements. I think there's some really neat stuff you can do with that. Is it going to be good? It's a little bit harder to say, but it's neat that there will be some more options like that. Have we done a Gamba? We have not done a Gamba, actually. I might do one. Alright, taking level after this, then Vaughn 5-6 on EE. Yeah, as long as somebody is already dusting and oozing the stuff, it should be fine.
Haywire gestures to the glowing. You feel up to 3 minutes until self-destruct.
You know what I'm going to be playing? So I spent a lot of time trying to make trigger bots with prismatic burst good, and I came up with some cool stuff, and I managed to get the damage somewhere around like the 2.5 million damage range with like 60 divines worth of gear. And also with a character that has no defense. So for now, I've given up on the trigger bots dream, and we're gonna not do trigger bots for now. E 34. Oops. So I'm gonna be doing one of two things. Either my goal is going to be, I want the melee stats, right? Epic Eldritch Blast? Do I even care about the Eldritch Blast damage? I'll probably end up taking it, but yeah, I think I'm going to take Patience, because Patience is +1 multi, and I have a lot of threat. But I'm either going to be doing Self-Cast Hex Blast Assassin, or Kinetic X, one of the kinetic spells, on Elementalist. That's the current game plan from what I've mathed out for myself. Yeah, dude, it's time to play Deadeye. Time to play Deadeye. I need a thrown weapon. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that the Hex Blast will have really, really good AoE clear and damage. But I don't know how good the AoE is going to be, so we'll take a look at that. It might feel really bad, so we'll see. Throwing. Search. 100 throwing hammers? Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted. I really need throwing hammers. Welcome. They nerfed Kinetic Rain? The spell didn't even come out yet. What do you mean they nerfed it? We don't even have gem data on it. What do I do? It was too high, so they moved the damage to the bloom. Oh, like the explosion effect? Like after enemies walk into it? I mean, to be fair, that's probably the way it should be. Because if it's not like that, then it's basically just like Rain of Arrows, but better, because it's on a wand. I don't currently need any Sunflask. Thank you for the offer. Please don't mail me Sunflask. Like, moving damage away from the initial is a good idea because, like, there already is just a, like, spam explosion. Like, if you want to have a spam initial hit, just use Kinetic Blast, which already exists in the game, plus the wall spell, and it's basically the same thing.
Emerge into the vault shaft, already
so I think this ends up coming better, in my opinion, in terms of, like, better game design. Won't fall for your reverse psychology? Ah, good. I am glad to hear you won't fall for my reverse psychology.
The Drow Vampirus veils
That your mental fortitude is too strong.
Several dwarven victims of the Orum's necrotic sorcery stumbled towards you.
I didn't cast this or this or this. There we go. QQ proficiency in this build, do you take a feat? No, you get it from Warlock. Warlock has an ability in Light and Spirit called Aura of Menace, and the text reads, passive, you gain Eldritch Aura, or your Eldritch Aura now affects enemies every 3 seconds, and you gain proficiency with all martial weapons. So because I have proficiency with all martial weapons, it lets me use kukris. Until you get that, you just use daggers.
It seems impossible that only a third of the gate's power is generated here.
Do we got any open lockers in the chat? Are you a guy? No, you're a shifter. Well, do I have bells? I'll buy bells. I'll get some bells. Bell. I don't like spending 240 DDO points every time I do this. But man, sometimes you don't got a rogue. Happens all the time. Yep. There's a lot of things to keep track of in DDO, so I understand why people miss things, so it makes sense. I've always been annoyed, like I will sometimes say it like ironically as a joke, but I'm always annoyed when, especially, you know, you're trying to like learn to do a thing, and if, specifically with a lot of like the card games that exist, and if you miss something, when somebody goes, you know, reading the card explains the card, and it's like, yeah, I guess that would work if the card didn't have fucking 3 paragraphs on it and had interactions with other cards. Shut up. Oh, I need that. I need the ring. Yoink. Give me that. Odd question, but if you have enough hit chance, how important is actually being proficient with your weapon? It's extremely important. So if you're not proficient, you take a 20% penalty on attack rolls. So this is relevant because several endgame monsters and bosses, like endgame raid bosses, have over 250 armor class, which means that if you don't have enough hit chance, you can't really hit them. The other issue, because you might be like, oh, I need to, like, if I only have plus 180, I can't hit the monster. But you might be like, but wait a minute, Stream Tom, 250 armor class? That's crazy. I hit monsters all the time. How is it 250? And that's the second part. There is a hidden mechanic in this game, which is called, which I personally call bound to accuracy. The way that bounded accuracy works in this game, need more right side. The way that bounded accuracy works is that if you are proficient with your weapon, if you roll a 16 or higher, you hit. That's just how it works. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Quest completed.
Why did that person go
Love
fast?
your new DDO Basics video to help my friends get into the game. Are you planning to
let's
do
try
the same
again
for
here.
Lotro?
So hold up, wait, stop pulling stuff, stop pulling things. Let's count it in together. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh god, I'm missing twice. Okay, what is happening? Let's try again. Okay, stop. I'll use text chat. 3, 2, 1, pull. I don't know what is happening. Maybe it's because of the voice? I don't know. I don't think I've had that problem before, where people are just ripping it when they feel like it. Very weird. Also, JB Metrics, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing very, very good. And I appreciate your support. Am I planning to do the same for Lord of the Rings Online? So this is where it gets kind of complicated. Not complicated. This is where my bias creeps in. I think that Lord of the Rings Online is one of, if not the easiest MMORPG in the universe that has yet been created by man or space alien. I don't even know what you would write. Beginner basics. Push attack skills. Equip the items the game gives you. I don't know. and trust me, I know that that's my bias creeping in of like, I've played a lot of video games before. I don't know what's confusing about Lord of the Rings. I literally do not know. I could not tell you. I am unfamiliar because and this is, again, I'm not trying to bully anybody in chat. I know people try playing the game and everybody has a different experience. And some people find different things about certain video games easier or harder, and that is totally fair. I'm not saying people don't need that type of basics video. When it comes to advanced stuff, right? Like how to raid, how to do a DPS rotation, how to balance, like what should your character stats look like when you're raiding, how much defense, what are these things? Those make sense to me. That stuff is not really very clear, and you can need a lot of guidance with that. But like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you create the hunter class, you can put no points in any of the talents or any like the talent trees, and only equip the gear the game gives you, and only use the first skill quick shot, and you can beat the whole game. You can get to the level cap through the whole thing. So I don't know how to make a basic build.
Beneath the sculpted face,
I just don't know what would be there.
The north portal conduit blazes.
But if you have ideas, or if people can articulate the parts that they find confusing, I can definitely work on this understanding, because this is a gap in my knowledge. This is something I don't personally know. So I'm happy to hear about this from other people and to get to understand other people's experiences and to be able to provide that, because I'm not against making cool videos and against making videos like that. I just don't know what could be missing. So that's why, again, if you let's say for example, because you're asking about it, yeah, just let me know what you think. I'm very open to suggestions and how to answer some of that, because I do not know. Anyway, I don't know if I answered. Sorry, I also got sidetracked. So Adriel, back to the proficiency. There's a bounded accuracy mechanic in DDO, which is if you roll a 16 or higher, you literally just hit. That's it. So if I roll a 16 or higher, I just hit with my weapon. And if I roll less than a 16, then I have a chance for a glancing blow or a hit. That chance is based on the difference between my attack roll versus the enemy's armor class. So let's say our enemy has a 250 armor class and I have a 100 hit chance. Then it's basically a percentage of grazing hits, basically, based on a sliding scale of percentage chance for grazing hits, based on what my percentages are, like what my comparative thing is. So if I mean, this is an example, but if I have a 100 hit chance and the enemy is a 250 armor class, then if I roll basically anything below and like an 11, I get a grazing hit on the target. And grazing hits don't carry secondary effects. They don't carry like paralyzing from your weapon, things like that, which is obviously not very good. And then anything below a 6, so 5, 4, 3, 2, if you don't meet the threshold, you actually just miss, right? So that is, you kind of just miss there. So that is a bit of a problem. Now, everything I just said means that let's say you're playing like a tank, right? So you're playing a tank, you don't have a high hit chance. The cool thing is, if you just have some attacking skills and some threat generation, you can still hold aggro on bosses, because even though you're playing as a tank, you can still hit the target as long as you're proficient. That entire system does not function if you're not proficient. So if you're not proficient and a monster has 250 armor class, you literally will miss on every attack unless you beat the armor class. None of this like, oh, glancing blows. No, it's miss, 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 and you need to roll a 20.
Thrumming of power as the distribution grid returns to service.
So that is a pretty major deal. So proficiency is necessary to play this game. You won't notice how often you miss, but I promise you, if you try to play the game with a non-proficient weapon, you will miss constantly. Oh, and to answer the question, sorry, I missed your question, Deathbringer, but as it was already answered, yes, this is the Vault of Night raid. How about this? I personally think it is extremely important, and you will have one of the most frustrating gaming experiences if you don't. But I do encourage you to try it. It's very easy. If you're playing any type of melee character, just whip on an exotic weapon and see how it feels. You will very quickly see the impact. Just keep doing it. Bear in mind, past lives can help out a ton. So for example, Ancient Power, if you have 3 of these, it's plus 12 to hit. Enchant Weapon is plus 3 to hit and damage. That's an extra 15. Fighter past lives, each one's plus 1 to hit. So you can get plus 18 to hit passively, not including tomes and all that other nonsense to increase your hit chance. But once you start to get to higher armor class values, it gets really, really screwy. But you are correct. If you have enough hit bonuses, then in the low levels, it doesn't terribly matter too much. It starts to matter a lot more when you get monsters with higher armor class values. Basically, playing without a proficient weapon forces you to play like old DDO Classic.
Mistress Orphne looks exhausted, but she manages a shy smile.
I'm assuming people are doing this, which is good because I was running around.
The system of force lifts has been rigged in this shaft. The equipment vibrates with harnessed power.
Do we not have enough people down here? Is there enough milling about? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 3, 2. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Pull. I assume somebody went up. I wasn't on it because I was policing this. Did somebody made it up? Okay, we're good. Hell yeah. But yeah, Vault of Night is a raid that has a lot of complicated mechanics in it. And so it's not really complicated. It's just there's a few things you have to do in different directions you have to go. And if you've never done it before and you don't know what to do in here, if you just say, hey, I've never done it, can someone tell me what to do? People will explain it to you because you really only need 4 people to do this raid. So you can have 8 people just like milling about doing nothing. So somebody can just spend their entire raid standing at the beginning explaining the mechanics. It's more of an exploration more than anything else. Harp Rage and Artificer. Oh, nice. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it was somebody posted on my YouTube video and they commented, they were like, hey, I own Harp Regent. Do you have a version with Harp Regent? And I didn't, just because I'm like, I wanted beginner basics to be as free to play as possible. But like, of all the classes that benefit from owning an enhancement tree, I probably should go back to Rogue and add in a Vistani version as well, just to be fair. But like, my god, like Artificer is so much better when you own Harp Regent. That being said, the multi-class that I put together, the Rogue Artificer, is also still good. So it's not bad at all. Goes to the bathroom. Great question. I don't know how he goes to the bathroom. I assume he doesn't. Yeah, it's a lot of doors. Good question. I like that inquisitive nature. How do I quickly accept people in the party? LFM panel open. Accidentally hit escape, it freezes my entire UI. Oh, easy. If you, in the chat box, you'll see so-and-so would like to join your party. If you click the words accept or decline, you accept or decline people into your party. So instead of having the window open, you can just, from here, hit accept or decline. So it said, this person would like to join your party. I just clicked accept. That's it. You just, it's in the chat box. And back and then comes back. True. I mean, yeah, he can literally just take a dump into space, you know? Like we're in space. So he can just like figure that one out. He goes into the golem. True. You gotta reinforce the steel, man. You gotta reinforce the steel. One of the vault's pillars crackles with disrupted energy. One of the vault's pillars.
The pillars surge with
one of the vault's pillars.
One of the vault's pillars crackles with disrupted energy.
Get him. Die, pillar.
The last pillar has been wrecked.
Sick.
I see that my words have been wasted. Come, let us write our destinies in blood.
Come, let us write our destinies in blood. Good lines. I'm almost there. Look at the damage. Look at the damage. Whoosh, whoosh. I can't hit the dragon. The armor class is too high. Also, if you're wondering how people deal with like 250 armor class bosses, debuffs. Sunder is very, very good. Every single raid will have somebody sundering. You're also going to have people using Horizon Walker for negative armor class, a whole bunch of stuff. So people do a lot of like sundering. Oh, I got a key. Sick. Kind of sick. Lotro BB vid dropped. What is this? Lotro beginner basics. Oh no. That's, oh god, if that one spreads around when I'm like, you can beat the whole game with quick shot. It's true. Doesn't make people feel good. Chronoscope. Because why not? Get some extra tokens. I don't know why I've been doing Chronoscope. I can't give you that answer. If you're like, why were you doing Chronoscope? I don't know. Dragon Ball Trades actually feels effective at said trades rather than the visions of Archetype that has failed in similar games. Yeah. Well, the other thing about DDO that's like really important is like, as long as you are having fun, that is so much what matters. This game features like 20,000 difficulties. So like, if you find a difficulty is too low, crank it up. If you find difficulty is too high, crank it down. You know, you just play, you can play whatever you want. Play whatever you want. Like, some people might take some of my beginner basics builds and run them headfirst into Reaper 1. Solo. And you can do that, but they're not designed for that. They're more designed for like the new player experience. I start playing on normal, I work my way up to hard, maybe elite difficulty, I'm repeating quests here and there. Like, that's kind of the goal behind them. That doesn't mean you can't do that. Some of the character classes, like for example, the Warlock, bro, the Warlock build, the Acolyted Skin build, the Blightcaster build, the Archmage, all the casters actually. All the casters you can just slam headfirst into Reaper mode. The Barbarian can go headfirst into Reaper mode. You can just go. There's no real downside.
Nelgan smiles at you and turns to speak to the others.
These adventurers are friends of my father's. We should begin.
Professor Tremus gleefully
Placeholders just know that you'll never ever run an elite raid. Joke's on you, Julian. I'm in a raid on the Epic Elite. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. I'm gonna do a 360. Hell yeah, dude.
Think back to the last time you
get destroyed. Holy.
Yes, that was in Stormreach. He was performing at his favorite spot.
That's a bug. True, it is a bug. I do have a brain deficiency.
The Devil Army attacked. The devils overwhelmed us. People were panicking, trying to flee, and I lost sight of Nat. Oh, Nat, where did you go?
Nell and her companions vanished into a portal. Before you can follow, a green creature appears out of nowhere.
In Epic, so it doesn't count. True. Oh, the answer to that one, Midnight, is that for reasons I can't entirely explain, if you join a DDO endgame raid group, people will either do hard mode or they will do Reaper 1. It is like almost unheard of for a raid group to open up and people to run the raid on elite difficulty. It just doesn't happen. And to be completely honest, I do not know the last legendary elite raid I ran. I couldn't tell you. It's been years. I don't know why. I don't know why. And you might be like, oh, because the gear is better? No.
Whoever created it may be powerful enough.
The gear difference is irrelevant.
The marketplace, now a war zone in the midst
totally
of
irrelevant.
Invasion. At the center is a huge red tent.
And it is
but
absolutely
not the
harder.
tent you
In the
remember.
early levels, you can make the argument that there's like some easier elements because you get a huge bump up in health. But for the amount of increased damage you take and the amount of decreased damage you deal, it's especially like, again, at lower levels, you can make the argument and go, well, you know, you're actually, you know, getting some of that damage back because, oh man, there's so many guys. Maybe like, oh, well, you're actually getting some of that damage back because now you have access to like Reaper Strike. So now you get 30%, 30% double shot. And yeah, sure, you could make it that argument, but the problem is, or like, you know, everybody's double strike capped at the level caps. You don't really need that stuff.
Has been significantly blunted due to your efforts.
Well, yeah, but the monsters deal like 80% more damage. And you don't get 80% more health. I'm going to be honest with you. You get a lot more health, but it ain't 80% more health. Reaper sucks and I ate it? Damn. Unlucky. But yeah, epic elite raids are definitely or legendary elite raids are definitely easier than legendary hard. Or sorry, not legendary hard. That's wrong. But then Reaper 1. But I don't know how to explain that. It just kind of is a thing. It's just kind of stuck. It's been there forever.
The evil Tremus
By the way,
begins
Ari
laying
participated in
down
it.
his
I will do
demands
Reaper
for
1 raids.
Nelgan's life.
Also,
You will go to the
Remerus,
Bank of
thank you so much for the
to
resub.
the
I hope you're doing
Lord's
very, very
March
well.
just
Thank you
next door.
so much.
You
Hope you're having a good day. I'm glad to have you here. Welcome back.
I don't care what you have to do to
Hey, we got all the guys. We just need to reduce the Devil's Air Legions and kill some guys. I'm just running around looking for stuff. That thing's already dead.
live to grow into a dirty old
Back at 20, what do you do now? Now you play the game. Oh, is that for me? Oh, thank you. I have pizza. I'm gonna eat my pizza slowly. Exclusive solo? Oh, 100%, yeah. Bear in mind, I'm not, there's really, everything is dead. We killed everything so fast. I very much just want to point out that if you don't want to play Reaper mode, I wish there was a way you didn't have to if you wanted to group, but unfortunately Reaper and SSG is not interested in solving this problem, so they don't. But also, because I wish Elite was just something that people did in groups more often.
I'm headed for the market tent, where I shall kill General Sulamades with the sliver of time and become the new leader of the Devil Army.
I do like this guy's plan and how it explodes in his face.
The sliver of time must be destroyed.
Oh, I solo
in
Reaper
order
all
to
the time.
save Nell, but it's
For example,
somewhere in the
my
market tent.
character that I like re-rolled, that I've been like just trying to get my Dampier lives, I have been playing that off stream solo, and I only play on Reaper mode.
Only hours ago, Devil Legions moved through the steam tunnels in an attempt to flank the 12. At least some of them are still here. You see a grotesque... The Orthon Archer collapses from your relentless blows. Now, somewhere
Dude, that
in
guy
the
died
sewer
fast.
should be
Holy
the portal to the market
shit.
tent.
Yeah, but you're a stream Tom and you're awesome.
Primus is attempting to summon the
I
Devil
mean, I'm not
General
going to
this
argue
tent.
against that point. I do think you're onto something there.
Stops his incantations
But,
and fumes. It's you
yeah,
again.
also, as it turns out, having
to make you
completionist,
give up.
almost racial completionist, and like 100 Reaper, or like 100 something Reaper points, and like all the best gear, makes Reaper mode really easy while leveling. I still die though, sometimes. I also do sometimes do elite quests, especially when playing solo, because sometimes just Reaper mode gets annoying. There are some elements about Reaper mode that I don't love. The self-healing can be annoying, especially like in the early levels when you're like, oh, I only have like 2 healing abilities, sick. I guess I'm, you know, they don't really function the way I want them to. You got shot? Yeah, you got automated. That's what the automat is for. Devil's Air Legions.
You have turned the tide of battle, thinning the Devil Legions enough for the city guard to handle the rest.
Small on Reaper, drop to lead on some things that I've cruised on a Reaper with no issues, solo or grouped. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's one of the reasons why I like the fact that DDO does give you so many like ways in which you can play the game. You can be very flexible with it. It's cool.
A gigantic devil now stands next to Tremus. It stares disdainfully down at him and bellows,
"Why do you summon me, Tiefling? Are you so eager to die?"
Remember it's buggy, it doesn't show level requirement on items? Yes, and the reason why it doesn't do that is if you move an item from one bank to another, an item has to go into your inventory to get its level data. It doesn't get its level data when it's in the bank. So if you take an item from, let's say, your TR cache and put it directly into your character bank, it will lose its level data. Or it's also one of the reasons why sometimes if you click an item in your bank and drag it and then let go of it, it will move because now you've moved it into the bank from a bank, so therefore it has no level data.
With Sulamati's departure,
So if it goes out of your bank and into your inventory, then you're fine.
It may not be prudent to remain here much longer.
Where's the last guy? Where are the air legions? Dude, what the heck? First life new to the game shouldn't be playing the hardest setting. I agree. You understand, Reaper mode was added to the game as a way to add additional challenge to the DDO player base, and that's cool. I really like that. I like that they kind of went through with that. But I think that the way that Reaper mode has been kind of added to the game and then hasn't been well supported and then has taken over as the dominant game mode, where if you're a player and you don't want to play Reaper mode, tough cookies, okay? Burnt pancakes to you. You don't get any options. Play Reaper mode or go home. I think we won. I think everything stops. House D entrance, last Air Legion. Oh, is it? Oh, it's there. It's stuck in the sky. I can't do any damage to it, but it is there. I almost got it, though. We're getting them. Go ranged! Go ranged! Oh, whoops.
You have decimated the Devil's Flying
Nice job.
Legions. Only a few Abishai stragglers remain.
You're not gonna say it was easy, but you learn a lot? Oh, absolutely. Well, that's the other thing, too, is like, when you play on Reaper mode, you kind of learn that you need defenses, because if you don't have defenses, your character gets, like, killeded. So you're like, oh, okay, how do I solve this problem? How do I get defense? How do I get things that I need to stay alive? Okay. Oh, is that robot again? Did we get roboted? Is this robot? Let's see here. Are you a robot? You're in my Discord server.
Whatever the devils
Joined
are doing
July
in Market
17th.
Tent is manifesting
No activity to
vortex
share.
winds. Bahir stares intently at it, a worried frown.
They
on
said
his
hello
face.
chat. I'm going to assume that this is a robot. So we are going to ban the robots. So ban robots. There we go. Robot banned. What are we doing? I was supposed to be doing the raid.
The devil magics around the market tent have finally reached their peak. Whatever they are trying to do,
Sorry.
it is happening
Sometimes I
now.
just have to do a little bit of Discord moderation. Making sure that there aren't too many robots taking stuff. Robot band? Yeah, a robot band. Like, brand new account, doesn't talk good, only says hello, probably a robot. Not that people don't say hello when they join Discord and something, and so if they're not a robot, there's a way they can like get themselves through, but stuff like that always makes me nervous. Because one of the things that happens is robots will join Discords and then they will use their robot powers to just message everybody in the Discord and spam them with whatever. And all you need to do is because my Discord has thousands of people in it. So if even one person goes, oh, that's interesting, and then clicks the link that they're being spammed with, it causes problems. So I'm just gonna make sure we don't let the robots do things. The server is yours. If that ever happens, please just let me know. Please let me know. I do my best to fix these things. Whoops. And then I get them. People do message me being like, hey, by the way, spam thing, fix. And I do my best to get rid of things. So yeah. But I'm a Warforged. Yeah, Warforged are different. Buy a Fortnite. Buy a pack. Oh, gonna buy a pack tonight. Should I get Myth, Dawn, or Chill? If you're gonna buy anything, I always recommend the newest pack because it's got the most newest, bestest stuff. So that would be my recommendation for you. If you're gonna buy anything, buy the newest pack. You go to the left side bank or the Lord Smart's bank. Yeah, people have habits. People have weird habits. Melee power is good. Magic's good. I want this probably. You go left side? I don't. Yeah, Black Friday they do deals. They do Black Friday and then they do Christmas. They always have Black Friday sales. So yeah. Stretching. Oh yeah, I forgot. Grab this. Here. This. Put them into space. Okay. I think I'm still here. Up once and thought he was weird. True. 0 stars. Yo, that banker's a piece of shit. Where do I bank most often? I think it is in the Lord's March bank most of the time. Hold on, I'm just gonna go into the bank and see what happens. I'm gonna let my brain take control. My subconscious lizard brain. We go into the bank. Yep, yeah, I go right here. This is where I bank. Either one of these two guys. Or, if I bank, not Dimension Door, I bank here. In the craft hall. So I bank right here. These are the two banks I use the most often. This bank is probably my second most, well, it's the second most used bank, but only because I don't always want to walk all the way out here. So the problem with the Myth Drenor bank is there's always a lot of people in Myth Drenor, so it's kind of slow. Yeah, Myth Drenor is definitely not my pick of a bank. Brave that you go to Myth Drenor for your banking needs. Pizza. Yeah, it's pizza time. I was given pizza, so I must eat it. The Ataraxia Spa was the bank of choice during the most recent lag sessions. Yeah, the Evening Star Hall of Heroes is really dead. It is another very good place to bank. God, food is so good. You guys ever get hungry and then you eat something and then you feel really good? Does that ever happen to you? I don't have any more points I want to spend until I rank up. Oh, the opposite happened? Where you're really full and then you eat something and then you feel bad? I have also done that too. Yeah. That's a huge problem that I have. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that is McDonald's. I could eat 1 quarter pounder with cheese. But what if I just ate 2? Why do they sell 20 chicken McNuggets? I don't know, but I can eat them all. I never get the McFlurry. Never. I was never a McFlurry kid, you know? Some people were big into the McFlurry, not me. Attack, damage, confirmation, physical resistance rating, and spell power. That's kind of cool. Seems good. Divine Resonance seems good. That's it. Like, I'd rather just go get a Blizzard, you know? %. Whoa. Somebody was surrounding me. It was wild. Yeah, being not incapable, but having dire consequences upon eating ice cream is something I hope I don't ever have to deal with in my life, but we'll see. I haven't gotten diabetes yet. I managed to beat the beatus so far. I don't eat a lot of like junk food anyway. Like, obviously I'm eating pizza right now, but I cook dinner basically every single day. And I drink mostly just like water. It's pretty much exclusively water and coffee. I don't drink any soda pop. So I'm feeling good though. But I'm with you, Calix, 100%. Give me a big bag of gummy worms. I don't care, whatever. Who cares about gummy worms? But a whole bucket of KFC chicken? Yeah. Yeah, I'd eat that whole bucket. And you might be like, Strim, KFC chicken is not that good. Yep. And I'd eat the whole bucket. You're not wrong. You're actually completely right. I agree. I think that the Gatekeeper's Grove, not being the Hall of Heroes, is kind of a lost opportunity. But my personal issue is just that the Gatekeeper's Grove is in the harbor. That's the only issue I have. It's just weird for a new player to go to the Grove and get immediately lost. Yeah, the KFC bucket just comes with also a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. It's a homemade meal. That's right. I don't really eat any fast food chicken, for the record. Or like Popeyes, KFC, or even Mary Brown's. I find it's all just kind of whatever. Also, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm currently just running around in circles while I eat this because I really want to eat. And I really struggle with playing and eating at the same time because I just don't eat and I just play. I know they have the rotisserie chickens. Can you buy a fried chicken at Costco? Like a bucket of fried chicken or like fried chicken meal? Because if I ever eat at Costco, it's just a bunch of hot dogs. And by a bunch, I mean usually one, sometimes two. Costco chicken bakes? I don't know if we have that. I mean, it's not a big deal for me anyway. I don't have a Costco membership, but... it's a good thing to investigate. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I noticed this, so it kind of spooked me a little bit. So if you come to the Gatekeeper's Grove, they've actually opened up the space quite a bit. So now not only is there airship access here, but there's also this area with this guy, Virus, who's just chilling here. I don't know why he's chilling here, but this is open. And also all this space is now open. What's this for? I don't know, but you better believe there's going to be some quest over here, another quest over here. They're opening things up and doing some construction. So the Gatekeeper's Grove is something they've been building for quite a while. But not only that, is there's another place that I also noticed. A cross between a Hot Pocket and a chicken pot pie? Holy shit, that sounds good. I love chicken pot pie. But also, inside the hut from beyond, ooh. 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 This gate appears inactive for now. Ooh. I also do like the hut from beyond. Then on the inside, it's like a house that's got all weird with an upside down and the stairs and the buildings everywhere. And then you go outside and it's like, oh yeah, what's out here? Oh yeah, nothing forever? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's kind of cool. There's just like a rock floating through space. Yep. I don't know if it's Fey event related, but it is neat that that is there. You want me to jump? All right. I actually have never jumped. That's a good question. I assume you can. Oh, it just teleports you back. That's funny. Also, this currently goes nowhere. I do hope they add to that space. Yeah, there's new stuff. They always sneak things in here and there, adding a couple new features, a couple new things. Look at this space, look at that. And then you're like, what's this about? There's actually been quite a few buildings that got added to the game that never turned into anything, but that were kind of neat. I'll show you one. This must have been 5 years ago. This building showed up. All this space here. And we were all like, oh shit, something's coming here. There's a door. You can enter into this. What's going on? What's up with this? The answer is nothing. There's nothing going on there. But it was cool. Like, whoa. Nothing ever happened, though. So they sometimes do make changes to stuff, and then I think maybe plans shift, or they don't actually get the ability to make what they want in the time frame that they need it for. Oh, is that the city council just finally, they got the project approved and they built it? It's also here. Where does this go? I don't think I've ever fallen down here. My brain was like, what's over here? The answer is nothing. And you can just escape. Huh. I've never fallen there, so I did not know. Very interesting. There is also this gap here that goes into nowhere, but you can't get in because there's an invisible wall blocking you from getting into here. So unfortunately, it's not like a death plane where if you fall down here, you die. There's just an invisible wall all around, so you actually can't get into this section. But overall, it's very cool. All right, give me a sec. I'm gonna move this. Okay, I'm feeling good. Had me some snack. By snack, I mean dinner. And I'm ready to rock and roll, ready to rough and tumble, ready to tackle higher level content. And by higher level, I mean things that drop tokens because I need them. Orchard farming. I try to avoid doing slayers when possible. Some people do slayers every single past life. I don't, because I just like being able to get tokens as I go. Claw of Volkur. You might have instant died a while ago, but that does not happen as of now. Because it's an invisible wall all the way around. You can't fall. Because Drake and Noir, I remember that being a thing, but the hard part is I remember that being a thing, but also I played this game when I was like 13. And so for me, I remember it being a thing that if you fell in there and you died, but that also might have been a thing where I was like, yeah, if you fall in there, you die, and then not falling in there and dying.
A great red tree grows out of the ruins.
As somebody who has died in town, in hardcore, I can imagine losing a hardcore character like that, yes. People have died in the lava in the 12th, where they're not paying attention, they slip off the bridge, because you're just kind of like on your phone, you're like using your phone while you're driving, and then your character slips and falls off a bridge, and whoops.
Flickering braziers now show that
Incineration to the max. Which does happen to some people. This one took away from dying in the lava in 12. Oh my god. Don't die in the lava, team. Don't die in the lava. Remember, the lava is dangerous. Okay? Avoid it at all costs. I know you might lava to spend some time in there, but don't do it. Yeah, because if you're swimming in lava, so lava only does 2 d6s if you're walking on it. But it does 20 d6s if you're swimming in it. So the damage is low if you're standing on it, but if you fall into it and you're like as a swim, does 20 d6s, and 20 d6s is more than a lot of characters can handle, especially at the lower levels.
There we go. Good luck.
That's more the problem. You climbing on the ladder with that quest at the bridge? Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that I think that you're wrong. I also have a memory of that, but I can't tell if it's like something that really happened or I'm just hallucinating.
Iona whispers,
See the octagonal pressure plate? It's not a giant crab. Place my
Iona whispers.
Iona whispers.
Let my staff show
Well,
the way.
so Lotro lava is usually instant death when you touch it. It is not always instant death, but it usually is instant death. There are some lavas where you don't take instant death, which is kind of funny. And the main reason for that, or why they're different, is that in Lord of the Rings, there is no like magic that protects you from fire, but in Dungeons & Dragons Online, dude, I can turn into a fire elemental. I can swim in lava. It's not a big deal. So the lava should be more dangerous in Lord of the Rings than it is in DDO. Fun fact, when the game, shortly after the game launched, they added their second raid, the Rift of Nurz Gashu. It's a rift in the ground that opened up, that revealed a Balrog hidden from deep in the olden times beneath the earth. And there was a boss that, to get to, you basically had to fight your way across these bridges that were covered with these like sentient volcanoes. And so you would like have to like walk your way across these bridges, have these big fights, and the whole time there's like an infinite quantity of orcs that are like spawning on the bridges that are coming to attack you. So it was just a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of things you had to do. So one of the solutions that we ended up coming up with and how to get through that section, because it was long and challenging, is you could actually just run through the lava. The problem is the lava killed you instantaneously when you got hit. But what you could do is, instead of actually dealing with it, one of the classes is the captain class, and they had an ability called Last Stand, which was for 20 seconds, they cannot die. They also had an ability called In Harm's Way, where they took all of the damage of the entire raid on themselves. So everyone groups up with the captain, and then the captain used Last Stand In Harm's Way, and then you run across the lava.
Iona whispers.
And then you make it to the other side without having to do any of the mechanics. It was because of that the effect of In Harm's Way got nerfed, so it only absorbs 50% of the damage taken, causing everyone to still die. Isn't that neat?
Iona whispers.
A roaming scorpion.
It's good that they nerfed it, and In Harm's Way is still incredibly powerful, but yeah, it's just kind of funny. Electric lava because I wasn't paying attention? No!
Iona whispers.
Hey again, pal. Question, if I may. Are you familiar with 2 rune arms in Chill Ravenloft? And if so, do you think Lightning or Ice Wand is better for endgame and R10s? The problem is, like, the best rune arm you're going to get, depending on what you want to do, if you actually want to use a rune arm for real damage, is like the B-Shot rune arm is B-Shot and Trash Shot are basically the 2 best rune arms still in the game in terms of single target damage. And if you want like cool effects, the rune arm from Vecna Raid, it's not too hot to handle, Fires Over Margrave, is also insanely good. That being said, I believe the ice one ends up being a little bit better. If you're talking about just Chill at Ravenloft, I think the ice one's a little stronger. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know a lot of things, you guys, but knowledge about Dungeons and Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online from 1,000 years ago, oh buddy, I know all about that.
You hear the earth rumble down below, and then a voice whispers.
So if you're like, ah, damn, nice story, Shrimp Tom, cool, hell yeah. If you're like, hey Shrimp, can you help me with my investments? No. But I can tell you neat facts about old video games nobody cares about. He healed himself.
Iona whispers.
Guardian has noticed you.
You can freeze Elise when she's the size of Godzilla. I think that the size of Elise here might be a little inaccurate, but honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe she is the size of Godzilla. I haven't looked in a little while.
Iona whispers.
Yeah, also telling stories is just fun.
Behold the claw of Volkur.
It's fun, just fun to be like, yeah, back in my day, you kids don't remember. And this and that and the other thing. Satisfying. 39 tokens. Oh my god. Fathom the depths. SSG Games, what is the viability of Mariner, Endgame, and Lotro? So Mariners are used either as DPS or as offensive support, which is the red and the blue lines. Yellow line Mariner is good, but it's not used as often. And there's two reasons for this. Reason number one is that Yellow line Mariner takes a little bit more work to get their debuffs going than the other debuffing classes. And two, the Yellow line Mariner actually has the strongest debuff in the game called Jugglery, in which you are able to basically disable the opponents and reduce their damage by the highest amount. The problem is Jugglery also reduces the damage the monster takes, and unless you're playing properly and managing how you're applying and removing Jugglery, what ends up happening is you put Jugglery on a target, and then oops, that's the target we need to be killing, and we don't pass the DPS check and we die. So Mariner, as far as the Yellow Mariner goes, needs some buffs and some work. I think it's the least thought out of the Mariners. And SSG is aware of this, and so they know it's something they need to fix, but it's not quite there. However, as far as Blue Mariner, the supportive Mariner, it is extremely potent because not only do they have a lot of good buffs, they're all of the offensive supports get a 5% damage buff that you can apply, or debuff to enemies that makes them take 5% more damage. And Mariner's the only one that gets that in AoE in terms of the offensive support characters, so that's really powerful. But on top of that, they have good defensive supporting abilities as well, in terms of guided by the stars, making them very useful for many different raid comps. Which is to say, Mariners are not captains, but you can do a lot of good stuff with Mariners.
Night about checking for hematomas after get.
After get? Checking for hematobas? After get? Huh? After wait? What? I don't know. Thank you for the bits, though. Appreciate it. Anyways, so the long story short is Blue Mariners are the #2 preferred offensive support character. And as a DPS, you can just run a Mariner as a DPS. Mariners are high DPS right now, and they are quite good to use. The problem is, Mariners take more work than some of the other DPS classes, so most people are not actually going to most Mariners are not going to be doing raids because a lot of people are going to be running champions or other associated things. That being said, they have enough single target DPS and AoE DPS to confidently fill the role of any DPS slot in a raid. And again, in any raid group or 6-man group, a Mariner is very useful in the blue offensive supporting role. Defensive support, they are just a smidgen behind. So the answer to your question is Mariners are fantastic. In my guild, we actually use a Mariner almost all of the time. The only times we don't use a Mariner is when we don't have one. Basically, we always bring a red captain to every raid, and then we swap in Mariner or Blue Lore Master, depending on the circumstance of what we need. Checking for hematomas. That is correct, yes. So when you get your blood drawn, the way that it's supposed to work is you draw blood from somebody, and then after the blood draw is done, I inform the patient and I tell them, like, okay, I'm gonna, give you a tissue or whatever, not a tissue, like a cotton ball, and basically like apply pressure and hold it hard, like push hard. And I'll notice immediately, I check to make sure that, because you hold it for basically like 30 seconds. but I can like press hard. A lot of times people will just like hold it there, just hold the cotton ball, and it's like, no, you need to apply pressure. If you do not apply pressure, you will continue bleeding. So apply pressure. So if I watch them to make sure they are doing it, keep an eyes on them, and then afterwards, before I let anybody go, the first thing you'd always do a check to make sure somebody is no longer bleeding. So after you're done, you do a site inspection. So you look at the spot and you basically stretch the skin both ways to make sure that no blood is still coming through and there's no hematoma. And then you new cotton ball, tape up, and you're good to go. No, that's Warden. Warden is the class that hurt me because of all the clicks. Shroom Tom, can I help you with your investments? Yeah. Just short NVIDIA. That bubble's gonna burst eventually.
In the chamber ahead, a Sahagin wizard sifts through the remains of a smashed container. The planar fetter is not here.
But decided a different path in healthcare things? Yeah. For the record, I don't want to be a phlebotomist. I really don't like doing phlebotomy. I am very good at it. I don't like it.
Ended their enslavement of the Ravenite clan. You were unable to retrieve the planar fetter, and the Sahagin have taken the magical device back to their underwater base.
Check and grade the next phlebotomist. It's not super hard. You just have to press hard. Like, you need to apply pressure. So like if I look at somebody and I can't see that they're applying pressure, like their skin isn't tight because they're not pushing on their arm at all, then I'm like, okay, you're not doing what you're supposed to. You apply pressure. You don't have to like, it's not like vice grip, like, but like when you push on the skin, it goes inwards. So if I push on my skin, you can see the skin around it. You can't see it in the video because it's not good enough, but you can see the skin moving. You just apply a little pressure. You see the fingers? They go pressure. That's it. You just apply pressure. That's all. It's nothing crazy, and it's not that uncomfortable. Next is Wiz King plus Oob. Rayum. Hold this and it's usually implied to apply pressure. It's important to tell people to apply pressure every single time because one, some people don't know, which is important. Two, if they don't apply pressure, you can develop like a hematoma, which is a bit of a problem. It's basically like a bruise, but it's not good and it's like painful and doesn't go away right away. So that's why it's important to make sure like to give people the proper information. And I know this from experience because number one, it's literally just like as somebody who you know, I live in the city of Ottawa. We have a lot of people from a lot of different cultural backgrounds, and especially a lot of people who English is not the greatest command of their language, either because they're French, so they speak French, or they're just somebody who doesn't speak English, but they speak other languages. And so, or they're just not familiar with the system. So it's very important to be clear and direct to say, you know, apply pressure. Like I use my hand, I put the thing on there, and then I say, okay, hold it, but I'm already applying pressure. So I know, like, I put a pressure on them, so then they know to, like, put it as I tell them, and I double check to make sure they do it. And it's always important to give people that information because I've had this experience myself. There was a circumstance where I was having actually a heart issue, so I went to the hospital. Turns out I have a heart condition, but that's not neither here nor there. While I was there, I basically ended up staying at the hospital for, like, 30-ish hours, and I didn't sleep the entire time I was there. So I was like deliriously tired. So right before I left, they needed to take an extra blood draw from me. So the person takes like an extra blood draw, and they're like, okay, you're good to go. They did not inform me to apply pressure. I should have known this, but I was awake for 30 hours. I didn't think about it at all. They just put this thing on me, and I was like, okay, whatever. Like I was tired. I'd spent the entire time up at the hospital. I was not thinking. So what happens is I like leave the hospital, and as I'm walking like through the hallway to leave the building, I'm like, what is that? What's that on my hand? And there's just blood on my hand because I'm dripping blood because I didn't apply any pressure. So my wound is just open. And I was like, oh, that's bad. Anyway, so I walk back over and I'm like, hey, I'm bleeding, please help. Anyway, so I go back and there was like the nurse who did the thing, and she literally looks at me and she goes, you're supposed to apply pressure. Like she like rolls her eyes and is like, you're supposed to apply pressure. And I did not take any of that. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I've been here like for like a fucking entire day and I'm really tired. Like, don't give me lip. Don't give me sass. Are you joking? What, are you stupid? Are you too stupid to do your fucking job? Is that you don't blame the patient when they don't do something, you don't tell them to do something. That was ridiculous. I was like very upset. Fortunately for me, I was just leaving. So I was like, just strap me with a new thing, like redo my dressing and then let me go. But like, God, I was like, I couldn't believe that. You're supposed to put pressure. Yeah, guess what? I'm also supposed to sleep, but I guess I didn't do that. And whose fault is that, huh? Jesus Christ, that was so, I got, ugh. Reliving that's annoying.
Calls out to you. Welcome, traveler.
If you can't solo a tower, pick a buddy. Yeah, you don't need the hydraulic press. But yeah, anyway, like I said, I'm currently unemployed because I am just still looking for jobs, and I don't have the high hopes of working as a phlebotomist, so, but we'll get there. I apply for stuff. It will happen. That's why I'm fortunate that I can like just stream in the meantime, because it's like, oh man, still looking for a job. I can afford to like spend a year looking for work. I'd like to not spend a year looking for work, but I can afford to do that. Would you strap things for the injection point? No, but I didn't apply any pressure at all. Usually you put a piece of tape over top of like a thing, but you still have to apply some amount of pressure. If you don't apply pressure to a wound, you're gonna keep bleeding. That's just how it works. Yeah, like if you get cut, just apply pressure, you'll be fine. You'll stop bleeding, it's all good. You just apply pressure. Routine, they just don't inform people. Yeah, which again, to be fair, like I understand that, you know, this person is working at the hospital, they're busy, they have a lot of things going on, and they probably didn't want to deal with me coming back because having to like redress me up means it doesn't take that long. It took like an extra minute and a half, but like a minute and a half can make like add up to a long time when you're already doing a lot of other things. So again, I understand why this person like failed to inform me of this thing. I totally get that. But the frustration should not have been at me. It should have been on them to go, oh, I should have said something. They could have been like, oh, sorry. I didn't inform you to like apply pressure. Like, you know, you're not God, you're a nurse. Everybody makes mistakes and that's okay. Again, as a person, I could have also remembered, but under the circumstances, I was very tired and I did not remember. Also, I wasn't even mad. That was the other thing too. I wasn't out here being like, yeah, you guys, you sons of bitches, you fucked up and you ruined my arm or something. I was just like, hey, I got the bleeding. Can you fix it? Anybody got a band-aid? That was it. If you stick someone, you will get chlamydia and you will die. True. I see somebody's been watching, what was that? Was that Mean Girls? Or The Coach? Was that Mean Girls? Or was that another movie? 10 Things I Hate About You? I can't remember. It was one of them movies. Yeah, The Coach. It was like, if you kids have sex, you will get pregnant and you will die.
Hear a hideous croaking laugh from within
It's
the
perfect.
tomb.
Gotta teach them kids, man. There's a lever out of here somewhere, right? True, yeah, no dating until you're married. Don't hold hands until you're married, kids. Oh, there it is. It blends into the wall. Oh? You held hands before marriage? Gasp. Also true, all bleeding stops eventually. Fact. At some point.
No mortal
Not
may pass
two.
through this gate.
How much damage does this aura do? It's every 2 seconds it's doing 400 damage? It's not bad. J'accuse. No. I would never do anything like that. Oh yeah, what was it? Yesterday? I should have taken a picture. We were talking about, I was hanging out with some of my friends last night, and we did a we were talking about like arts and crafts, and the girls were talking about how they, like, when they were growing up, they learned how to do like a whole bunch of different arts and crafts. So like making like a classic like a cootie catcher and things like that, like some of these like paper folding exercises. And I was talking, and they were like, yeah, did you guys learn that? And I'm like, no, boys, we didn't do anything like that. Like, it's like we went outside and we punched each other in the arm until our arms hurt. That's what we did. You didn't learn how to do crafts. It's magic. What the heck are you talking about? Anyway, so they then proceeded to show me the folding process is how you make one of those little things. I'm sure there's probably an actual proper name for it than cootie catcher, which is the name that we gave it as kids. But so I actually now know how to fold that. So, you know, I can do some paper fold. But also we proceeded to then play the other childhood game, MASH, which is basically where you write out several different elements about your life in the future, and then because you're like 9, and then the idea is that you're trying to use chance to determine what is going to happen to you in the future. How many kids are you going to have? Who are you going to marry? What are you going to live? And or where are you going to live? And I, of course, never played this because again, as a boy, we were too busy like eating dirt and punching each other. So I'd seen people do this, but I didn't do it myself. So I had the opportunity to play this myself, and it turns out that how did it end up? I'm going to live in a house. The location that I was going to live, we had location. There's a bunch of different locations. And one of them was with Dwayne. So I'm living in a house with Dwayne. I get married to Hexadecimal from the cartoon animated series Reboot. My pet is a bowl of soup. So that's pretty good. I got a bowl of soup for a pet. I am a baker. In the future, I will grow up to be a baker who only makes scones, which is good. It was a good time. It was fun. Good creative exercise. You have to think of things off the dome. Do you know when the Night Revels ends exactly? November 4th. Corn Kingdom, November 4th. One of these? Yes, exactly. $45 just feels like getting to and fro, which takes so long. No, so Julian, what you're experiencing is the base game. Oh, what did I drive? What was my car of choice? Oh, and my car of choice was rollerblades. There's a lot of options for cars, and I got rollerblades.
You spy the Wizard King's treasure chamber.
Which of all things, this could be worse. The bowl of soup for a pet really threw me off. I don't know what I'm going to do about that information, but in the future, yeah, it makes sense. Yes. Please. Name your dog or cat Soup. Yeah. Could also do that. Honestly, Soup is a great name for a pet. But yeah, so anyway, back to your question, Julian. Sorry, I got really distracted. The experience you're having with the MMORPG is that you're experiencing the base game. So in the base game of the MMO, level cap was 50 was the original level cap. So getting to 50 is like hard because it was like you got to 45 really easily, and then getting to 50 was like you had to figure that shit out. But once you get past 50 and you start going into Moria, that's when you get to expansion content, where every expansion is designed to get you from 50 to 60, and then 60 to 65, and then 75 to 85, or then, 65 to 75, and then 75 to 85, and 85 to 95, and 95 to 105, and 105 to 115, and 115 to 120, and 120 to 130, 130 to 140, 140 to 150, 150 to 160. So, what I recommend you do at this point, there's two places you can go for XP that I think might be a little bit more straightforward. One is Foroshel. Foroshel is north of Evendim. So I would definitely go to Foroshel for farming XP. And it's level 45. 45 area, 45 to 50, so it's pretty straightforward. And then once you get to level 47, 48, abandon what you're doing and go to Eregion. Eregion, you want to start at 46 at the earliest, because a lot of the quests actually have a minimum level. You can't start picking them up until 46. But then you want to go to Eregion, 46, 47. And Eregion leads into Moria, and Eregion through Moria. And once you're at Eregion, it is now linear level path. You don't have to go explore the entire world. It just is linear level path.
This enormous crack leads to the Volkur spiral site. Your dangerous climb ends high above a large chamber, the site of many rituals.
Go to Rohan and mine ore at level 50? No, don't do that. You can do that, I wouldn't.
The altar catches your eye.
So unfortunately, Lord of the Rings Online does not offer a dungeon queue, so you actually can't do any dungeons, for the most part, unless you group with other players in the chat. Well, you can't do any dungeons unless you group with players in the chat, so that's how people come into contact with one another, where somebody will be like, hey, doing X dungeon, looking for whatever, and they group together. During the leveling process, almost every dungeon in the game scales, so you can set the level of it, but unfortunately, yeah, you can't really do the dungeons like you would. What you can do is you can do dungeons over leveled if you want. So you can open up a dungeon right now and do, like, because you're level 45, you could go and try to do something like what are some of them? The Barrow Downs, so the Great Barrow, you could do that if you really want to. You could do Fornost. There's a couple 3-mans like Into the Forsaken you could do. You just want to be a little over level for it, but you can still do that. Do people still run barrows? No, nobody runs barrows. If there was a queue, like in WoW, you could do it, but there's no queue, unfortunately. There was a time in the past where they actually they were possibly going to add in a dungeon queue, but yeah. Gartha Garwin, I forgot about GA, yeah. GA, Man, these guys are too fast.
Volkur the Hunter desires a new offering of blood.
I will say, the benefit of the move speed meta is being slightly slower. Bro, this game is so easy. Because I don't have the movement speed that other people have. Like, I have a 30% movement speed, but I don't have, like, barb level for the 10% or a movement speed, whatever. So, other people just do that for me. I'm not saying, like I'm not trying to help, but I'm, like, walking at full speed. My character's, like, my ass is just plodding along. Just be like, you know, doing quests, doing whatever. And it's just so nice. Somebody's like, look how far ahead they are. That's awesome. Dude, I don't have to do anything. And healing a distance didn't work. Yeah, you swapped to resonance. You know that now, I'm sure, but yeah, you dissonance allows you to heal only yourself. Resonance allows you to heal other people. Yeah, breakables too. Yeah, true. Fun fact, before dissonance stance was a thing, history for you, Julian, it used to be called war speech, and instead of like dissonance, where it changes some of your skills and makes it so your heals only work on yourself, war speech used to disable your healing. It was healing equals no. You might be like, oh wow, that sounds really bad. No, it was still really good. Minstrels were PvP nightmares. I'm into the gear that I get questing, selling for vendor trash, or spending the points to sell stuff to the AH. Nah, I wouldn't really take the time. Just sell stuff you don't need. If you don't need something, just sell it. Oh my god, there's a dog that is borking outside. What the hell? Yo, somebody needs to take that dog and put it inside. Depending on your how big your race is, feels anemic. No, like, again, for me, I don't mind. I'm physically slower. Look how fast this person is. But, like, I don't have to care. I just go. Do I have any other quests I want to do? Any other quests? Any other token quests that I want to do? Any other token quests? Oh, spies. Spies, TTT, then Laud Chain. Chains of Flame? Okay. No, I'm good. Listen, I hate myself, but I don't hate myself that much. You play Freeps or Creeps? I have always been a Freep player. Mostly because I find the Creeps, I just never really gelled with anyone in particular. The Creep I liked the most was the War Leader, but the problem was, War Leaders are good. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying War Leaders are bad, especially right now. War Leaders are very, very good. But the time that I did the most PvP in Lord of the Rings was, I'm going the wrong way, was shortly, well, like, you know, after the game launched is when I did a lot of PvP, and I used to play War Leader a lot. But when they added the Defiler, the new Orc class, the Defiler completely eliminated the need for a War Leader. The Defiler was just, it did everything the War Leader did, but it had heals over times on top of that, and it was also literally unkillable, because you'd have these like, unless you had like a full raid trying to take down the Defiler, they couldn't. And I, instead of playing Defiler, I was like, I wanted to play my War Leader, but I felt like I was just unnecessary. Well, but exactly, like, but I wanted to like heal and do other stuff, but all you did was stay behind, stay out of combat, and just raise people. So yeah, so it just wasn't as exciting for me personally. And so I just didn't love it. War Leaders are very good now. So I haven't really played a lot of Creep. Also, I want to be a Spider player, but I'm not a Spider player. I think Spiders are really cool, but I'm not a Spider player. I have no fucking patience. So I just can't do it, but it's really cool. Love Spiders, but I have no patience whatsoever. So it doesn't work for me. So I'm a Freep player. More than anything else. Look, what's wrong with Runekeeper, okay? I think that the Thunderstone is totally balanced. It's completely perfectly balanced. It's a balanced ability. It's really balanced. It's extremely well balanced. It's a high level of balance. That's all. It's just very highly balanced. A lot of people don't understand how highly balanced it is, but it's just really highly balanced. What? A stone that I can place at range that causes a stun and a slow continuously? What's wrong with that?
You hear a prisoner's voice calling for help. Plorax runs off across the bridge and disappears in the pit.
Plorax is gone.
You hear someone.
Okay, I don't have freedom of movement. Oh, I do. Never mind. Whew. Okay, we're good. Like I said, my guild has been going out and doing a ton of PvMP because we're on like the new expansions coming out soon, so just the raid interest has been down. So we are still raiding, but we're only raiding to get people like deeds and completions, not like for regular raiding. We're not raiding for like gear or anything. Like if you don't have gear, we're just gonna carry your ass through.
You hear a prisoner's voice.
How balanced? That shit's an 11, dude.
Aaron runs down the tunnel, back to the ladder.
Is it the thing that's complained about the most? It might be. It might be like the #1 thing complained about. Is the Runekeeper runestones?
The metal grates.
They are incredibly designed. Ever stream Lotro? I don't stream Lord of the Rings Online that often. I stream raids, raid night, but I don't stream the game terribly often. When the new expansion comes out, I'll probably stream some of it and like go through some of the content. The problem is, and this is also a personal opinion, I think Lord of the Rings is really, really boring to watch. Because there's no character customization, so I can't even be like, yo, and this is my cool character, and I decided to do this because of this. So that doesn't work. Whereas like here, people can ask questions and be like, hey, Shrim, how about why what's like there's a learning opportunity here? But like, it's just kind of like combat overworld stuff. The story is interesting, but I find the general gameplay not as interesting. But that's why the raiding, I stream it, because the raids are cool. And there's some cool stuff. The story's good in the raids. And also, whenever you wipe, it's fun for chat because they get to watch and be like, wow, this guy's so washed up. Guy terrible, washed up. And you get to feel morally superior.
You hear a woman's voice asking for help up above.
Oh, for sure. I'm thinking of right now in terms of what people are complaining about. Not that the runestone is the most complained about thing of all time. You're probably right. Am I supposed to do any skirmishes? Okay, so skirmishes were a mechanic that they basically entirely abandoned after they came up with epic battles with Rohan, and they kind of never went back to skirmishes ever again. However, with the release of Before the Shadow, a low-level expansion that added a new starter zone to the game, they actually went back and added some a new skirmish, which was really cool, and then abandoned the mechanic again. So you don't have to do skirmishes. The level of your skirmish soldier doesn't matter. Leveling up your skirmishes doesn't matter. So don't worry about it. They're fun. Like, they are fun. And as part of Moria and post Moria, you will have to do a lot of skirmishes because there are skirmishes as part of the main story quest. But again, they're cool. I like skirmishes. So if you haven't done them, it's worth it to run each one once because they're like basically a solo dungeon, and they're really sick. I actually really enjoy skirmishes. Also, if you don't beat survival barrow downs, you're dead to me. So keep that in mind. As far as missions go, missions are just things that are meant to fill in level gaps. They scale to your level always, and then they give you like tokens and gear that you can use to buy stuff. I oftentimes will do missions to level up alts. So, like for example, all my characters that are at 140, I leveled them all up to 150 doing using missions. Because they scale to your level and I don't have to go anywhere. Another name for evil damage? Yes. Okay. Two-toed Tobias. Is he getting up here in RNG if you don't have Aussie internet? Yes. So the reason why that there's a problem with the air jets, it's not a lag thing. Some people think it's a lag thing. It's not a lag thing. Well, it's kind of. It depends on your definition of lag, but it's a desync thing. So in this game, the client and the server, their handshake is pretty loose. So oftentimes it's a reason why when you use those air jets, the client's prediction as to where you're going to go is very different than the server's, which is why you're kind of jumping around all the time. Most of the movement abilities in DDO have this same problem. So it's not something I can recommend to most, or not recommend. It's something that you have to just be aware that like, it's not your fault that it's like glitching around, or it's not the servers disconnecting. The issue is DDO itself is really struggling to do these things. So that's why.
The Weeping Cove is rumored to be a resting place of two-toed Tobias, an ancient
Having cleaned yourself is a bad thing? Because you're washed up, man. I actually don't know where the term washed up originates from.
You are not the first to visit.
I know that if you say that somebody is washed up, it's because they are, maybe they're like washing up on a shore. It's like a reference to like a beached whale. Where like it's somebody coming back when they are not supposed to be there. Originally a sports term? Yeah, fell out of relevancy is also a thing, like you fell off, but I just don't know the term. Again, that's the reason why people say washed, is because it's shorthand for washed up. So that's just slang. What young people do, they do slang terms. Theatrical slang of the vaudeville era, initially meaning a performer had finished their work for the day and had washed their stage makeup time. Over time, the vaudeville performer's career was over, symbolizing the end of their time in the spotlight, like something left by the tide and their career had ended. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, okay. This makes sense. Okay, cool. I learned something. Thank you. Appreciate that. According to Google, I mean, it's probably accurate. Etymology, you know. It's hard to say, but it's like weird, obscure things that have. Here's what I will say: information is usually pretty good for things that are just like unimportant. Stuff like that. Etymology of the term washed up. But that people don't have passion for talking about. Yeah, dude, bar trivia, hell yeah. He gets a black sail, yar. Holy and holy as the scriptures for damage rather than good and evil damage, but it does hold true for chaos and entropic law order. Not really. Because entropic is force damage. It's anarchic, that is chaos damage. And axiomatic. I remember always wanting to get anarchic weapons because the anarchic weapon effect makes your weapon like glow all sorts of different colors, and I always thought that was so fucking cool. It's knowledgeable in place and was only used to settle arguments in bars. I mean, to be fair, it's a very good thing. I don't know what the... It's really weird to think that like 20-ish, no, like 30 years ago. So you know, if you're in the 80s and you go to a bar or a cafe with some friends, and you guys like are shooting the shit about something, and somebody goes, "Hey, what was the name of that actor that did that thing?" Or it's like, "Where was that actor born?" And you're like, "I don't know." Somebody's like, "Yeah, I think they were born in like Philadelphia." And someone's like, "No, I thought they were born in Queens." And it's like, well, I don't know. You don't know. So you either gotta hope somebody in the bar knows, or nobody knows. You just leave it. Did I get a bow? I did.
The floor slides open, revealing dark
It's kind of wild.
beneath.
And now you have all the information in your pocket. Anything you could ever want, and you have all the information you could ever need instantaneously, delivered straight to you. Or you could ask Grok something and then get an incorrect answer. Most of the time. Which is what also some people decide to do.
You've defeated the
I don't know why,
legendary
but
Jack Gibbers. Inside the chest, you find
I didn't do a
piece of
jib.
Arachri's treasure
Jib.
map,
Jib.
along with some
Jib.
other items.
Shit. Oh my god, I forgot to do the gamba. I didn't even notice. Jib. Holy shit. It's not that rare, you guys.
Get me out of this.
Oh my god, we just pulled that jib. Dude, that's so sick. That like never happens. So that's very exciting. Also, what's up, Deathy TV Raiders? What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Okay, it's good. In the chest for you, K-Bite. Dude, just slamming the jib. That's crazy. Gotta love it. Passing along jibs. Jack Gibber's blade. Correct. Also, what's up, everybody? Hope you had a good time. Thank you for the raid. Hope your stream was good. I literally just pulled the Jack Gibber's blade so I could give it to somebody, which was nice.
The Weeping Cove is
So,
rumored to be a resting
I'm glad
place
to
of
have the chance to do that.
Tobias, an ancient
Holy moly, taking
three-barrel
23.
legend.
God damn. One's whole sentient XP? Yeah, I could never do that. I would only do that if nobody in the raid needed it, but or nobody in the group needed it. But I find if you have an open group, there's almost always one person who needs one. And so being able to pass it along, it's such a cool item and is very iconic for many people. I don't personally care too much because I already have all the characters that I want to have jibs. I do, like this character. I got one on pretty much all my raiding characters. But yeah, the question of how do you get it? Just run Two-Toe Tobias every past life. The drop rate's low, but it's not that low. Just run it every past life, at least once, on legendary, and you're all set. Holy crap! Holy moly! Well, it's just nice to have. It is also an item that is terribly balanced. It is something that I think that every game designer learns at some point why it's a bad idea to have a self-res in their video game and tries to remove it, because self-resurrections are really, really unbalanced, because one of the ways you can deal with a player is by killing them. And if killing them doesn't kill them, that's a little problematic. So, yeah, that's a fun one. That's a fun one right there. What do I want? Spell construction? I don't know. I don't know. I can't think right now. I'm just gonna do this. Call it a day. I've only pulled it once. Yeah, but that's good. You gotta pull. Is it from jibs to have one already? Also true. Yeah, if you already have one, you find them way more often. True fact. Food trash? Yeah. I don't really do epic solo ever for the most part. I just find I'm almost always like in a group doing a thing. So for me, it just never really comes up. Lord. The Lords of Dust. It's in here somewhere. There's a lot of Lord's quests. Oh, it's Lord's March. That's why.
A woman's voice drifts up from somewhere below. She speaks Noman's name.
Do you find Divine Crusader guy in your raid with gibbers, making the raid wipe pretty irrelevant?
You will do no such thing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Being able to just like my paladin has that, right? So my paladin has the full raid resurrection, so I can jib and then resurrect the whole raid in 2 buttons, which is nice. So I really like doing that.
As the path
Are you supposed to get 35 astral shards from them? True. It's less so that, and it's more so like the really hard content, because in the lower tier stuff, like if it's like a quest, lower stakes, it's not that big of a deal. It's for like the raids, because you can do some wacky stuff. Well, it's not cakes. You can't use like a raise cake in a raid, right? Oh, for those of you that don't know, you can't use raise cakes in raids. So if you die in a raid, you die in real life. I mean, sorry, you die forever until somebody resurrects you or you hit a shrine. So these guys are so fast. I'm not even doing anything. That's great. It is not a consumable. Well, it's sort of. It's an activatable. So you can use it once every 10 minutes, I believe. 30 minutes. Yeah, it's got a 10-minute cooldown.
Inquisitor Noman stands next to a strange.
Yeah, and it's just permanent. The only difference is it's bound to character and it's exclusive, so you can't have multiple of them. But you just have one, and then if you die, you just fix it. Now, granted, you're only alive for 1 minute, so you have to use that minute wisely, either by using the minute to get to a shrine, using the minute to clear off stuff, using the minute for whatever it is. But again, that's where the raid comes in. You can use this in a raid, and then as a Divine Crusader, they get an ability that allows them to resurrect the entire raid from the dead. So you just wait till everyone's death timers are off, and then you slam the jib, come back to life, and then resurrect the whole raid.
Give yourselves, my children. Give to the
Thought we were talking about solo content? No, I'm talking about raids.
Stand aside. Let my minions kill this filth.
Resurrecting yourself from the dead is unbalanced, but you can just do that wherever you want. But the problem is, it's when it comes to the hard content, like your raid, you have to have a way to prevent players from doing that because they can get around certain mechanics. The way that DDO gets around self-resurrection in raids is by making it so that in all raids, if you die, you're dead for 2 minutes. So that's a really helpful way of getting around the problem of being able to resurrect yourself. So like if you die in a raid, you're dead for 2 minutes, which is not good. Especially if the people in your raid are trying to like beat it and you need to be helpful.
The Silver Flame are looking into cult activity in the area. Your help would be greatly appreciated.
Oh no, where'd they die? Oh, the trap. The trap! I don't have trapping skills. I don't think we have any trappers. There's a few things that bypass the raid timers, yeah. That bypasses the raid timer. Undying Call from the Undying Court also bypasses the raid timer. There's a few things that bypass raid timer. Although, to be fair, I think the things that bypass raid timer are not supposed to, but they do anyway.
A magical barrier built by the Silver Flame glows on the path ahead.
You'd be surprised how often too many Forge Wraiths in THDH is not past the point of no return. On a lot of the higher difficulties of Too Hot to Handle, you actually just kind of tank the Forge Wraiths and just deal with it. It's kind of funny. The corruption element, yeah, is a pretty big deal. If the entire raid's dead, you can't do anything. Or like, they do a pretty good job of making like the jib not too impactful. Fires of a Morgrave is another example where if everyone is dead for like 2 minutes, then you get a stack of Vrox everywhere, and then when somebody gets resurrected, the Vrox just kill people. So there's quite a few things where they do a good job of ensuring that self-resurrection doesn't fix everything. I just remember playing Destiny 1, and in Destiny 1, Warlocks had an ability, or the Sunsinger Warlocks had the ability to resurrect themselves from the dead with their super, if they used their super while they were dead. And it broke every raid in the game. Every raid. So when Destiny 2 came around, they didn't give us Sunsingers, they gave us Dawnblades, and Dawnblades could not resurrect themselves from the dead. Because as it turns out, that was too much of a problem. They could not balance the game around it. It's like, oh, we have to do this? Cool. Could you revive in PvP? Oh, yeah, dude. Warlocks were a nightmare in PvP. Not only could you revive in PvP, Warlocks had access to Tlaloc, one of the best scout rifles ever added, and would just shit on people. Because this was also when there used to be class-specific exotic weapons. And, yeah, Warlocks were a force to be reckoned with in PvP. It's like, you know how people will be like, oh, Mage is like the favorite class of the World of Warcraft developers, where they, you know, all the people that work in the class design, they all play Mage? Yeah, that's Warlock for Destiny. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was, Aldbar had an old build that had 3 self-resurrections in it, so he could do, like, solo Strahd and a couple other things because of Exalted Angel self-res, Monk self-res, and another self-res, so you can get past stuff. You could be right. I don't play WoW that much. It probably is Druid. I don't know. The only Druid I played was in Warlords of Draenor, where I played Boomkin for my guild. Boomkin. And like some effects. Did they change anarchic function? No. So anarchic items, you can always use them, you just take a negative level. But bear in mind, item-based negative levels are fake negative levels. So what I mean by fake negative levels is a real negative level makes it so that you take like -1 on your caster levels, -1 on a whole bunch of other stats. A fake negative level is actually just -2 on skill checks, or sorry, ability checks, skill checks and saving throws, and hit chance, which is not that big of a deal.
Drops deeper into the heart of Kyber.
And buff Lysandra as the Frost Mage character. Yeah. Is Lysandra a Frost Mage? I always interpreted Lysandra as like more crystal than frost. Or is it supposed to be ice? Because I'm gonna be honest, visually it just does not look like ice to me. I'll take the L if like my color blindness is making it difficult for me to understand that Lysandra is supposed to be ice. Also, I was never a Lysandra main.
Flamefang is banished in a burst
Very
of
dark.
heated
Oh, it's
fire,
dark ice.
snarling in
I got you.
anger.
Dark ice. I see. I see. Hey man, I had my emo streak too. Oh, is your character an ice wizard? That's cool. Do they build like snowmen? No. My character is a dark ice wizard and uses dark ice magic. You wouldn't understand. Nobody understands him. He's complicated. I understand now. Snowmen? I make snow killers. Cause they're so dark. The Watcher's frozen. Also, when Ghost started a riot, they added a self-heal to her ice ultimate, which she enters herself in ice. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like, did I play it this time? I feel like maybe I played it this time. Because that was like where you had to ignite the Lysandra before she used her ultimate. Or am I hallucinating about that bit? The world scale. It surprised me with your 2040. New riot MO is a danger around her and the Watchers. The problem is you're talking about League of Legends lore, which they rewrite every year, so it wouldn't surprise me if next year Lysandra was actually just like an ice cream vendor who gives out dark ice cream. Was working on at SSG, all things considering the state of cold casters relative to other casters. I think that is just the reason why the cold casters are the best is there's a filigree that gives 5% more cold spell crit. If there were filigrees that did the other spell crits, other casters would be more valuable. So if I use a regular item with Anarchic, I take a negative level on the icon, but the Fallen Age doesn't give me a negative or the icon. Oh no, that's definitely a bug. Sorry, that's 100% a bug. If it's Fallen Age that's not giving you something, it's probably just a bug. If you're not getting one.
Glowing spiders are locked into
Yeah,
battle
but also
with some
before
kind
this,
of
Magus
skill
was
has
not
saved
the best tree in the
flame
game.
from its attack. The Spinner of Shadows struggles against her
Magus
weakening
became the
bonds.
best tree, but
While
it was not
below
always the
her,
best tree.
The spiders consume the last of the flames, and you find yourself unable to move. The Spinner of Shadows has broken free.
Also, I don't think there's a beach party, Lysandra, but we can check this. Are all the skins in this webpage? Okay, let's see. We gotta wait for the cutscene. So, Blam, you're getting blasted with League of Legends. So we got. Let's just zoom out here. You got regular Lysandra? I guess that is ice. I just thought of like crystals here. Also, look, it's Aram, you guys. Remember Aram? Anyway, and then you got Blood Lysandra, and then you got Green Lysandra. She has skin? That blows my mind. And then you got Robot Lysandra, and then you got League of Legends World Championship Lysandra, and then you have Dark Space Lysandra, and then you have Kaiju Lysandra, I guess, and then you have Dragon Scale T-Set Lysandra, and then you have Fun Cosmic Adventure Lysandra, who's a lava lamp. It's kind of like 60s, 70s throwback Lysandra in space, and you have Flower Lysandra. There is no pool party Lysandra.
And scuttles back into the darkness. You feel her grasp on you slip as
Space
the silver
Groove.
flame
Oh, that
guardian
makes sense.
speaks.
Hold, demon. You have not escaped yet. Some of the flame still burns here.
The silver flame guardian speaks.
League of Legends jump scare. Yep, sorry.
Destroy her spiders. They have consumed the essence of the silver.
Listen, guys, I don't play League of Legends. I did for many years, despite my best judgments.
Once more.
Not like I had good judgment. I'm not saying like, oh, I had good judgment, and that's why I didn't play League of Legends. No. I dug my grave. I know, I understand.
Your game now, Flame Spirit. You are too weak to battle me yourself, so you use these mortals as pawns. You must have learned.
I think the second half of Arcane Season 2 felt a little rushed. I also understand if people didn't really like the ending that much. I did find the ending was kind of anticlimactic and kind of disappointing. I was like, they have all these cool loose ends and ways to develop characters, and they just kind of didn't. I also was like, oh, and that means they'll also kind of like, I assumed that since it's the last season, they're like, and they're gonna lead these characters into like League of Legends, like the video game, and they also didn't do that either. Which was also kind of disappointing.
Once more, the demon's voice echoes from the shadows above.
Like, I was like, damn, okay, this is kind of cool. You know, we got some neat stuff going on with some of the characters, and we're gonna see how people end up in the League of Legends. And then they're like, no, we're actually not exploring that at all. How did Jace show up in League of Legends? We don't talk about that. Do Vi and Caitlyn still talk to each other or work together? We don't talk about that. Literally, we don't talk about that. It doesn't come up. And there's no more TV show. They're done. For me, it was just very... I found the ending was very unsatisfying. Again, cool visuals, great music. The art and the way, like the artist, all the people who drew everything, fantastic. Maybe people rave about how buggy DDO is and that never be accepted in a more mainstream game in the League of Legends not only exists, but it's far more staff and funds. Well, okay, but the difference is I think that DDO is a way more buggy game because, again, the performance issues, like the lag issues in DDO, have been so glaring for such a long time. If you take any of the lag issues that DDO is experiencing, like you can play League of Legends after 8 o'clock. You can play DDO right now after 8 o'clock, but there was like a 2 or 3 month period in DDO where you couldn't do that at all. Yeah.
A feeling of dread overwhelms you, as if darkness has entered your very soul.
Do you think Arcane was a loss leader? Do you think they lost money on Arcane? That's an interesting question. I wouldn't think so, especially with like the partnership with Netflix. I don't think they would have lost money. But that is an interesting question. Oh yeah, that's 100% true. Like if you look up, I bet if I went to like the top reviews on Steam, would be people talking about the lag. Literally $1 billion in profits? I don't know.
Come for me, I am free, and I
If they said it was a lost villain, might be misremembering. I don't know, and I'm not going to Google it. Again, I can understand that they kind of like didn't want to do a hands off, but they wanted to like leave some wiggle room in case they wanted to explore any other stories, which I thought was like kind of interesting. I didn't hate that element of it, where they're like, yeah, we'll leave it open into interpretation, but they're like, yeah, we're not doing anymore, so what's the point? Is the intention to attract enough? The whole point of the loss leader is that it's opens the door so that way you make money off of consumers. So it's all about converting consumers. So an example, these examples, video game consoles. For those that are not aware, video game consoles are sold at a profit loss because the idea is you make money on the games. So you sell your PlayStation game, or your a PlayStation to buy it costs more than it does to make, but you buy it for less than it costs to make, but the benefit is that then because you own a PlayStation, you're going to buy PlayStation games and they make the money off that way. That's the point of these types of systems. DDO is a loss leader for Stream Tom? Not really. I don't have a loss leader. A good example of a loss leader would be like YouTube for me. So YouTube videos are not really a loss leader because I don't lose money, but like the amount of time I spend making YouTube videos, I make more money on Twitch. But I only make more money on Twitch because I make YouTube videos, people watch the YouTube videos, and then they go, oh, that's interesting, and then they check out the live stream, and like you guys here, and that's where I make most of the money. So I have to do it.
In the shadows. An amusing
what about weird tech companies who never make a profit but are raking in VC money? See, the circumstance with that is time to start shorting some companies. That's right. Yeah, it's all fake. It's not real. Use every cost-cutting animation trick in the book to make Arcane. They're very good at what they do. Again, the show looks amazing. Unbelievable. I do think that even though I don't really love the ending of season 2 of Arcane, I do think that as a whole, the show is extremely good and very much worth a watch. So if anybody has like not seen it yet, it's definitely absolutely worth it. No, that one's mine. Damn it, I'll go here. I need more little things. I need more crystals. Which of the show being a market loss was based literally off just a Netflix licensing deal and nothing else. Again, that doesn't surprise me. Also, the average person doesn't know anything about how these things function at all anyway. So like a regular person is not really going to understand how to interpret any of these like reports. Hardware costs too. My RAM sticks got fried and I have to replace them. The price of the same RAM has more than doubled since I last bought RAM. I would have just downloaded some instead of buying some. It's way cheaper. Do a 2-handed Warlock build, and I'm wondering if it's worth it or should I just do single weapon fighting again? Good question. The answer, in my opinion, is I actually think two-handed Warlock is better for leveling. And the main reason I personally think that is because Warlock doesn't get any AoE attacks until Epics, where you get quick cutter. So I think just having the extra damage and the strike through from a two-handed weapon, if you're just using it for leveling, will make your leveling experience faster than single weapon fighting. Personally, I think the two-handed Warlock will level faster than single weapon fighting Warlock. Obviously, if you want to do like a round of R10s, you'll probably have like better luck with single weapon fighting Warlock because quick cutter and that. Yeah, if you're talking about leveling speed, I think that two-handed fighting is the way to go. But for actual endgame, there's no real reason to do two-handed fighting, especially considering, again, you get the whole offhand you can use, which is really nice for single weapon fighting, and you're quick cuttering people anyway.
The dragon shards as I commanded. I have, replies the spinner of shadows. The drow brought them to me.
And not great quality. I didn't even know. It makes sense if there was arcane merch. Some companies are really cagey about using their intellectual property as like to sell stuff, which I can kind of understand because not everybody wants to have like a merchandising wing. But like, man, sell some toys.
There is much to do.
Well, not even sell toys. I much prefer being able to buy like t-shirt or graphic design prints and things like that than I do
You suddenly find yourself outside
buying like I don't really want to buy a Funko Pop. I'm gonna be honest. Some people like that collector stuff. Nah, I want something I can like put on the wall or I can wear. Give me art. Art. Yeah, I think 200 Warlock is perfectly good. I think it's fine. It's just mostly that at level 34 you're gonna get more mileage out of single weapon fighting. That being said, you can still use a falchion and get the crit threat damage. You just don't get any multi, unfortunately. That's the other thing too. So like as a Warlock, it's really easy to just go Vistani, but with a two-handed fighting, you don't get any crit multi anywhere unless you take like 5 levels of fighter or 6 levels of fighter to get like Kentai multi. So if you do like, you know, 14 Warlock or 12 Warlock or something and 6 fighter, and you get the Kentai multi plus patience plus falchion, then maybe that's going to be a little bit better.
This is unlike anything you have ever seen before. Mountains of stone float in the air.
Wait,
tethered together by
the Riot card game? What? I can't. I remember what it was called. Is it shut down?
You can see.
I thought you could still play it. What? The League of Legends card game? Is that not a thing? League of Legends card game. Legends of Runeterra? Is that gone? Oh, they removed PvP?
You're a stranger here, I'm thinking. What brings ye into the demon web? Ye must have come through the rift that she made.
New stuff for the PvE version.
To the other world.
Huh.
Perhaps the demon webs.
I mean, to be fair,
before you. Somewhere
there is a lot of people do like their PvE style card games. As somebody who used to play a bunch of Hearthstone, the games I enjoyed the most when I used to play Hearthstone a lot was like doing the solo adventures, the dungeon run. I used to do dungeon run a bunch when they add the I remember the name of it, the Witchwood hunt, or like in the Witchwood expansion they had like the hunts you could go on, and I thought that stuff was like pretty fun. So I enjoyed a lot of the single player content because it gave you like a thing to overcome and a challenge, and there was like RNG elements to it, which was kind of fun.
It was only possible for me to
also again other deck builder style games like Slay the Spire, stuff like that.
When the rift opened, and I
the deck builder mode, because roguelike deck builder mode is more fun and less bullshit. Oh, 100%, yeah. Well, the other thing too is if you're going to be playing, it's the same issue that I run into with like Magic and pretty much any other game, is if you if you play against other players, you're just playing against the best net decks of the time. Understandably, people want to win, so a lot of people aren't making their own decks. A lot of people instead are just going to go best deck for win rate, type into Google, look at the top 3 decks, pick one, and then play that to death.
Hark! I sense that she has dropped her guard again. Only the strong.
So like when you have a really, really powerful deck or a single deck that kind of takes over an entire format, it can be annoying to just play against it all the time. I'm gonna be honest, as somebody who played some MTG Arena, it like probably like 3 out of every 4 games being Is It Prowess is like, okay, let's play Is It Prowess again.
In the distance, the spinner of shadows scuttles along the demon web, intent on some errand.
Again, not saying people can't do that, but it's just yeah, not my favorite. User graphics card rose in price dramatically as cryptocurrency and RAM is getting more expensive because our LLMs are being pushed.
A spider hatchery lies.
That is unfortunate. Again, maybe these businesses will explode.
The weak and the slow, then dispersed into the fragments.
Yeah, I never played Legends of Runeterra. For me, I don't really play a lot of online card games. So like I said, I do MTG Arena sometimes, and the only other card game I play is like the Bazaar, which is only really a card game in the sense that the items in the shops are card shaped. It's not really a traditional card game, but it's fun.
On a distant shard of the demon web.
I saved it, but I lost interest. Only change it to PvE only. Oh, yeah, I'm surprised. It's way easy to compared to other builder roguelikes. Yeah, but some people like easy stuff. People like winning.
I promise you power beyond imagining.
Casino type slots game? I actually totally disagree. I don't think it's a casino game at all.
Let go of your physical form and join me. Become greater than you ever were. Become one with
like there's RNG in it for sure, but if it was like a casino slots game, then it would like you would never know who's going to win because it's always random chance. And as somebody who has a reasonably high win rate, I can promise you it's not either I'm really lucky all the time, where I get 10 wins like 35% of the time, or there's some skill involved. It looks like a slot machine. Yeah, it's got kind of the visual where the things come up on screen. Like there is RNG involved, but there's a lot of skill involved in it.
Ahead lies a glimmering magical portal. You have no way of you find yourself in a vast cavern of stone deep below the surface. If you
coffee, this is good stuff.
You must first make your escape from the vastness.
You guys ever drink coffee at nighttime? Oh, yeah. Who needs to sleep, baby? Also, wondering why I'm so far behind my allies? It's because I am breaking all the breakables, and getting all the breakables takes just an extra second. I don't even know where my teammates are. They're so far ahead of me. No clue. Yeah, I mentioned this, I think, the other day, but the reason why I don't really enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, although I enjoy watching it sometimes, is because the way the game is set up is that you have so much, not so much draw power, but so many searchers and like tutor cards that you kind of always have access to every card you ever want. And so there is skill involved, but unlike a game like a game like Magic, where the cards that you draw and the order that you draw them might change up how your game works, like how your plan goes. Where like, oh, I have this instead of this, now I get to do this. In a game like Yu-Gi-Oh!, you pretty much play the same line and have the same opener every single time you play. And so there's less RNG, which is good. It's your deck building against another person's deck building. And so some people can really like that, but I kind of like some of the RNG elements, you know? Like, does it feel good to lose a game because you didn't draw the out or you didn't draw the thing that you needed? Not always, but it does feel good sometimes when you feel like you got a good draw and then, you know, your opponent plays something and you kind of play around it and you feel like the game that you had, even if you and your friend both played the same deck twice, you can have differently feeling games. But in Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't have differently feeling games. In that game, there is some elements to it. Obviously, I'm not saying there's no skill. As somebody who's watched some of the competitive tournaments, I understand that there's the skill about understanding combo lines, understanding choke points, and points of interaction. I totally understand that. Not saying that's a bad thing. But yeah, it's very much like the fact that there's 40 cards in your deck is not as relevant. How to capture this bug? Fallen no negative level to put into DDO Discord. I can show the log. Oh, you can literally just. You can just say that, like, the sword is supposed to give me a negative level and it doesn't. That's how I would write it.
A fresh breeze.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't get bored of the Bazaar. I really like the Bazaar. I have like 500 hours in it at this point. I love that game. I was feeling pretty sick over the weekend, and so I spent a lot of time just lying in bed, doing literally nothing other than lying in bed. And when I did get out of bed, I did play a fair amount of the Bazaar.
A voice from inside the cage calls to you.
I know it's a series because of Arcane. I wonder what happened to it. I don't know.
But where did you come from?
I have not watched Massacre series. Nice. That was fast. I didn't even do anything. The quest is over. I just walked around and broke breakables. Let's do then Druid's Deep. Yeah. But like I said, I am a huge fan. I can glaze the Bazaar all day. Great game. I have like 400, almost 400 runs in that game. Probably more than that. I actually don't know how many total games I have.
Locals place their hope in you.
I've hit the legend rank every season, and I have never had 2 games of the Bazaar that feel the same.
Of your abilities.
Yeah, but the thing about Mac is you just kill him. That's what I do. That's my solution to the problem, is I just kill him. Have you applied to correctional facilities? I have. I have applied everywhere. I take 1 hour out of each day scanning all of the things, looking for jobs. It is really demoralizing and exhausting, but I do it because I need the jobs, man. Anyway, I will return. But yes, I have applied at prisons. I don't want to work in a prison, but you know, it is what it is. I need water. I'm going to the bathroom. I forgot to mention that. I need a haircut. Okay. The only thing I wanted to show, because you said Mac is BS. So I posted this image in the Discord yesterday, which I titled with average day one Mac board. The average day one backboard with the friggin' tomb on day one. I was like, ah, cool. Very cool. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Day one backboard. Very cool. I didn't have a very good board either, but like I'm not saying like, oh, I should have won, but very cool. Very cool. Cool day one board. Okay, back. Go. Let's go. Yeah, looking good today. Thank you. I need a haircut. My hair's too long. I need the shorter hair. How'd you go that way first? Don't you need the key? Wait. What? Wait, can you go right and then left?
A purple dragon knight lies on the bed, sick with the strain. The knight
what?
Transforms into a
dude, I didn't know that. I've been playing this game for so long and I had no idea you could do that. I've always just gone left first. Really? You can just go whichever way you feel like it?
You can do something to help.
I did not know this. I had no idea. Huh. Interesting.
He seems to be in an advanced state.
What? There's mudmen? What is this? I didn't know there was mudmen in this quest. That's crazy.
With two collected.
That's really cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Huh.
The quarantine Baron Uth appears. The infection.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go get the mudmen collectible. It's really cool though.
He is far stronger.
Huh. Well, I learned something today. Thank you for being coming along with my journey of learning a thing I did not know. Oh yeah, by the way, this is an important thing. So I'm not doing anything in this quest right now. Literally nothing. I am just kind of walking around as my teammates are blowing everything up and killing everything. If you play DDO and your character build sucks, this is why I recommend opening groups. Because let's say you have an idea for a build and you're like, this is going to be the best build ever. I'm going to make Barbarian Hammer Thrower. It's going to be sick. I'm going to stack up strength and do all this stuff. And then you get to like level 12 and you realize this is the worst thing you've ever done to yourself. It's the worst build. Nothing's good. Everything about it's horrible. And you're just angry all the time. Very Barbarian-like. You just open up a group. Let some people join in. And then let them do it for you. Very handy. Can recommend.
As you enter
like right now in this party, like I said, I'm not really doing anything. Not because I'm not trying. I don't run movement speed boosts because I just don't care that much. Some people really do. So there are many people that run like 2 dashes plus action boost sprint plus this plus that. I just don't do that. So if I fall behind, it is what it is. I fall behind.
Defeating his fellow defenders has drawn the wind. He's come
Better than play at Degen hours, yeah. Wait, did I not get the jump spell? The spell didn't go on. That's annoying.
A lithe, gray-clad figure flees deeper into the house.
Suffer through the pain and continue to solo everything. True, you can do that as well. It is an option. Ooh, I got consecrated sparks. That's neato.
Something rustles in the deep foliage. Second, you just be seen standing deep. Eating the other the strange forest overtaking Uth Lodge now has one fewer defense. It's the man in gray again. Always once it was.
Everything dies so fast, man. It all dies so fast. community, but if you can, you can if you refuse to work in your social anxiety problems. True.
Well met. I had grown weary of naught but bark and leaves for company. You are aware this place
How do I get
is
this
far
guy?
from safe, yes? But of course, danger is an old song in your songbook, I can see.
Damage, dude. Look at that raw damage. The thing about like Enlightened Spirit Warlock is that you don't need to have any damage because this thing is not going to die. I just can't really die to anything, which is nice. It's just not going to be the fastest. That's kind of Enlightened Spirit Warlock in a nutshell. The damage is kind of whatever. But like I can't really die, and I can just AFK through most of these quests. Like I don't have to attack these guys. If I just stand here and don't touch the keyboard, they're all going to die. So it's not too bad, I will say. Enlightened Spirit Warlock's not too bad. What feat did I take at level 22?
I think we should pay him a visit.
Oh, epic, perfect single weapon fighting. That makes sense. Hey Shrim, what do you think about Wizard, Pally, Mix, Undead Knight, or Paladin Warlock? So Undead Paladin is a thought. I had this idea in the past of doing like an Undead Paladin tank where you use light armor. So you do like 12 Paladin, 6 Wizard, 2 Rogue. And you kind of do some stuff, or even 12 Wizard, 6 Paladin, 2 Rogue, and kind of do like an Undead sort of Paladin tank. Good ideas about that. Never ended up following through with that. Same thing with Melee, Paladin, Warlock, using Enlightened Spirit Aura for shenanigans, plus also getting Paladin. In fact, when Warlock released and added into the game, my character at the time was a Paladin Vanguard, and I decided, since I didn't know what to do with my character, I decided to just take the rest of my levels as Warlock, because I thought it would be kind of funny. So I just added Warlock into my character that I was already playing, and it worked just fine. You can combine Paladin and Warlock really easily, so if that's something that sounds interesting to you, go ahead and do it. It's not like the best thing, but yeah, there's some cool things you can do with adding magic. One of the reasons why people have added Warlock into their melee builds anyway is by taking one level of Warlock, you can get access to this aura, this kind of thing you see spreading around my feet all the time, and that counts as magic damage. And because it's magic damage, it hits enemy for magic, so it has all sorts of cool secondary effects. For example, anything that says when you hit with a spell, gain a buff, like Arcane Warrior and some other abilities, it counts this aura, so you're constantly getting those types of buffs. On top of that, it counts as a dragon roar, so enemies will just get randomly paralyzed as I walk around. Oops, I don't want DDOs to go away. So enemies will randomly get paralyzed around me as I just walk around and attack, which is pretty cool. And yeah, those are some good stuff. It's pretty easy. It's a good combo. Undead Paladin, yeah. If also you just play a Dampier Paladin, then you are an Undead Paladin. That's also true. My Paladin that I use for endgame is in fact a Dampier, so. But yeah, you definitely can do it. I don't really have a lot of strong opinions, or if you're like, hey, do you have any build advice then? Not really. It's not something I've done. It's something I've thought about doing. So you might want to do some experimenting and kind of poking around in the builder. But yeah, Warlock has some good synergies with melee characters, with the aura and some of the cool stuff you get out of the tree. So you definitely have some flexibility there in terms of what it is you want to try.
Perhaps now it will be possible to enter Hallsame's chambers. The last corruption node is destroyed. The surrounding roots weaken, and a pack of enraged. You have fallen into a pit of spikes.
Goodbye, bear. Big bear.
The great dire bear and her druid companion have fallen. The source of the corruption. Wait. Come here. You are looking.
I almost recalled. Or started a recall. Think I can do that now? I think this is fine.
He has gone to Druid's Deep. With that,
yeah, there we go. I'm recalling. The old pre-recall.
Her words linger darkly. Thorn Hollow is cleansed. But while
you missed Monster Hunter? Like you didn't play Monster Hunter, the video game? I haven't played any of the modern Monster Hunters. The only time I played Monster Hunter was on PlayStation 2. I went to a friend's house and they had Monster Hunter on their PlayStation 2, and it was really, really, really hard for us kids. Like, we were kids, and that game was really hard. There's like some mission where you had to like collect an egg, and there's like a giant dragon, and we couldn't fight it. And I just remember dying like a million times, and we never beat that mission, and we never really played a lot of Monster Hunter, but we tried. Oh, Monster Hunter event. Dude, I pay so little attention. The Champion Hunter. Yeah. The Champion Hunter event. Ooh. Yeah, it's the Champion Hunter. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I also didn't know what was going on. It was a huge memory problem. Oh, really? I remember that was like the first thing you could do in the video game was like, yo, go steal this egg. And it was like, okay, but this is really hard. But yeah, the Eternal Flasks. I did not really make a big stink about it or let people know that that was going on because I don't think about the Champion Hunter event. It is a good event to pay attention to because you can buy cheap, insightful augments, which is really nice, as well as all of the potions like the Eternal Flasks. Like I have the Eternal Flask of Death Ward here, so I can use this whenever I want, every 10 minutes to get Death Ward added onto my character for immunity to things. Eternal Flask of Freedom of Movement, also a good flask, so you got those options there. I think the Freedom of Movement flask is better than the Death Ward flask nowadays, because Death Ward you can get it from the helmet as a cast. But at some point in the future, SSG is going to give us a Freedom of Movement low-level item. I think the lowest level Freedom of Movement item is still 10 with the Flightfoot Greaves, but who knows, at some point maybe we'll get a level 6 Freedom of Movement item. And then it gets lower and lower and lower. Soon we'll be having level 1 Freedom of Movement items, level 2. Dude, I'm getting so many keys. What the hell? So many keys. 20 keys. Kundrak. Oh yeah, Kundrak Delving Boots are 9. You're right. Oh, I forgot about that. I always think they're 10. All of the items out of Vault of Night are going to be 10 because of the sword. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do for heroic levels. I am pretty confident the next expansion we get is going to give us a level cap increase. Because that would make sense. But as far as like what what level they're gonna put it at in heroics? I don't know. I also don't even know what the next expansion would even be. Like when it comes to that stuff, I'm not as in tune with pen and paper releases, so I don't really know.
First that bard, and now you. I don't know where your precious...
The new inspiration tab on YouTube in the channel content page uses AI to suggest video topic based on videos you posted. I'd be curious to see what it suggests to you. All of the YouTube AI stuff is horrible garbage. Like, it has the AI auto comment where you can be like, hey, you can just respond to a comment instead of actually like proofreading it. But like sometimes it's really bad. So like I've had comments where people like complain about something, like they're upset about something and they comment on my YouTube video, and the YouTube commenter is like, yeah, that thing you complain about is stupid. I totally agree with you. And I'm like, no, I don't. Like, this person's dumb and what they said is stupid. Their comment is dumb and they should feel bad. That's terribly useless. Oh god. I really want the pendulum to swing the other way. I really, really, really do. Because like I don't even understand how it's possible that we went so quickly in terms of the pendulum being like, oh yeah, people, we don't have access to these like language models, to all of a sudden people are asking basic questions to like Grok and ChatGPT and getting garbage, like unusable answers. Like you can't, like even if you wanted to, you couldn't ask Grok or ChatGPT for a DDO build. It doesn't know what it's doing. And so I'm just like, like it just scares me that it goes so fast. Again, not a Luddite. I like new technology. I like embracing new things, but it's just at the pace of like untested, like the beta testers are the public, and it's destroying people. I don't know. It just makes me nervous about the future. I'm usually pretty optimistic about the future, but that one just hits me in a weird way, especially given how profit driven it is. High road. Like, unless the pendulum starts swinging in the other way, or there's like some real like change in terms of how some of these things are treated and looked at, yeah, by like the regular consumer, I'm just worried that we're gonna be in this point where like by 2030, all information is gonna be in like a fugue state, and you won't be able to you literally won't be able to know if anything is real. Oh, for sure. And the internet has brought a ton of like really bad harms to a lot of people, but the language model stuff is like a whole other level. Yes, exactly. Again, there's lots of really good uses for using these types of language model systems and these like learning algorithms. There's a lot of really good applications for them, and a bad application is as a substitute for like Googling stuff.
I've been scrying.
Obviously, use whatever search engine you want. I'm not the term is just Googling because they have a good part of the market share. But
I'm more capable than you think when it comes
asking
to
an AI for a summary of a thing is never good.
I am a harper wizard.
It's like, I don't know what to do.
Help me deal with this loathsome creature. It must have been summoned when I crumpled the scroll fragment by accident. Oh, I will have to be more careful with the scroll.
The writing. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, for example, a friend of mine actually uses AI sometimes for like article summary, which is like a good way to use it, where basically it'll be like, hey, can you summarize this article in like 2 paragraphs? And then it'll grab the keynotes and like throw them in. So it just saves you time from reading like a whole thing. If you're somebody who's doing like a lot of research, because if you give it 5 articles and you say summarize each one, and then you can read the summaries and be like, okay, this one's worth my time to read in totality and stuff like that. So it's not like writing a thing or coming up with information, and you're also giving a really direct response of like to do a thing. Again, there's lots of good reasons to use this stuff, but man, I think I'm like spooked out because of like I got 2 YouTube comments, 2 separate YouTube comments in the past week, where people were like, I looked this up, or like I asked ChatGPT or I asked Grok about this thing and it told me this. So you got to fix your, like, there's one person who's like, they were like, on my Artificer video, they're like, actually, you can't get intelligence tint and damage with Artificer. It's like, you can't do it. It's not on the wiki. And I asked Grok, and Grok said you can't either. So you should like edit your video. And it's like, first of all, no, that's wrong. But also, why were you asking Grok?
This one's crazy.
And also, like, I don't know. What do you like? It's just that sort of stuff. Just like, I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Oh man.
This confirms what I expected.
Yeah, I like that one hit me. That hit me really, really hard.
Team, the Nether East sent after the scroll. Allow me to stress how badly the Nether East.
Like Grok hallucinating that you can't get intelligence and damage on an Artificer is not a reason for me to edit my video about DDO.
Ignore this roadblock.
That's the thing that sketches me out.
Just take care of our attackers and move into the forest when you're done.
I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Like, when the internet came out, and there's also still a fair amount of this, if you want to like know a thing about a thing, you can usually just like look it up and get like a reasonably concise answer. So if you don't know something, you have an opportunity to learn something. The information is like there. You have to find it, but it's there. And the thing that scares me is that with a lot of people leaning on like using these language models as search engines, is that you can now learn a thing that might not be representative of reality. And that's the spooky part, where it kind of like obfuscates learning. It kind of takes learning away from you. That's the spooky part. Alarming that AI is still flawed. I find it alarming that people blindly trust it. Well, that's just it, right? Like, if you are in the space, you spend any amount of time online, you spend any amount of time, like, looking at what these things can and can't do, it becomes immediately obvious, especially if you start asking a language model specific questions about something, that, and also, or if you know how it works, these things, all the language models, they're predictive text models, which is they understand how to string a sentence together to sound like DDO, but they do not understand that fighters have 6 base attack bonus at level 6. They don't know what that means. What they know is that if you ask about, oh, what feat should I take on a fighter, they go, oh, well, fighters should have these feats because that's what people write about. They write that fighters should have these feats. But like, it doesn't know, oh yeah, DDO is not 5th edition, so it'll give you a 5th edition feat. It doesn't know like the delineations of the lines of thinking. That just doesn't know how that works. And so it's a fun challenge to overcome. And so again, we know, you and I, and all the people in chat understand that these language models are not capable of overcoming these challenges as of right now. The problem is that a lot of people don't realize that these are challenges that the AI, or that, again, I'm trying to avoid the use of the term AI because it's just not really accurate, that these language models don't have the thinking capacity. And so then as a result, it's as Blanian said, it's not alarming that AI is flawed or that these language models are flawed, because it's like new emergent technology. It's going to take many, many years to refine and make functional in a good way for mass consumption. The problem is a lot of people are, because they're publicly available, don't realize that there's not enough rigorous testing that goes on with these things, and that the public is the beta test, which causes problems. Yeah, LLM, exactly. But yeah, because also a lot of public LLMs are trained off of the data of the internet. So they're trained off of like Reddit.
And deeper into the swamp.
Asking a question and seeking the answer. Also true, yeah. That's also fair. People look for answers to problems as opposed to trying to understand and learn through questions. Anyway, I don't know. It's just like, so getting some YouTube comments where people were like, hey, I asked AI and it said this thing, and then they're questioning me. I'm like, listen, I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. I said that artificers can get their pet to, turn into chaotic mode and then be able to break boxes, which is no longer a thing that you can do anymore. And I was very quickly corrected by the community. So thank you on that, guys, for writing that comment like 10 times. So that was good. I got people correct me. Well, like, the rest of the video is not wrong. Yeah.
The old hermit shaped.
You like things like Google Doc repositories? Yeah.
Just ahead.
You take a level 1 for all builds, be based on that. It takes a little while, but yeah. Is this true? And it changed by the hour just because Grok would go with whichever misinformation is the most prolific in that exact moment? Yep. Your math is yes. It's just I make mistakes. I want you to do a Dark Apostate Inquisitor for next life. Copy your favorite soul in quiz, and my current build is your Stormsinger in quiz build. Dark Apostate in quiz, the only issue you're gonna have to deal with is that unless you use Falconry, you won't have like wisdom hit and damage. But as long as you incorporate Falconry, you should be good. How good is Alchemist currently? Is it new player friendly? Alchemist is new player friendly. The only reason the beginner basics Alchemist guide hasn't come out yet is because I'm doing the classes basically in free to play versus not free to play order. So you will be getting an Alchemist build guide soon. It's Favored Soul, then Alchemist. So you will be getting an Alchemist build guide eventually. Alchemist is very powerful. It is arguably it's in the top 3 of spellcasters right now. Is it new player friendly? Alchemist is pretty new player friendly. It's pretty straightforward. It's got healing, it's got damage, and the harder mechanic that people have to learn is the reaction system, where different spells basically have chemicals in them, and then if you cast the different spells in a specific order, you activate a reaction state, which gives you an additional effect. Which, when I say that, you're like, oh, I have to cast spells that have chemicals and I have to know my reactions? That's kind of confusing. The actual answer is it's all color-coded. You have red spells, which do damage. You have yellow spells, which do healing. And you have blue spells, which do crowd control effects. And when you mix the colors, red and yellow makes orange. And orange gives you a damage buff. Red and blue makes purple. And purple gives you a defense buff. And blue and yellow makes green. And it gives you a healing buff. And all the spells are literally colored. So it's not too bad. It's something that I think a lot of people get really like overwhelmed by, and they're like, oh man, how do I know what I'm going to do? How do I manage the reactions and all this? You don't have to manage it. If you're playing as a DPS alchemist who casts damage spells, you're always going to be in orange because you're always casting damage and healing spells. If you're a healer, you're going to be in green because you're casting healing and crowd control spells. It basically plays itself. Where it gets complicated is with a mechanic called spiking. So when you enter a reaction state, you gain a huge buff for, I believe it's like 15 or 20 seconds. And it's basically a copy of the buff that you get normally, but times like 10. So if you enter the damage reaction, so it's called Pyrite is the orange. If you enter Pyrite, it gives you a huge buff for a short duration. So people will constantly flick the reaction states on and off to get the buffs, and it is quite good. But that is like the thing you can learn later. It's also not hard to learn as you go, but it's something you'll learn later.
The terrified villager beckons you over. As you enter the inn,
gonna be used because of that alone. 100%, I agree with you.
Help! They've taken over the place.
Oh, your damage spells be in orange all the time? That's basically it. Use damage spells, you're in orange. Yeah, the main issue is that it would be fine if the reaction states were like... I've said this before. If blue had a heal over time, not direct healing, but heal over time that they could apply, then it would make it so that the Orchidium reaction state would make way more sense.
The innkeeper gives you the barn key, along with a warning.
Yeah.
Don't you touch anything but that key. I keep all my valuables in that chest. As you enter the barn, a Netherese wizard brandishes his staff.
So yeah, like I said, for me it is you just want to see the recommendations. Didn't expect to start a topic about AI. I'm pretty sensitive to this stuff,
as the wizard incants a summoning spell,
because I don't know, there's just like the development of the casual user of the internet who doesn't understand the power of the tool that they are using. Not saying like the tool is that powerful, that in some cases the tool is actually not that powerful. Crazy impactful technology, but like, can't you ask it for a soup recipe and it's like, cool, get out your hand axe, like, you know, maybe not the best information, but like throw some rocks to add extra roughage or something, get some gravel. So yeah, so there's like there's some problems with these things, but I'm just very sensitive to that sort of thing. Also, I have a personal bias of like the number of times where, like, you know, I think about like my own future of like, oh man, I make cool and interesting character builds, and I don't think I can be replaced by a computer, but the beginner basic builds in the future might actually be able to be something that's replaced by the AI, where it just comes up with an optimized simple build that people can follow. But like, I don't know.
The bartender is nowhere to be seen. Not surprised.
I'm not an artist, so I don't feel the twangs of pain as an artist who draws something and then somebody goes hey, computer, can you draw something in like small artist style, which is damaging to them. But in the future, there could be people who are like, oh, can you make me a DDO character build, but do it in StreamTom style? And then they don't watch any of my content anymore.
It is time to end this. As he speaks,
which right now is like a financial incentive for me. Which is like, I don't know, kind of spooky. But I think about stuff like that. Self-interested, obviously, but yeah. It's there. In a sense, I'm turning the game because of the code. I've been running Paladin 200. I've been trying to figure out what exactly next. Watch every beginner basics so far. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, the beginner basics, I just really wanted to get something that would help people get started. That's the whole goal. It's just to help people get started and help people learn. Because the thing is, there's a lot to learn in DDO. Like somebody commented on one of my videos asking about Barbarian because they weren't sure which weapons they were like supposed to be using. And I didn't give the exact details on what weapons to use because I figure if you're playing a Barbarian, I give you like put on a falchion because it's good, right? But I don't give you like use this exact falchion or put on this exact one because it gives you enough direction. You go, okay, falchion. Gotta get a falchion. That's my weapon. Get a falchion. But then you're gonna encounter like 300 falchions during the leveling process. And how are you gonna know which one's better? Well, you as a human being, you narrow down of all the weapon pool just to falchion. But now it's your time to learn. Okay, what makes a good one? What makes a bad one? I like this stat. I notice that I do more damage or I feel better when I have like a damage effect, like cold or acid. Cool, that's good. I'm gonna make sure I put that on my weapon, or I find weapons like that. So like to me, I do it as kind of like there are still things I'm not going to teach you that might be in another video. Some might be a beginner basics video that is like, again, I have like the how to evaluate items video, which is hopefully helpful to some. But the goal is to make it so that even with the videos, you as a human being get a chance to like still learn and try to discover stuff as you go.
A dwarven merchant has a makeshift store in the
I give you information, but I also leave enough breadcrumbs for you to go, hey, what's over here? What's this?
This old fireplace sits the rear of the fireplace, open smoothly.
Thank you. Oh, you sent me something? What is this? You find 250 mysterious remnants in the 250 mysterious remnants. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. That's always, I've never understood. What is the video etiquette for saying we should start the Gamba vote? I just don't know what I would Gamba on. I guess I could do the silver roll. Let me load it up. Here you go. Gamble.
Alone suspiciously in the center of this room.
Not enough strength. I'm so weak. Get knocked down.
The reek of still and stagnant pools wafts up from the nearby. The foul.
I never did it and smoked everything with multivile. True.
Dark shadows whisper of the water elemental. The Netherese must have done Skeldons. The shadows coursing through the
also, JB Metrics, thanks so much for getting up 5 subs, dude. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate the support. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. And I'm grateful you decided to tune in and watch and gift out some subs. Welcome to the stream team. Tenure, 4 numbers. Ihado, Darktarius. Did we already kill this? We did already kill this. Mimio Swine and Pig Lord. Which is funny because Mamoswine is like a big pig. It's like a pig mammoth. And Pig Lord, Mimio Swine. Very funny to me. Very funny. So thank you for the support. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing very, very good. There's going to be one on crafting. Yes, there will be a basics video about Kenneth crafting.
With their death, the sound of opening metal can be heard in the distance. The castle
at 24 than I do at 30. Yeah, but I also have this many past lives.
With an object resting on the throne. It must be a nether scroll.
It helps.
A Netherese wizard waves at you dismissively. So, you made it past the others.
Yeah, but Officer Skeleton, you have to understand, this is not my ratio completionist.
How unfortunate.
I don't know how many past lives I have across all my accounts. I think it would be interesting to add together. of like the total number of past lives I have. I should probably do that at some point. Just take a day and add it together.
The scrap of nether scrolls from his fingers. The piece of parchment is yours.
Yeah, I also, and this is like a personal thing, when it comes to showing people how to do stuff, I like giving people the opportunity to learn and to explore. So like in the past, when I've taught people how to do things or trained people on how to do things, I will usually show somebody something, and then when somebody asks me a question and they go, okay, but how come this is like this? This might be annoying to some of you, but for me, I usually, like, the first thing I do is I go, well, what do you think? Like, I will answer your question, but what do you think first? And this is not me, like, prejudging somebody. It's like hearing somebody's line of logic, and then they say it out loud, so they're being forced to think about an answer to a question. And then you can either confirm and be like, yeah, actually, that's right. And that's the thing, the way it is. Or they might go, oh, I think it's this. And you know the point where they're kind of, like, missing something. But you give people the opportunity to learn and to figure stuff out on their own. And I think that part is, like, really, really important. Because if you have the information to get started, if I have, you know, if I have 30% of a puzzle, and I've been shown how to make 30% of a puzzle, and then I have the whole puzzle, I have the tools now to go and finish out the rest of the puzzle. I know what I'm doing. So, like, that's kind of how I do it. I just want people to learn. To learn! Plus, also, yeah, there's too much shit in DDO, and, like, you got to be able to learn it at some point. Other people's knowledge to supplement my lack of knowledge. I mean, there's good times for that. Like, that's where you get jump started, right? Like, sometimes it's just too complicated to have to learn everything. And so other times that's when you just ask somebody for help that already knows how to do a thing. Like, sometimes, like, Path of Exile is a great example for this. I might need to craft something, or I might need to make something. And so I'll just open it up to my friends and be like, hey, anyone know how I can do this? And then somebody might have that answer or might know the way that you do the thing I just said. Because it's complicated, and then I get to learn, but also I don't have to, like, figure it out entirely on my own.
A keen-eyed elf nods to you as you enter the cottage.
It's sort of been invaluable to me as I learned the game. Yeah, I'm glad to be of service. Fun fact, I actually stole the formatting from my Discord from another content creator. His name is Gingin. He's a Lord of the Rings Online content creator, and his Discord was set up in such a way where he had all, like, the sections about all the different character classes, and I was like, that's concise and smart. I should do that, so I did. So I stole it. I mean, I did talk to him about it. I was like, this is a good idea. Would you care if I did this? And he was like, no, that's cool. But it's more dramatic to say I stole it than I talked to the person who ran it. Cool dude, makes good Lord of the Rings content, if you're interested in that. It's also one of the reasons why that game is really funny. Lord of the Rings Online has, like, the general player base has really bad perception about what's really good in the game. Partially because it's not easy to determine what's actually good in the game. And I still remember when, like, if you look at what classes are supposed to be good, the community will give you this really weird sentiment about what they think the good classes are for different circumstances. And they'll tell you, like, some classes are unplayable or useless. And then you watch videos. So Gingin put for his guild the first clear video for each of the boss fights in the latest raid that came out. And, like, in the raid that they're doing, they had, like, a Warden, which people think is bad and nobody was playing. And they had a DPS Guardian. They had a Red Guardian because of some of the stuff that only Red Guardians could do. And it's like, huh? I thought these classes were bad. And it turns out, no, they're not. Hey, here we go. They're not the best, but they can do stuff. They can hang. What is good in the game? Screaming at enemies until they die? Yeah, it's a really good idea. Works well. Looks really well. Hey, what's up, Safa? How you doing? How is your day going? As Alchemist. That makes way more sense, yeah. Filling a popular niche, particular niche is what you need. Well, it's mostly like a lot of these things aren't even bad. It's that people just don't play it. It's like a consequence of like what people play the game for. Like, so right now you can play Red Guardian and do really good endgame damage. The thing is, most DPS players don't play Guardians, they just play other character classes, and most people when they make a Guardian, they make a Guardian to tank.
A pair of Netherese wizards are engaged.
So like I have a Guardian. It's not geared for red though. I gear it for tank.
Scorn in his voice.
I could. It is very good DPS right now. It does more DPS than champion. But am I gonna get one? No.
Understand what that means?
To be fair, I don't play champion either, but it's neither here nor there. Same thing with Bear. Red Bjorning is super strong right now. But just a lot of people don't have Bjornings, and because Red Bjorning hasn't been competitive for a long time, most of the people that have Bjornings are either playing heal Bjornings or nothing. You're only level 12, so you're gonna have time to decide to figure it out. The nice thing is you have a lot of character slots. You can try some cool stuff. Have the bleed cash out mechanic? Yes, it does have the bleed cash out mechanic, but they reworked the Guardian, so it has the bleed cash out, but it also has bleed like application mechanic as like re-bleeding. Basically, I don't know if you ever played Warden, but Wardens had their bleed cash out that applied bleeds. They have a mechanic similar to that.
Malevolent place. And the towering demon turns to Netherese wisdom and careers.
But they also simplified the skills pretty heavily, which is nice as well. Die. Die.
Infernal home snaps shut. Suddenly, a pair of more familiar figures flicker into view.
Block attacks really fast. Yep, the secret, action boost haste, the best button in the entire game.
We came the moment Elminster detected
Hammer down in spars.
I admit that
yeah,
this
hammer down's good.
have gone a bit more smoothly, though it looks like you managed to sort things out by yourself.
Next is Study in Sable. That's right, we're doing Study in Sable. You can't tell me not to do Study in Sable. Yeah, good quest. But what do they do? Oh yeah, they also made it so that you debuff targets as well. So there's like a bleeding thing where after you rupture bleeds, you also increase damage the target took based on the bleeds. So you basically apply a bunch of different bleeds, and then when you remove the bleeds, it increases damage taken by the enemy for a short duration. So the idea is you're constantly like applying bleeds and stripping them, and as you strip the bleeds, it applies an incoming damage debuff. So I think you can get like 10% incoming, or it's like 12 or 15, 12 and a half or 15% incoming damage for like 5 seconds. So your goal is like slam bleeds, pop the bleeds, but are also trying to do it consistently so that we're getting all the extra effects.
Welcome to Sable Manor. You are here to see Sir Evermund.
All damage. All damage.
Rises and a new day.
One of the things that they've done really well with this most recent expansion and a lot of the balance passes they've been doing differently is they've been making it so that every single character class in the game has a reason to be played. So one of the things that you used to have in the Lord of the Rings is people would just play like whatever the highest stat class is. So if champion is the most damage, you would just champion stack, right? And that's what people would do. Nowadays, every class has unique debuffs that they put on enemies. And so as a result, you actually get the most damage by bringing unique classes for every single spot in the raid. So like, it's better to bring a champ and a guard than 2 champs, as an example. And I actually really like that. It's a really good approach.
Calls after you. This sleeping potion is so powerful that it could send even an elf to dreamland.
He got the draft. I need the rat cage.
This map is covered with moving magical symbols. Tiny thick. This sturdy trap is perfect for catching households.
We're not saving everyone, unfortunately. But yeah, it's really good design. I really like the way they've done it. Because one of the problems is you would used to bring like 4 champions for the melee fight or like 4 hunters for the ranged fight. And now it's like, yeah, you kind of want to bring a little bit of everything if you can. You then run into the secondary problem of like some of the characters are like too good, but yeah. Where a class needs to be able to outlast or like to be better so that way it's not just like the debuff that it brings.
You deftly snare the rat,
but
put
yeah,
the caged animal inside your pack.
Okay, who is it? Who is it? Is it you? Nope, it's not you. Maybe we can save everybody. Can we save everybody? It's gotta be this guy or else we can't. Nope. Look at this rat!
This guest is not currently under the vampire's control.
Basically, so if you've never done Study in Sable, you're trying to determine who is a vampire's thrall each night. It's not terribly hard. However, you need to have all of the pieces. So you need to have like the map, the draft, the orb of sunlight, as well as the or not the orb of sunlight, the map, the maze, and another thing. So you have to have all these items.
It's as if the plants themselves have grown restless.
And so you have to have all those things. The problem is one character needs to have them because the person who's talking to everybody needs to have all of those items. It doesn't like teleport into your inventory. It's actually a physical item. So if people run around and pick them up, you can have them like get traded into one person's inventory afterwards. But it's not like in other quests where it's just like a activatable. So you like click it and then we're on to the next thing. You actually have to physically have the item, which is annoying. If you've never done Study in Sable though, really fun quest, not terribly difficult to figure out. But definitely one that is fun to figure out on your own. I never used to do Study in Sable, and then who made me do Study in Sable? Was it Ipsum? Probably. It was probably somebody who was like, hey, do this stupid quest. And then I started doing it, and I don't know, I really like it. It's a good quest. And we come here. Nope, we're looking for a squeaky toy. Yeah, exactly. Murder mystery. There it is.
This is a pet's chew toy shaped like a colorful frog.
Also, I love that when you grab the chew toy, it makes a squeaky sound. Very satisfying. It is night time. That's our room. So it's over here. Hey, bub. Nope, it's not him.
This guest is not currently.
I'm just gonna keep showing him everything until he eventually is the one that's the person. He's the only one I have is the. Oh, actually, I don't have his thing. It's the hunter's map. I have the maze. To get the wizard stuck. Whoops.
The sun rises and a new day begins.
Yeah, good quest. Big fan.
The smell of brimstone drifts down the hallway. Someone.
And Warlock, which caster is the most fun to play? Subjective. Warlock is very relaxing. There's no think because you just blast. Whereas Alchemist can be fun to play because it's way higher damage ceiling, but like you have a mana bar to deal with and you have to like cast your spells properly. But very subjective in terms of which one's the most fun. For me personally, I find Warlock to be a little bit more fun because Warlock, again, it does have that kind of like brain turn off sort of element where you can just like no think, only do, which is nice.
The orb of sunlight, the warm, soothing glow.
Caster Dragonlord is strong. I did play Caster Dragonlord. I do have a video on how to do that. All right. So it's the Wizard Man. Where's Wizard Man during the day? He's in the library, right? This guy is definitely already under the thrall. Yep, he's under the thrall. Here you go.
You have uncovered
Boom.
one of the vampire wizard
Got him.
takes the model maze and examines it carefully. Ah, a most intriguing puzzle.
Correct.
Night falls on Sable Manor.
All right, up to the attic.
Something clanks and clatters far above in the attic.
And you know what? We can get a golem heart, a unique augment. So, you know, we'll go for the golem heart augment. It's in this quest.
The attic door is open. There's no
It's one of the few named chests that drops like a unique item. Or like one of the optional chests that drops a unique item. So we're gonna go get it. Nothing in here. There is a ladder somewhere around here that takes us upstairs. Yeah, it's in here. So we're gonna go take the ladder up onto the roof. But first we get the Gem of Revelation.
Gem of Revelation. Used to detect powerful spells and enchantments.
Take this, and then you go up here. You climb up onto the roof, see? And when you come up onto the roof, there is this like special optional where there's a flesh golem. And apparently a bunch of traps. There's literally Frankenstein up here. It's alive! Nya! Anyway, we killed this guy. Wollstonecraft. I unfortunately cannot intimidate it, but we're trying our best. Me and the Warlock are trying our best. Get him. And why do you do this? Because the chest drops the unique augment, which is the you've got fear, the Golem's Heart. I didn't get one, but it does drop a Golem's Heart. Oh god, I'm exploding. This is not pure. I am taking one level of Favored Soul, but it's really close to pure. My last two builds that I did were weird garbage. So every once in a while, I'm allowed to play a build that's not necessarily just weird garbage, I think. Oh, it's upstairs. Whoops, I got distracted. Not all the time, but sometimes. Where's the guy? Oh, is that his room? I went to the wrong room. I went to the wrong room. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm bad. I'm bad. Sorry, I'm spacing. Hey, what's up? By the way, he's like, I'm a vampire.
The vampire's thrall runs off to join the master. The sun rises.
Nice, somebody talked. All right, now we head into the basement.
A powerful voice calls to you, seemingly from behind the... I trust you've enjoyed your stay, says
yeah,
the
cool
voice.
quest. There's a lot of quests in DDO that don't give the best XP, but they're just fun to do. Another good one is
Still, what are a few days to one who has waited for
Haunted Halls of Union Star is another great example. There's another good one.
But let me introduce myself properly. I am the first and only Lord Sable.
So the way you deal with the vampire is you come up here and you destroy this pillar, and you gotta keep the boss in the sunlight to kill him. And the number of times I've done this quest where people do not keep the vampire in the sunlight, they just run all over the room, and everybody's just standing here, and there's one person be like, guys, help, I'm dying, what do I do? And they're like running over here, and it's like, stand in the sunlight. I've seen people die on hardcore to this quest because they didn't stand in the sunlight to stop the vampire. It's like really obvious where you're supposed to stand. Like, look at the glow. And they're like, oh, help, help. And if you're like, oh man, I couldn't figure out the sun was good against the vampire either. Yes, I am bullying you. Get bullied. But it's hardcore time? Hardcore time. I mean, I don't think they're gonna give us a hardcore server, but maybe. You know what time it is, though? That's right, silver roll time. A lot of you guys wanted to gamble. You want to throw all your points away, and now you have that perfect opportunity. So it's silver roll o'clock. See who wins. Is it the high roll gamblers or the low roll gamblers on today's silver roll? Go! Low roll today, 37. Congratulations. I knew it was going to happen in the first place anyway. All right, level up. Epic pack dice. Ooh. Give me more damage. Okay. Nothing to level up. To you, random stranger who is selling a Sky Pirate Dagger for 2,000? Someone who's selling it on the auction house for 2,000? That's crazy. Yeah, if you want to annihilate the video game, Alchemist is for you. I love Alchemist. I haven't done Nuclear Alchemist in a little while, but it's good. The problem is, it's just like I flip through a build every 2 weeks, which means I play on average 26 builds in a year, and it's like that's still a lot, but it feels like it's not enough for what's in DDO. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many builds in this game. Anyways, yeah, hold on, let's see here. I am mildly curious to see what YouTube says for me. Because Dorak asked a question, and I don't know. YouTube Studio. Where is this inspiration tab? I don't even know where this is. It might be a thing. Content detection, audio library. I actually don't know where to see this that you're talking about it. I'm looking on my internal page and I don't see it. Oh, in content? Promotion, collabs, podcasts. Oh, inspiration, there it is. All right, working on ideas for my next video. All right, here's what we got. So there's 5 videos here. You know what? I can just show this. There's nothing wrong with showing this. We have, in no particular order, DDO Beginner's Ultimate Gearing for all classes with a thumbnail that doesn't use any DDO assets and looks nothing like DDO. This looks really, really horrible. Also, the text is so small. This is like the worst thumbnail ever. DDO Beginner's Ultimate Gearing Guide for all classes. Could you imagine like how long of a video that would be to make? Just imagine how long that would be. Every class needs different spell powers. Different classes need to rely on different expansions. Absolute madness. DDO, the Tiefling Fire Sorcerer, still scorching strong. I actually have done this. This one's fair. I have done this before many times, so I will do this again. It has a Tiefling. DDO Tabaxi Blightcaster Druid solo play unleashed. Blightcaster Druid fair. Solo play unleashed makes no sense. And AI art thumbnail, that's not a cat. Solo play unleashed. DDO versus Lotro, soloing through the early game. Well, as I mentioned before, somebody asked me, oh, Strim, would you ever make a beginner basis for Lotro? And my answer was, I don't know what I would write, because from where I sit, game's so easy, you can press one button on the keyboard. So, well, yeah, solo play. It's because you guys nobody plays with friends. You guys don't get any friends, that's why. And the last top 5 most underrated DDO enhancements. Like, the problem with this is just isn't a 10-minute YouTube video. Also, I don't know what the hell these pictures are. They look like upgrades in like League of Legends or something. Anyway, these are not good ideas, but they're ideas. What does develop idea do? It's probably like the same thing as if you use like it probably just re-rolls it. What's your thoughts on Warlock, Artie, Dark Apostate, single weapon fighter build? You could just do that if you want. You could have rune arms. You don't need 2 Artie, you only need 1. Because if you were like 2 Artie for rune arms, you just use macro attack and then get your rune arms that way, which is going to be better anyway. Melee power got Theurgy of Summer. I guess I'll take it. Ooh, shit. Farming an augment and getting a artifact, pretty good. The beginner guide to stats. Yeah, I am gonna do DDO beginner basics, how to get high stats. That will be a video that you will get, which I'm gonna basically take one of my character's stats. So I'm gonna like log in on my paladin as an example, and I'll show you. Yeah, I think DDO is all other MMOs where all casters get the same gear. Yes. To be fair, most people think DDO is like that, and then they hit the brick wall of Dungeons and Dragons Online, which is no, it's not like any other video game. Well, the 1 level of Dark Apostate is not for Domains Shade, it's for the Trance. You take 1 level of Dark Apostate so you get access to Divine Might. That's why you do that. But yeah. Make a YouTube video and it's like how to get high stats, and I just show like, here's the number 82 strength, and then I show where all these numbers come from and how you do all this. So that way people might not know where these numbers actually come from. Best tip is past lives? Not actually. A lot of high stats don't come from past lives. It comes from just like different gear sources. So for example, my sword gives me 7 strength from filigrees. Filigrees are really important for endgame. And a lot of people don't have their sentient filigree, but it's really, really important for the endgame. Stacking all the different set bonuses. So like having, like in this, I have a solar gem of strength, which gives me +4 artifact bonus to strength. And then I have this set bonus that gives me +3 art profane bonus to all ability scores. But yeah, so having all of the filigree. Some people don't know there are raid filigrees that give extra stats, which is even more impactful. And then also people don't realize that you can double stack filigrees and have the same filigree in your weapon and in your artifact and get even more stats. So I can get double the strength and double all of this. These things are important. Also, taking every point you can. Strength, 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 strength. I take the strength here because it has a huge impact on your character stats. Where like, a lot of people won't take these. Like when I used to do build reviews in the past, and again, they're coming back. I'm still working on some of the things. But a lot of people didn't actually do these. So we had like people would show me their builds and they'd have like 48 or like 50 strength or 50 main stat at level 32 because they didn't take strength. They didn't take strength. They didn't take strength on here. Their race was something that wasn't related to their main stat. And so you'd be like, oh yeah, halfling fighter who's strength based, who starts with a 16 strength and doesn't take any strength anywhere. And then you have low stats. So like, there's just a lot of things where people don't realize DDO is a game of 1s and 2s. And, would Dark Apostate work imbue work with the Warlock stances? No, that's why you need the Warlock imbue. The Warlock imbue is better than the Dark Apostate imbue. But yes, when it comes to stuff, it's all about a game of 1s and 2s. So people might look at this and be like, well, +1 to hit and damage isn't that big. But every time you skip a +1 to hit and damage, you're missing 1, right? And so when you see people that have these insane builds that have these really high stats, it's because they don't skip any of these numbers. So like, you know, my character right now with my with Divine Might active, I'm at 193 at hit chance. But like then once I get the buffs active and why some of the buffs are important, let me just go into a quest here. Let me just go into a quest. Let me just get into a quest. Hey, bud.
It's time for a new adventure.
So like if I walk into an adventure, I've got 178 to hit, but then I drop the Bless, which brings me up to 182. I drop the Prayer, which brings me up to 188. I drop the Primal Scream, which brings me up to 190. I hit the Divine Might, which brings me up to 205. So all of a sudden, I've got like a way higher hit chance just for being in combat because I'm actually investing in these buffs and taking the time to put all these different effects, right? And by the way, this goes higher. I'm not in Reaper mode. So in Reaper mode, I actually get more stats, and I'm also missing a couple buffs here as well. Because there's like 1 or 2 things I'm still missing on my character, unfortunately. So yeah. Would that turn my Eldritch Aura evil damage 2? No. Yeah, you need the Tainted Scholar effect, which you can do that. Anyway, no, don't do that. Did I accidentally click that? Did I click yes on that? No, I didn't. Good. Anyways, yeah. Stats. How do you get high stats? You have to take all the things that give you 1s and 2s. Every time you skip a 1 and 2, you're missing out on stats. It's also the reason why this character ends up being so tanky. Right now, I don't have my buffs on, but like with my buffs active, I get just shy of 300 physical resistance rating, about 240 magical resistance rating. My melee power is about 450 in quest, and I have 100% double strike because I'm at 90% double strike, but then I go and cast Zeal, and I'm at 100% double strike all the time. Melee. This build, by the way, you can copy it entirely. It's already in the Discord. I'm going to be making a couple changes to it. I don't have the video out yet just because I'm still unsatisfied with a couple things. So actually, I was going to post it sooner, but there's a couple things I need to change and adjust. So I'm still waiting on that. But yeah. Anyways. The Apostate's Curse will add to it? No, the Apostate's Curse does not affect the aura. If you're asking like the imbue from Dark Apostate, the Dark Apostate imbue does not affect the aura from the Warlock. It will affect your weapon attacks, but will not affect the aura. If you want a imbue that affects the aura and your weapon attacks, take the one out of Enlightened Spirit. That one affects both. So yeah. Didn't jewelry kits are rare to pick out sentient gems? Yeah. Yeah. It's annoying that they cost stuff. So like as an example, if I go back to my Warlock here, I'll just show this off. But if I go in here, this ability is what you want. Spiritual Retribution. Imbue toggle, Eldritch Blast, melee attacks, and range attacks gain light damage that scales with spell power. This works on both your aura and your weapon attacks. The Dark Apostate thing will not do that. So don't take Dark Apostate. Or don't take the... if you're doing a melee Warlock, with most of it being Warlock, this ability, Spiritual Retribution, is infinitely better than the Dark Apostate imbue. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, speaking of things to keep in mind, hey guys, I've got half a mind to turn off the live stream because I'm tired and I have a couple other things to do. So I'm going to be ending it here. We will be back tomorrow with some more Dungeons & Dragons Online content. Usually I've been like streaming Pathfinder and some other stuff in the evenings, but again, I have just a couple other things I need to do today. So I am unfortunately out of time. If you missed Strimtom and you want more things to watch, I have a video about Artificer that I put out yesterday. And before that one, a video about Warlock. So you can check that out as well if you're interested in seeing some of that. But otherwise, that's it. That's all I have. There's nothing left. I got no energy. I got no drive. I got no things to do. I really got to use the bathroom because that pizza's running right through me. And yeah, that's all I got. So thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your night. Yeah. Thank you to all the people who corrected me that you can't, or dogs can't break boxes on my YouTube video because I didn't know that. And I got corrected, and now I know. In fact, if I check my comments... we're good. No one else commented that. That's nice. Oh, somebody left... Sometimes people leave comments, and then they delete their comments. And when somebody leaves a comment and then deletes their comment, I can't reply to it, which is annoying. They might have a good question. Some people also delete their comments out of shame. So it's, if somebody leaves a comment, I get a notification about the comment and I can read it, but then when I go to the page, it's not there. So some people will do that where they will just say like, just really mean things about me. And then they'll delete their comment. So I do see it, but the comment's no longer visible on the page. So they'll just like say some mean shit. But jokes on them. I give people 2 chances. So if somebody says something like just like really mean about me, or like just tries to insult me directly, not saying like, hey, you missed a thing, that's fine. Criticize or like correct me, those are perfectly acceptable things. But like, I'm talking like mean shit, like somebody being like, damn, you're looking fat, chunky boy. Stuff like that, where like, first of all, I look great. I've been like working out. I feel really good, so that's nice. But also, hell yeah, dude. It's a sign I'm eating well. I do well. But But when somebody writes something like that, they're like trying to poke at you, they're trying to dig at you, and that's whatever. But I give people chances. So if somebody writes a comment like that, maybe they'll come to their senses. I'm not a foul person. I don't try to be too mean. So I give people extra chances to like kind of calm down, drink their apple juice, and learn how to talk to all the other human beings out there. It's when they leave the second comment like that, I'm like, and you're gone, dude. And you're gone. You get no chances. So yeah. It's really funny. I've like basically this is the thing I find so entertaining. I have not really banned anybody on Twitch. I think I've maybe banned like 3 people total, like ever. And like that aren't robots. Because most of the time, even if somebody is like, you know, acting kind of whatever, we just chat and we get there. It's fine. But on YouTube, I don't know what it is. On YouTube, like people just like will hurl insults from all the way across the planet. I don't get it. You're looking mighty unshaven? 100%. I didn't shave out of sheer laziness. And I don't look good when I don't shave, which is unfortunate. I need a haircut regardless. My hair is way too long, but I don't look good when I don't shave, so I should absolutely shave. I just didn't do it today because I was lazy. That's literally it. I got up too late and then I didn't shave. Anyways. Whoop. You make awesome content. Thank you, Shade. I appreciate that. I try to make content that people will enjoy. That's it. Just trying to make stuff that people enjoy. And for the most part, people do. So it's good. I'm pretty happy. I'm still here. I'm just reading the DDO forums in total silence. You guys ever do that? You just like sit quietly and read stuff? It's like the hard part that I found about playing the CRPGs on stream is that when I play the CRPGs off stream, I just like sit in silence and spend hours reading all the text and all the books and all the things. And then when I play on stream, I feel like I'm obligated to read it out loud. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of talking.